For one final time, Ball State football takes the field in 2024. A chance to end the season on a high note and spoil Ohio's chance at making the Mid-American Conference Championship. We are live from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. It's Cardinals football on the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidger with you. Matt Tuttle producing back in our network studios. And welcome to the last football game of the 2024 season. Chris, it's been one of those journeys that we'll always remember. Coaching change with 2 games to go. Bowling Green in Ohio the last 2 weeks of the season, but today's a chance to send your seniors out on a high note, send players that are suiting up for the last time on a high note, and for interim head coach Colin Johnson to lead his alma mater once again here today.
Yeah, and what a great opportunity. You know, it's hard to believe that, this started just under 3 months ago at Schumann Stadium against Missouri State, and here we are on the day after Thanksgiving. We all ate too much and did whatever, laid around too much yesterday, and here we are finishing up, putting the bow on the season as it comes to an end. It's sad, but I'm excited to see these guys play as an opportunity, like you said, for a lot of these guys to suit up for the last time in a competitive football game and probably ever, putting the pads on, putting the helmet on, strapping up, I see them going through the warm-ups right now in their shorts. They don't care about the weather. It's cold out there. They don't care. If you're playing, you don't care. But it's excited to see these guys. It's going to be exciting to see these guys compete today, get after it, try to put a damper on this season for the Bobcats, which is kind of what we're hoping for up here. I know they've planned for it all week. The kids are excited. The coaches are excited to kind of finish off this season the right way, and I expect them to do some stuff today. I was at practice on Wednesday, saw them doing a couple wrinkles here and there. So it'll be exciting. I'll be anxious to see if they can pull some of that stuff off today.
That's the Ball State 3-8 entering today, 2-5 in the Mid-American Conference. Ohio, Chris is 8-3, 6-1. Let's go ahead and preview the Bobcats. We'll have voice of the Bobcats, Marty Bannister, joining us here on the pregame show as well to talk about what Ohio is. But for the moment right now, Chris, when you look at this team, it's a team that has really ascended in the last couple of weeks to become a premier team in the MAC and fighting for a MAC championship berth.
Well, yeah, and it starts with, I think I was just reading an article. It's posted out here in the hallway in a frame, and it's about Frank Solich when he came here, right? And we all know what Coach Solich did at Nebraska, and I'll just say it, he was wrongly run out of there. He won 8 or 9, 10 games a year for a long time, and it wasn't good enough for them. They ran him out, and the Ohio University reaped the benefit of that by bringing him in. And,
right.
And where I'm going with this, Mick, is he also brought in Tim Albin with him. Tim Albin's a Frank Solich guy. Tim Albin, head coach here at Ohio, has really carried that torch forward, and they've become a real tough, hard-nosed football team, competitive every week, and really kind of ascended to the top, what is going to be the top of the MAC this year. So they've really shown out this year. I'm impressed by what I see.
So at the top of the MAC right now, Chris, there are 3 teams at 6-1. This is a very loaded top of the Mid-American Conference. Ohio taking on Ball State today. Bowling Green and Miami are the other 2 at 6-1. They play each other. Mm-hmm. Winner, you're guaranteed to go to the Mid-American Conference Championship. There's a lot to still figure out because Buffalo with 2 losses still has a chance.
Right.
If Ball State defeats Ohio, and depending on circumstances up with Bowling Green and Miami, Buffalo could go from 4 to 2 and still get to the MAC championship. So this day means so much across the Mid-American Conference. Ball State can be a massive spoiler to Ohio today.
Yep.
and put their MAC championship berths to rest, which is always a reason to play inside of itself. This is a very good league this year, Chris, and we've seen that by way of Ball State playing in 1-score games, all but 1 conference game. So when you put it in that perspective and see that there's 3 6-1 teams, the margin's so thin, and those 3 teams have been on the right end of so many games.
Yeah, a ton of moving parts going into this last week of MAC football. Obviously the BG Miami game, winner controls their own destiny, right? They're going to Detroit next weekend. Ball State can really throw a monkey wrench into that whole process today by beating the Ohio Bobcats on their own field. Now, that fact is not going to be lost on the Ohio staff and their players today. They know they need to win today to play next Saturday in Detroit at noon. So they're not going to take this game lightly. They see the record, but I was talking to their quarterback coach, Scott Isfordine, out in the hallway. He's like, you guys are so close to being pretty good. And Dennis Green said you are what your record says you are, right? So we are 3-8.
Right, but Coach Leffler last week for Bowling Green said Ball State could easily be competing for a MAC championship.
Correct,
right now.
Yeah, and 3 weeks ago we had a chance to get to the MAC championship. So
right.
they're not taking us lightly. They're not taking this team lightly. They're going to play their brand of football. They're going to do what they do, try to get out of here with the win so they can ensure another game in the MAC next week.
When you flip on the tape with this Ohio Bobcats team, what jumps out to you most from their offensive standpoint?
2 words for you.
Offensive line?
Parker Navarro. I always, I'm an O-line guy. It's Parker Navarro. The kid is special. He's a wonderful kid. Like I said, I had a conversation with their quarterback coach out here in the hallway. Great kid, great student, hard worker, leader, all that stuff. But when you watch him play football, he is a playmaker. And you and I talked about that driving into the stadium today. Can do it with his arm. More importantly, he can really do it with his feet. He is a threat every time. So, and it's hard to account for quarterbacks that can really run the football effectively.
Right, it is, and teams haven't been able to do that. He has 750 rushing yards as a quarterback this year.
He's their second leading rusher.
Right, you flip it over, Anthony Tyus III, a graduate student transfer from Northwestern, has 850 yards. So you're looking at 2 guys that are approaching 1,000 yards and will both probably get a chance to break that 1,000 mark because of today's game and at least a bowl game, depending if they make the MAC championship as well. They still might have 3 games to break that number. But when you have 2 guys like that, Chris, that have run for a combined 1,500 yards, and one of them is the quarterback, you have to be able to be gap sound. We hear that all the time from defensive line coaches, defensive coordinators. There is not a bigger day to be gap sound than today with a running threat quarterback.
And yeah, again, and you and I talked about this. When was the last time we played against a quarterback on this schedule that just wasn't a killer? And they've all been killers, and this is no different
all 12
today.
On the schedule.
They've been great. And this kid is as good as anybody we've seen on our schedule this year. He is electric. He leads on the field. He makes plays when plays need to be made. He's very, very impressive. Starts with Parker Navarro. Secondly, it's their offensive line. You knew I was going to back those guys up. Their offensive line is very impressive. They're big, strong, fast. They're physical. They play with a little bit of violence, a little bit of edge. And you know me, I love that sort of thing.
And their offense is backed it up, too. 28th in the country in red zone offense at 90% scoring rate. They're 18th in the country in time of possession, 27th in third down conversions. So when you talk about third downs and red zone, the 2 big circles on every coach's board, Ohio does it well.
Yeah, and when you're efficient in those sort of things, that directly translates into wins and prevents you from losing. So they've done a great job. They're well coached. It's going to be a tough road to hoe for the Cardinals today.
Ohio's defense, rather. You look at the defensive rankings: 11th in total defense in the country, 11th in rushing defense, and 15th in scoring defense. You're talking about a complete defense, especially up front, led by Bradley Weaver, who has been a menace to opposing offensive lines with 10.5 tackles for loss. Chris's defensive line is very, very, very good.
They're active, and they're really, really fast off the ball. They shoot their hands, they run their feet, they shed blocks really well. They are extremely effective. And when you have a D-line that's effective like that, it allows your linebackers to run free and just make plays.
So Ball State's going to try and stop that today. A big milestone watch. Tanner Koziel 6 receptions away from breaking the all-time record for most receptions by a Ball State tight end. He's already done that for a single season. He's up to 84 receptions, 751 yards, and 7 touchdowns. He's 4th in the country with 7.5 receptions per game, and most touchdowns by a tight end in the entire country since the 2022 season began. So Tanner Koziel is on watch list for breaking the all-time career receptions record. He's somebody that has played this entire season, that has grown with Kane Samanza, and to see him break that would be something special here today.
Oh, I mean, anytime you have a player break a record for your program, that's a big day. And Tanner should get that today. He should break that record. The way they've targeted him and the way they've relied on him to make plays, they should get to that pretty quickly today. And let's not forget, they have other weapons too. I mean, We're talking about their receiving core is really, really good. I'd like for them to get involved in the run game just a little bit more early to get some rhythm for the O-line, especially a young O-line, which I'm sure we'll address in just a moment. And then, but you know, Caden Simmons is going to be targeting, and Jared Elliott, that will be targeting Tanner early and often. Just try to get him some catches, get him into the flow, because it also opens up the defense a little bit. It spreads that out a little bit. History
says Tanner will get at least 6 catches today. In his last 9 games, he's had at least 6 catches in all but 2 of those. So we'll have that on high alert today for Tanner Koziel trying to break the all-time receptions record by a Ball State tight end. We'll talk about that offensive line closer to kickoff, Chris, for Ball State football. Until then, we'll take a break, come back, talk with center Ethan Crow. I guess we'll talk about
O-line?
offensive line real quick.
Everything focuses around the O-line.
Absolutely. And Ethan Crow's been one of the best in the MAC the last couple of years. We'll take a break, come back, talk with Ethan about his senior campaign and how the last couple of weeks have been for him. This is the Greg Kubler Countdown to Kickoff. Ball State in Ohio kicking off around noon here today in Athens, Ohio. Check out PromiseKept.com to check out all Greg Kubler selections. That's PromiseKept.com. Ethan Crow coming up on the other side of this break on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey Cardinal fans, it's women's head basketball coach Brady Sally here to talk about my friends at Gill Brothers Furniture. Let Richard Gill and his staff make your house a home, just like he's done mine. He's a proud sponsor of Ball State Athletics. Gill Brothers makes great living affordable. 2 convenient locations in Muncie and Anderson, and visit them online at gilbros.com. Ask about the Ball State discount.
Did you know that your dental exam can reveal many other health issues? Poor sleep, headaches, anxiety, and acid reflux are just a few issues that can be recognized in a dental exam. All health care can be made easier when caught early, so prevention is the key. Our team at University Avenue Dental prides itself in being on the cutting edge as part of your medical team. With thorough testing, imaging, and examination, Dr. Greg Powell will work with you on a personal level to ensure you receive the very best care. If preventative care is what you're looking for, please call Dr. Pyle at 765-288-6121 or online at drgregpyle.com.
Destination Muncie is our local visitor center whose mission is to both encourage locals to connect to our vibrant city and make visitors feel at home. By visiting destinationmuncie.org, you can do everything from learning about our great events, businesses, and attractions to planning a corporate or group event, sports tournament, or even a wedding. Destination Muncie is a proud partner of Ball State Sports. Chirp, chirp. DestinationMuncie.org.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Behind every strong hip and knee. Behind every strong shoulder.
Good catch.
Behind every strong team is our highly skilled team of experts in orthopedics. IU Health is the official healthcare and sports medicine provider of Ball State Athletics, and we're here to keep you moving. From acute injuries to chronic pain and conditions, go where the athletes go. Walk-in appointments for new injuries are available Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can always schedule a same-day or next-day appointment and wait from the comfort of your home. Visit iuhealth.org/MuncieOrtho to learn more.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Kubler.
When it comes to vehicles, Greg Kubler Auto Group will take care of you. From our big selection of quality new and used vehicles that include the Greg Kubler Promise to our quick lane and quick wash locations that make sure your vehicle runs and looks new. Plus, we have free vehicle delivery anywhere in Indiana. Visit PromiseKept.com today.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Kubler.
Back inside the Greg Kubler Countdown to Kickoff, Ball State taking on Ohio here from Athens, Ohio, the final regular season game of the Ball State football season. Cardinals trying to play spoiler. And we had a chance to talk with Ethan Crow here on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Ethan, really appreciate your time here today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
Ethan, so for you, finishing up your Ball State career here, what's this last year been like for you?
It's definitely been an up and down roller coaster for sure, but I've absolutely loved every second of it, no matter the outcome of the games. But I think hanging out with the team, playing with some of my best buddies for the last time, I think it's always been fun. I've always tried to look forward, try to look past that basically, and just try to have fun, make the game what it is, just playing for the love of football.
For you, Ethan, you were ready to call it a career before the start of this season. What got you to come back?
Honestly, missing football. I lived with Nathan Riker and Kevin Meter, and they always came back after practice, and they always just talked football, and I was just sitting there. I was like, man, I miss it, and kind of just took me a few weeks to realize, I'm like, okay, hey, I want to play football again. And then surprisingly, like I got a text from Johnson, like, hey, we take you back whenever. And I was like, this couldn't come at any better time.
You mentioned Coach Johnson. What is it like working with him every day of your Ball State career?
Oh, it's been awesome. Like he's one of the best coaches I've ever had. He's just been the coach that is always there for you, helps turn you into the best person that you can be. So especially seeing him as the head coach now, it's been awesome because that's finally everyone gets to see like how awesome Coach Johnson is. Like I get to see him, like I get to be coached by him every day now. Everybody gets to see how he is.
He mentioned something in his opening press conference, Ethan, that I thought was really interesting. He said he doesn't view himself as like this big authoritative macho guy over the O-line group. He sees everybody more as brothers and people that he wants everybody to succeed. How have you seen him lead by that type of example?
Absolutely, because it's not like he's in the line room, absolutely like we're scared to go in there. He makes it like, yeah, we'll get our butts ripped every once in a while, but it's all out of love. Like he wants to see us succeed, and you can tell that just because that's the type of coach he is. He makes it as friendly as possible in there. You can come to him with whatever you want to talk about. He's always has his door open or is always willing to take your call.
Have you been able to spend as much time with him the last couple of weeks since he took over the interim role, or has he had to kind of spread himself out a little bit more?
During meeting time, he's still with us, so it's good to still hang out with him. But during practice, he kind of has to go around the practice field and see how everybody's doing.
How have you seen everybody embrace Colin Johnson being the interim head coach?
I feel like everybody's loved it because he got thrown into there. I know he said he wasn't expecting it, but it is what they asked him to step up, and I don't think anybody ever doubted him for a second. Especially the O-line room. I think it's awesome to see it for him.
Yeah, I feel like the O-line group has such that camaraderie you were talking about earlier, Ethan, about just the experience that you all have, but hanging out with each other so much. Is this group one that you think is a primary helper of what Coach Johnson can do on a bigger scale because of what he's done in that O-line group and take that to the entire team?
Absolutely. I think he's always – you look back since he's been here, the O-line, he's always made sure that it is a top-notch, everything's running offensive line group. Everyone's ready when their name's called, no matter what. Like, as soon as your name is called up to starting or you need to get some reps, like, I don't think there's been one guy that's hesitant because Johnson's prepared them.
Ethan Crow joining us here before Ball State takes on Ohio. Ethan, when you look back at your entire Ball State career, how would you describe it with one more game to go?
It's honestly, it's been the best 5 years. I really have. It's been so much fun. It feels like yesterday that I got here during that COVID year, but it flew by. But man, I've made so many memories with my best friends and all that. So it's been awesome.
For you to come back this year and get that one more year of football, what did you learn about yourself this year?
That I can push myself to do whatever I can. It's something I've always wanted to strive to I can push myself farther. So I feel like this year I was able to do that, especially with coming back.
Ethan Crow joining us here before Ball State and Ohio kick off the final regular season game of the 2024 college football season for the Cardinals. Ethan, what do you want to see from this team in the last regular season game?
I just want us to go out there and just have fun. I want everybody just remember that this is a game that we've been playing since we were little. It's the game that we love. I think when we do that, we play loose and we play good, and so I think that'll correlate in us winning the game.
How have you seen the offense kind of navigate throughout the season with some of the injuries that have popped up and kind of stay the course and still do what it's been able to do?
I think, like I was kind of talking about earlier, you got to be ready when your name's called. I feel like everybody's handled that very well, especially just because we have had a lot of injuries this year all around the team. But I think everybody's been ready to go. Everyone knows that it's one play away until you're playing, you're starting.
And Chris Hood's been one of those guys. He had a couple of snaps against James Madison, and now he started the last few weeks. As somebody who's been with the program, in your case, for 5 years, how have you seen Chris Hood come in and start to take that left tackle spot by the reins?
He's absolutely killed it, especially being like a younger guy. He has absolutely killed it. He hit the ground running. There was no hesitation with him. He was excited to be out there. He was excited to – I mean, everyone's excited to start, like, playing football. So I was very happy for him. It's always awesome to see your teammates do well, friends do really well.
You mentioned senior teammates do well and everything. Caden Smons has come in, and he's been the quarterback this entire season, had 4 games last year. What have you seen just from his development that has you excited about his future?
I've always said that I thought Caden Smons is a baller. I mean, that dude is he's willing to put his body on the line to make sure that we win the games, and you watch the tape and you can see that is really true. I mean, that dude is I love that he's back there. He's a great quarterback. I mean, he gets everybody right. He knows what he's doing. I feel like it helps the offense plays with confidence especially when he's always feeling good.
I was just about to ask about that. It seems like the confidence from him kind of rubs off on everybody on the team.
Oh, I 100% agree. He's a funny guy, so especially when during practice, he's like we're all just having fun, getting ready for the game, but he makes it fun. He's always cracking jokes, messing with everybody. But when it comes to the game, I mean, yeah, you can tell that when he comes off to the sideline, he's always making sure everybody's up on their feet. He's a great teammate.
You mentioned funniest guy, Ethan. Something that is on-air appropriate. What's the funniest story that Caden, or the funniest story or line that Caden has said when you're entering the huddle, whether a game or practice, that's shareable?
It's always funny because we always find ourselves in that 2-minute situation, and we always practice it. So every time he gets in that huddle, I mean, that dude is like, oh, been here before. Let's do it again. Especially with that the Central Michigan drive. Especially since then, we've always been just joking about it when we get into those 2-minute situations.
That's awesome. Ethan Crow joining us here before Ball State takes on the Ohio Bobcats in the last game of the season. Ethan, is there anything else you want to share with Ball State fans about you, your career, about this football team?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I appreciate every single one of the Ball State fans that have showed up. I appreciate you guys supporting me and everything.
Ethan Crow joining us here. Ball State, Ohio kicking off from Peden Stadium, noon kickoff here on the Ball State Gamebridge Radio Network. Ethan, really appreciate your time. Congratulations on a fabulous career.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
That's Ethan Crow joining us here before Ball State takes on the Ohio Bobcats. Really appreciative of Ethan's time that he spent with us throughout the course of his career and, of course, leading up to this game. But special thank you to Ethan. He's been a rock star on the field, off the field, and in the entire Muncie community. That's Ethan Crow. We'll have more coming up on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Destination Muncie is our local visitor center whose mission is to both encourage locals to connect to our vibrant city and make visitors feel at home. By visiting destinationmuncie.org, you can do everything from learning about our great events, businesses, and attractions to planning a corporate or group event, sports tournament, or even a wedding. Destination Muncie is a proud partner of Ball State Sports. Chirp, chirp. DestinationMuncie.org.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
It's the Greg Keebler countdown to kickoff. Ball State has one final football game here in the 2024 college football season in Athens, Ohio, to take on the Ohio Bobcats. Black Friday football, noon kickoff. What better to celebrate the final college football week for the Cardinals? We have a really good rest of the Greg Keebler countdown to kickoff for you, but don't forget, when the Cards win, you win 50% off regular price. Any size pizza, any toppings at Papa John's. Offer valid until end of business. On the day of a win, Marion, Muncie, and Anderson locations, you can do it by phone or in person, and that is 50% off all pizzas at Papa John's. When the Cards win, you win. We'll continue here, and we had a chance to sit down with voice of the Bobcats, Marty Bannister, breaking down all things related to this Ohio Bobcats team that's chasing a Mid-American Conference championship berth. Final game for Ball State football this season. We're joined by voice of the Bobcats, Marty Bannister, joining us here before the Cardinals and Cats meet up. Marty, really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good to see you, my friend. Glad to see you've made it back healthy and everything from all the places you've been in the last week.
I appreciate it. It's been a fun ride. And we end up here in Athens, Ohio with snow flurries at Peden Stadium. It's a beautiful backdrop, by the way, Marty. This place is awesome.
It is, and the crowds have been fantastic this year. I don't know what we'll see today with it being Black Friday and the weather factoring into it, but the crowds here have been fantastic all season long, and they've seen some pretty good football here this year.
You were up at 4 a.m., right, to go shopping?
No, I was not.
You didn't want to get a little pregame shopping in?
No, thank you. I have no interest in that whatsoever.
Oh, I love it. Marty, congratulations on securing your job here at the Voice of the Bobcats. You're in your first season. How's it been for you?
Oh, it's been tremendous. I could not have walked into a better situation. The coaches here are spectacular to work with. It's funny, I have relationships with all these guys from many, many years in the past. Our defensive coordinator, John Hauser, when I called Wittenberg football way back in the day, he was the starting safety on that football team. Scott Isfording, who was the quarterbacks coach here, he was an offensive assistant coach at Wittenberg.
That's
when
awesome.
I called those. So we've known each other for years, and Tim Albin is spectacular to work with. I've dealt with some other coaches in my past. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you that I would rather not even see again, but Tim Albin has been spectacular. It's been a great situation.
That's awesome, Marty. I'm really happy for you and glad that it's worked out that way. And the Bobcats have surely given you a great season to talk about, too. They're 8-3, 6-1 in the Mid-American Conference. They're a win away from securing a MAC championship berth. When you just look at what this team has been this year, what have you seen?
Well, the great thing about it is, Mick, and this is something that Ball State went through as well, too. When Ohio went to Syracuse to open the season, there were 37 guys on the roster who were not on the roster at spring ball. Now, I don't know how you mold a team together and get ready to play a game, but Tim Albin and his staff did that. That, to me, is the one thing that has stood out. There were some bumps and bruises early on. I mean, losing at Syracuse, going down to Kentucky and getting beat, where you were kind of obviously not as good as those. Well, I'll say Kentucky. Syracuse, I'm not going to say that Ohio could not have won that game.
Right.
They could have.
Right.
But where you're at, health was a problem early on, but this team has gotten healthy now. It's healthy on both sides of the football, and that to me has been one of the biggest things. It's healthy now, offensive line, defense, and it's playing its best football.
It really is. And when you look at the 3 losses, you mentioned Syracuse, Kentucky, and then Miami, Ohio. Those are the 3 losses. Those are 3 really good teams, and they've taken care of business the rest of the way. You mentioned the health. During this 4-game win streak, what else is kind of standing out in your eyes?
The ability to run the football. This team has just been able to just gash people. Tim Albin's big on saying 200 or more yards in a game. And if you go back and look, Mick, Ohio has run the football for over 200 yards in a game 7 times this year.
Right.
They're 6-1. And that just kind of explains it to you. Parker Navarro is as good a RPO quarterback, certainly in this league. He's in the top 5 in rushing.
Oh, yeah.
And now he makes good decisions with the football, and that's a big part of it as well, too. But you combine him with Trey Tyus, who is 149 yards shy of 1,000 on the season, and he's even missed a game this year. So that ability to run the football is a big reason why this team is playing for a shot at Detroit today.
You were talking about 2 guys that have 750-plus rushing yards each, with Navarro at quarterback and then Tyus at running back. You mentioned Tyus. He transfers in from Northwestern. What has made him special this year?
Number one, his size. You don't see too many backs in this league, 6'1", 220 pounds, who when they get to the edge and square their shoulders, they're a handful. And Tyus is that guy. He's got a good burst, which also for a guy that size,
right?
You don't see that. He's got a very good burst, and he'll just run through people. And that's the thing that's really stood out about him is his ability to do those things. He gets to the edge, squares his shoulders. He's hard to bring down.
Yeah, that's Anthony Tyus we're talking about here for the Ohio Bobcats run game. Parker Navarro, he's thrown for almost 1,800 yards, 7 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. From him as a passer standpoint, how have you seen him develop?
Again, it's decision-making. Against Toledo last week, he made one poor decision. That was when Ohio had a 1st and goal. He rolls out and threw into quadruple coverage. Not a good throw, and he even knew it right away. You could almost see it in his face, the way he held his shoulders when he started to walk, like, why did I throw that ball?
Yeah.
But that's been the thing. The coaching staff early on, they were telling him, don't be Peter Parker. If you're a comic book or a Marvel fan.
It's a great line.
Be Parker Navarro. Don't try to do too much. And once he grasped that is when his game went up. And that's what he is right now. He does enough to help you win the football game.
I want to go watch Spider-Man now. we going after the game?
No Way Home is the best one of those, the last one. So.
You know what? That's a good choice.
Yeah,
I can't argue
with
that.
I
can't argue with No Way Home. Marty Bannister joining us, voice of the Bobcats here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. It's Ball State and Ohio to wrap up the regular season for the Cardinals. Marty, we mentioned with Navarro and Tyus, on the offensive side, it seems like the wide receiver core has done what it's needed to do. How have you seen that group kind of help out, Parker?
Well, Coleman Owen is spectacular. He has stepped in. I mean, here's a guy who was not with the team in spring ball and was elected a captain. I mean, he's one of the leading receivers. We don't know what his status will be today. He suffered a concussion in the Toledo game, so we don't know what he will do today. He has been back going through some workouts, but still not sure what we'll see out of him today. And when that happened in the second half last week, we were like, what do we do now throwing the football?
Right.
Well, Caleb Gossett steps up and catches 8 footballs and had a tremendous game in the second half. So it's depth in that room. Caleb Gossett, Chase Hendricks, Rodney Harris. Another guy who you may see today step up is Max Rodarte, who is another one of those possession-type Coleman Owen type receivers, which fits this offense so well. But if Owen plays and he's good to go, he's been tremendous this year, just tremendous.
Voice of the Bobcats, Marty Bannister joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. We talked about the offense so far, Marty, but the defense has been basically lights out, 11th in the country in total defensive yards allowed, under 300 a game, 13th in the country in rush defense, 11th in the country in rush defense with only 102 yards allowed. Like, what is this defense doing that's working?
Well, what it does is it's physical. It's a physical group of guys who run to the football. And I know that's, again, it's a coaching cliche. Hey, run to the ball, break it down. Well, that's what they do. They don't make mistakes. There haven't been very many explosive plays against them this season. And here's another one for you, Mick. Ohio's the only team in the country that hasn't allowed a first-quarter touchdown.
That'll do it.
4 field goals.
Looking at their numbers, the first quarter defense is insane.
It is, and that's they were able to kind of set the tone early on in football games. The defensive ends, Bradley Weaver, you'll see him today, does a spectacular job. And a guy who's playing so well of late is Marcel Walker-Burgess, a very athletic defensive end. Adonis Williams is back healthy. Lost him in the first half of the Syracuse game. Didn't come back till Miami. Now is healthy. The linebackers, Blake Leak, transfer from Bucknell, is playing spectacular football right now. It's a very good group that is close to – it's as healthy as it has been all season long. And this, I'll leave you with this, Mick. This is a group, too, that lost about the midway point of the season their leading tackler, returning tackler from last year, and up until that point, Austin Brawley, who left the team for personal reasons. And it just didn't skip a beat. Just has rolled right on.
This team is just rolling. The Ohio Bobcats on a 4-game win streak. We're breaking down Ohio football here with Marty Bannister, voice of the Bobcats. Marty, really appreciate your time joining us here on the Greg Keebler Countdown to Kickoff. Have a great broadcast, and really good to see you, my friend.
I know you will do the same, buddy. Good to see you, pal.
Yep. Thank you, Marty. Big thank you to Marty Bannister joining us his first year as the voice of the Bobcats here. From Peden Stadium, Ball State and Ohio football, about 26 minutes away from kicking things off in the last game of the season for the Cardinals. The Bobcats trying to win today and get to the MAC championship in Detroit next game. In Muncie, visit Greg Keebler Ford and Hyundai. In Marion, visit Greg Keebler Buick GMC. This is the Greg Keebler Countdown to Kickoff. We'll step aside, come back. Colin Johnson, interim head coach, joins us next on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Every injury is unique, just like our patients. Our board-certified and fellowship-trained surgeons will create a custom plan to help prevent future injuries. Our Marion Health Sports Medicine and Orthopedic team will guide you through the healing process. You'll feel confident knowing what to expect before and after treatment. We partner with you to make your recovery a success. You don't have to go far for excellent orthopedic care. Get back in the game with Marion Health.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Papergo toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Tristo. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Hey Cardinal fans, it's women's head basketball coach Brady Sally here to talk about my friends at Gill Brothers Furniture. Let Richard Gill and his staff make your house a home, just like he's done mine. He's a proud sponsor of Ball State Athletics. Gill Brothers makes great living affordable. 2 convenient locations in Muncie and Anderson, and visit them online at gillbros.com. Ask about the Ball State discount.
When it's time for pizza, Greek's Pizzeria delivers every time. Experience our hand-tossed pizzas and fresh salads made to perfection.
Enjoy our gourmet handmade fresh salads made to order. Every bite is delicious.
Order online, pick it up, or have it delivered at www.greekspizzeria.com.
It's our taste.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards and everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
Continuing on with the Greg Keebler Countdown to Kickoff, Ball State and Ohio in the final regular season game for the Cats and the Cards. Ball State trying to play spoiler. Opportunity to do that. And to do that, we talk with interim head coach Colin Johnson here on the Greg Giebler Countdown to kickoff before the Cats and Cards kick off.
Coach Johnson, really appreciate your time as always here in the final week of the season for Ball State football.
Absolutely, Mick. Always happy, man.
So, Colin, what's your experience been like so far as the interim head coach? I know we kind of talked about it last week, but now you have one game under your belt. You're in your second week of practice. Like, what's this process been like the last couple of weeks now?
Well, it hasn't changed much from being an assistant other than I'm kind of the voice of the program and the team, but it's been good. Kids have been positive. We've been moving this thing forward, getting prepared for Friday to play against Ohio. And, it's not exactly what I would have expected, but it really hasn't changed much. Obviously, managing the staff has been great. Our staff is awesome. The players have been behind me, which has been awesome.
Yeah.
So the only difference is, I'm just not so heavily involved in the game planning and things like that nature like I was when I was an offensive line coach, run game coordinator, which is fine. But it's certainly been an awesome experience. I've never wanted to make this about me. I wanted to make sure everything was catered towards our athletes and our coaches. So I thought it's been good. And we've been working well to get ready for Ohio and go get ourselves a win.
What have you learned the most in the last week or so of doing this gig?
I've learned I have to wear a lot of hats. You got to juggle everything from the pregame interviews to making decisions in terms of the travel roster and certainly communicating with the referees and things of that nature. It's things that have never been in my scope before. But it's been fun, and it's been a great learning experience. Obviously, I would imagine over the course of a year, there's a lot more added responsibility that doesn't necessarily fall on my plate right now as it is in season, but it's certainly a job that it helps you gain a lot of respect for what the head coach does.
Colin Johnson joining us here from Ball State football before the Cardinals take on the Ohio Bobcats in the last regular season game of the year. Coach, it's kind of a short week for your squad, 6-day break between the Bowling Green game and the Ohio game. What's that like to try and get these guys prepared? Because we know we've seen 10-day breaks this year so far with the midweek action, but this one being an abbreviated week. What's that like?
Well, when you play a game as physical as the game of football, your number one focus is to make sure the players have enough rest. So, we had to make sure, even though we had to get back on the practice field on Monday, we had to make sure that we didn't overtax them. So planning and things of that nature, we had to make sure that, we didn't, go too hard in terms of the physicality or the running to overwork their legs. But, I thought we handled that really, really well. Our kids have been pros about it. We were able to get the great mental work on Monday and then turn around and do some things at speed on Tuesday, which brought us here to this point here today on Wednesday where we were able to do our walkthrough. And then we'll be back on the field tomorrow morning for our Fast Friday practice, which again ramps up the speed, a little less physicality, but more mental work at speed so that we can be prepared and ready to go on Friday.
Coach Johnson joining us here on the show before Ball State takes on the Bobcats Friday afternoon, Mid-American Conference football to wrap up the season. Coach, you mentioned trying to keep guys healthy. We saw a few changes to the offensive line during the game against Bowling Green. Just from that standpoint, how are you seeing that offensive line group come together right now before the last game?
Yeah, it's we're going to have some guys who have to step up, who haven't played a lot of snaps, and some guys who have to switch some positions. Most notably, Arkell Onugwum, who saw a little bit of game action earlier in the year against Western Michigan. He will be a big part of our game plan here this week. And then Chris Hood, who has been our left tackle ever since Damon Kaler went down. Chris is going to have to take some reps inside at guard with Tarantayo being down away from the program now. So it'll be a little bit different. We still have our mainstays in Ethan Crow and John Mucciolo, but having some guys have to flip around and do some things will be a little bit different from what we're used to. Now, certainly it's nothing new for me since I've been here as the offensive line coach. I've had to balance lines and shift people around just about every year I've been here. So when you're an offensive line coach, that's part of it. So that's why you carry somewhere close between 17 to 20 offensive linemen per season. And you got to make sure you pour into all of them because you never know when any of their numbers are going to get called. So just as Cody Smith stepped in last week and played well, I thought he's going to take that great role on again, playing right tackle for us. And so I'm proud to see these guys, the way they approach the work and accepted their roles to make sure that we can get a win here on Friday.
Coach, we saw Luke Dalton go down, and there's just been some questions about how are his spirits right now.
You know, he's in good spirits. He got a good report from the doctors after getting his MRI. So he'll make a speedy recovery. Certainly with being at the end of the year, he'll have a little bit of time here as we break after this game and go into the Christmas season. When we report back in January, I will see him back full steam ahead with off-season workouts and things of that nature. So it was the best news he could possibly get. Unfortunately, he's still down for the week, which, you know, has him a little bit down. I'm sure he wants to be out there and help us. But the best news he could possibly get, he got, which is a good thing.
That's great. Coach Johnson joining us here before Ball State takes on Ohio. Coach, when you look at this Ohio Bobcats team from an offensive standpoint, they have a running back that's been elite so far this year. The quarterback's kind of a dual threat guy. What do you see from that Ohio offense?
I see a group that obviously are playing with a lot of confidence. They've been dominant throughout the course of the year. They've handled things that have come their way really, really well. They're playing off the strength of their quarterback. He's a phenomenal athlete. He can do it with his legs and his arm. He's got great weapons on the outside that he makes sure he does a good job of getting the ball spread around. But anytime you have a running back like Anthony Tyus in the backfield, it really allows him to play comfortable because then you just can't sit back and play to his strengths. You got to make sure you stop the run game and at the same time have your eyes right to be able to stay in coverage down the field. So they're a good team that's going to present us with a lot of challenges. Like I've always said, I have utmost confidence in Jeff Knowles and his defense. I thought they played a phenomenal game against Bowling Green. They did a great job of forcing them to kick field goals in the red zone. They did a great job of getting us the ball back. I would expect them to do the same thing here on Friday. And then our offense has to show up, and which was something that we didn't see much of on Saturday. So we got to do a better job, and we're not going to rest on excuses. We got to do a better job to a man to make sure we execute and do our jobs and be able to help our defense out in those critical situations.
Coach, you've been the run game coordinator, so you kind of know how all the situation goes together with these dynamic quarterback and running back tandem. Just from your experience, when you're trying to slow down a group like that Ohio has, what's the kind of like the most important thing that you look for with your team trying to stop that?
Well, one, it starts up front. As always, we got to be able to control their offensive line in their front. If we can do that and make them one-dimensional, it gives us a much better opportunity to get off the field. So it's going to be a big challenge for our front four. They've got to do a great job of getting knocked back and controlling gaps to really bottle up the run game and really put a little heat on Ohio to have to play one-dimensional and let their quarterback win the game for them. Once you make a team one-dimensional, then it's so much easier to play defense. But to be able to do that, you got to get a little help from your offense as well. When they get the stops, we got to score so that now the pressure is on the opposing team's offense to move the ball and try to matriculate it. And make no mistake, your first thought goes to how can we get chunk plays and big plays so that we can stay in this game and it doesn't get away from us. So when the offensive coordinator starts to think that way, that's where it plays in the defense's hands, especially from the front. You can pin your ears back, put some pressure on the quarterback, and then help your DBs and linebackers out to be able to stay in coverage and make those windows so much tighter because the ball has to get out quicker. So that's really my experience from seeing it. It's been that way all across football. So we got to do a great job of managing those situations, make them as one-dimensional as we could possibly make them, and then make plays on the ball.
Ball State football interim head coach Colin Johnson joining us here on the show. Coach, before we let you go, I know you play the day after Thanksgiving at noon. Thanksgiving's a travel day, right? So are there any plans for the team to get together and enjoy the Thanksgiving festivities?
Absolutely. We're actually getting ready to get together here as a full team and our coaching families. We're going to head over across the street to the Alumni Center. We're going to break bread together one last time as Team 100. and enjoy each other and share thanks for each other and the opportunities that we have to be able to be together and play this great game that not very many people across the United States and across the world get an opportunity to play and share in. So we're very, very thankful for that. We're thankful for the people that have helped us along the way and be able to field a team to go out and compete on Saturdays in the NCAA level. So we're very, very blessed that way. There's a lot of things you can be down about when you have a season like this, but make no mistake, man, we're all winners in our own right because we get the opportunity to take part in such a great tradition and a great game as is in football.
Well, Coach Johnson, really, really appreciate the work that you've put in this year for Ball State football, and thanks again for all your time that you spent with us. Thank you so much, and happy Thanksgiving. Good luck Saturday. Good luck Friday.
Appreciate you, Meg. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, and we appreciate all the work you do for us as well.
That's interim head coach Colin Johnson joining us in the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. And, Chris, I think that one of the comments that kind of stuck out was he said that this interview was pre-recorded on Wednesday. So we talked about the festivities for Thanksgiving, the team going together and to the Alumni Center one final time to have a big Thanksgiving celebration meal. And those are always special moments for teams to be a part of that, whether it's with an interim head coach and change is coming or with a team that's been together for 4 straight years.
Well, yeah, and the thing is while they love their coaches, right? They have a great coaching staff, and these guys are beloved by the kids. It's the players, the guys you share the locker room, the guys you live with. These guys all live together. The guys you hang out with, you got
right.
the things you do. Those are the guys you're kind of playing for, and you're kind of spending your time with. And to be able to do that, to spend Thanksgiving with each other, that's special. They'll remember that the rest of their lives. The fact that they all ate Thanksgiving dinner together while they were playing football. Probably had a lot of laughs. I guarantee a lot of turkeys were gone through, and they'll remember that forever. So
we'll step aside one final time, come back, talk about the offensive line changes that Coach Johnson had mentioned, and we'll break all that down before Ball State takes on Ohio here on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, Ball State. This is Voice of the Cardinals, Mick Tidrow. Ball State Financial is your hometown credit union. It's the only place to get a free Dancing Charlie Cardinal-themed debit card. I opened up an account last year and absolutely love it. New customers also get free Ball State gear when they open up an account. Visit fcfcu.com/chirp for more info. That's fcfcu.com/chirp. Go Cards.
When you share your food, you share your heart. So what's on your table this holiday season? Save on your festive feast at Kroger with delicious deals on all the holiday classics. Or wow the crowd with something new, like a quinoa stuffed butternut squash. It's sure to add a pop of color to your spread. How about a sweet potato casserole with a crunchy oat streusel topping, made with care for the sweet tooth and the savory tooth? With Kroger, fill your table with love and watch as your guests' hearts get as full as their bellies. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Welcome back to the Gamebridge Ball State Cardinals Sports Network.
Samanza takes the snap, looks left, chucks it to the left corner. Koziel reaches up and grabs it. It's a touchdown, Cardinals. Tanner Koziel.
This is the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Visit PromiseCap.com for all your vehicle needs.
Continuing the conversation here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff, we are approaching kickoff, about 8 minutes away here from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow with you. Matt Tuttle's producing here this afternoon for Black Friday football. Cardinals and Bobcats kicking off around noon here today from Peden Stadium. Let's take a look at today's IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury report. Today at IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Muncie, walk-in appointments are now welcome. You don't have to wait to get back in the game, courtesy of IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Our injury report here today, a little bit shorter for Ball State. Justin Bowick is out, not technically on the injury report, but he is out. Luke Dalton, who suffered an injury last week on the offensive line, he's out. Isaiah Thacker at wide receiver is not playing today. Another offensive lineman out, Kevin Meter. Will Yates was put on the injury report late. He's not playing today. And then Sam Feeney's still out as he is recovering as well from injury this year. So that paves the way perfectly into the offensive line conversation. Mm-hmm. You don't have Kevin Meter. You don't have Taryn Tile because he entered the transfer portal. Luke Dalton got hurt last week. So 2 of your starters and then 1 of your immediate depth pieces is out. Coach Colin Johnson kind of mentioned this, but he's going with a completely different offensive line today.
Well, and it's next man up. It always is in this game. It is always next man up. So obviously Arkell, they love what his ceiling is, what his potential has shown to be. But this will be his first meaningful action of his career. And we all remember that the first time we stepped on the big stage and how
right.
it went. There's gonna be some struggles. The key for Arkell today is how can he respond and how can he overcome some adversity that he's going to see against a really good veteran defensive front. And Cody Smith, again, while they love his transition from defensive line to offensive line, he's incredibly athletic. He's long, he's big, he's fast. He's very but he's a little lean right now. He's going to have to put on some weight, but he too will get some wake up calls today. I guarantee his first couple plays, he's going to be like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But he
got a taste of that last week though too.
He did, and same with Arkell. They're going to get a little bit more comfortable as they go through this today. And then Chris Hood obviously is moving to a new position,
right,
to right guard. Something he's and I would bet everything he's got to be the biggest right guard in the country.
I mean, he's almost 7 feet tall.
I mean, he's huge, and I've said that before, biggest human being on the planet. When you stand next to him, you're like, wow, that is a big human.
Yeah, when we were going on plane flights,
it's hilarious.
To see him try and actually sit down.
To sit in a regular plane seat, yeah.
It's almost like he should just stand in the aisle and hold on to the
Yeah, he'd be better off.
the top.
So, anyway, but that being said, and Chris, I don't think it's any secret that the trajectory of Chris Hood over this season since he first started playing, 6 or 7 weeks ago, has been phenomenal. He's really starting to blossom. Does a great job on zone blocking, good on his pass protection. His down blocking's really good. So he's figuring it out. They need it. And then Cody Smith and Arkell are both going to have to accelerate their learning curve today as they go into a big game in the last game of the season.
So it's Arkell Anugum at left tackle today, John Mucciolo at left guard, Ethan Crow's playing center, Chris Hood's going to right guard, and then at right tackle's Cody Smith.
Yep.
So you look at that, and it's a completely different situation, and you just broke it down wonderfully. And Coach Johnson had alluded to that Luke Dalton got the best news that he could possibly get for an injury situation, that he's not available today, but he'll be ready to go by January. So that's good news for Ball State football's Luke Dalton. But when you look at what the offensive line looks like today, it'll be a little bit different with Anugum, Mucciolo, Crow, Hood, Smith, left to right on that offensive line. This is the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. Ball State and Ohio inching closer and closer. Both teams about to take the field here from Peden Stadium. The Bobcats led by fourth-year head coach Tim Albin. He's been with OU since 2005 when he took the offensive coordinator job under Frank Solich. So his 20th year in Athens, and he's trying to make this a massive year because an 8-3 football team for Ohio, they have never won 9 games or more in a season 3 straight years. They can do that with the win today. They can go to Detroit with the win today. This is a matchup that Ohio knows could be historic for this program. And for Ball State's side, we kind of talked about it right off the top. Chris, you have a chance to play spoiler, yes, but with all these close games that have been in the MAC, this is a Cardinals team that wants to end on a high note and put themselves in a win column.
Yeah, Ohio first. That fact, what you talked about, that all the factors that are hanging into what's going on with them today, that's not lost on their coaching staff. That's not lost on their players and their program. They know what they have to do today. We got a Bobcat riding a motorcycle on the football field. That is awesome. Not a real Bobcat, folks. And that's not lost. That is not lost on their coaches. They know what is at stake today to win another 9-game have another 9-game win season. Get to Detroit next week, which will propel them into a choice bowl game later on in here in a month or so.
So we'll see how it all breaks out.
Ball State wants to be a spoiler. I mean, who would? Yeah. Who would not want to be a spoiler on the road, last game of the season, and kind of put a poo-poo on the whole, season of the Bobcats?
That is a big Bobcat driving that motorcycle.
I want that job, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good gig, huh?
You think that's a real motorcycle, or is that one of those electric ones?
It might be an electric motorcycle.
Yeah.
I don't see an exhaust pipe, and it's probably better for the turf.
Yeah, they need to keep an eye on that thing. I think we may have to get.
It might not be here in Athens much longer. It's too cold to ride that thing on the interstate though for 4 hours, right?
Man, Mick, you know that.
Yes.
Hey, let me say this. It's been a joy to work with you this year. I know we're going into our last game together this year. I texted you when you guys, the cold call I got from y'all, when, hey, come be our color analyst for the radio. I was like, I'm honored and humbled. I can't believe you guys chose me. I've had the time of my life. I've told you that every week. I'm having the time of my life, and And I just hope I get a chance to do it again with you sometime.
Well, Chris, it's been the ultimate pleasure to have you. Thank you for saying yes, first and foremost. And second of all, you're hired for next year if you want it.
Okay.
So
all right,
come on back.
All right, we're going to start working on that contract negotiation. I'll get my agent involved.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station ID before the coin toss here from Peyton Stadium. It's Ball State in Ohio, almost a kickoff on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
92.5 FM, 1340 AM, and on Alexa, say play WMUN, a whoop boom station. This is the new WMUN Muncie.
Both teams have taken the field here at Peyton Stadium, and we are moments away from the opening kickoff between the Cardinals and Cats. Ohio's wearing the all-black uniforms today with the green numbers on the backside. Ball State's going with the white tops, white helmets, and black pants in this one. You have Ethan Crow walking forward, helping lead the team to the coin toss, along with Brandon Berger. Let's go down to the officials, led today by David Siegel for the coin toss from Peyton Stadium as the snow flurries slowly trickling down here from Athens, Ohio.
The MAC logo is heads. This side is tails. What is your call? Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. You won the toss. Ball State has won the toss with a further option.
So Ball State wins the toss. They're deferring to the second half. And Chris, you heard it from the ref's mic. This wind is whipping all over the place. It's pushing out away from us. This is not a day for kickers. It's like 28 degrees here in Athens. Well, a little bit warmer than that, maybe 32, I think it kicked off.
Regardless, it's really
28
cold.
to 32. It's cold. There's snow flurries, and the wind is absolutely howling right now.
Yeah, those flags are flying. They are whipping to our left, which would be north, I believe. Yeah, that's north, and they are really whipping. We've got a crowd that is extremely bundled up.
Yes, they are.
I don't see anybody in shorts and a T-shirt yet, but I would bet we're in Ohio. We're going to see that. These are some tough dudes over here.
They are tough. I see some Ohio State jerseys in here too, and
big game in Columbus
like
tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
This is the game of the day, though, right here.
This is the game of the day. Bobcats and Cardinals about to kick off here from Peyton Stadium in Athens, Ohio. First half brought to you in part by GameBridge. Winning demands consistency. Find a better way to grow your money at GameBridge.io. That's GameBridge.io. Cardinals and Cats are taking the field here from Peyton Stadium in Athens, Ohio. Final regular season game of the year and Ball State's last game of the 2024 campaign. Carson Holmer races out. He puts the tee on the turf at the 35-yard line. Hash marks left. And Ohio wearing those all-black uniforms here today with the green helmets, and Ohio sprayed across the top is ready to return from right to left. Ball State's on the far bench here today. Ohio on the near side. Beautiful backdrop here from Athens, Ohio. Have the river that's kind of dried up to the right of us here on the stadium. And
yeah, that's the Hocking River.
That's right. You did your research.
I did, yeah.
You were ready to go.
Yeah, I get ready for stuff.
You
know.
do. You would never miss a beat.
Boy Scout.
Ball State's bench jumping up and down. Ohio's doing the same as Carson Holmer looks to his left, points at his bench, surveys the right side, slowly walks up to the football and kicks it away. The final game of the season for Ball State underway, and it's a returnable kick for the Ohio Bobcats, racing to the 20 and then hit hard as Eamon Dennis, the graduate student from Worcester, Massachusetts, gives Ohio the football, 1st and 10 at their own 22-yard line.
Kind of ran in his own guy there. Ohio blocker was blocking a Ball State defender, and just he kind of ran in. I don't think he saw him. Tried to make a cut, didn't see him there.
So first look at Parker Navarro and this Ohio offense that is 70th in the country in total yards, and then in scoring offense, 75th in points per game. This is a team that wants to try and drag out possessions and really own the clock. And they have it 1st and 10, the Bobcats at their own 22-yard line, right hash mark. Navarro's in shotgun with Tyus the third to his right. Two wide receivers left. Navarro takes the snap, three-step drop, throws it to Tyus out of the backfield, catches Hashmark left. Chasing after him, Joey Stemler hits him out of bounds at the 34 of Ohio, and it's enough for 12 yards and a first down in the first play of the game.
Yeah, they had man coverage, Joey Stemler on Tyus there, and Tyus just went right up the middle and then ran a little flat route, and Joey just couldn't catch him.
Have to look out for this dual-threat quarterback, Parker Navarro, approaching 2,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards in the season. He's in pistol from the left hash mark. Tyus is right behind him. Two wide receivers sit out wide right, four linemen ready to rush for Ball State. Navarro takes the snap, hands it off. Tyus lowers the shoulder in between the hash marks and sucks down to the turf at the 39-yard line. It's a pickup of 5, 2nd and 5 for the Bobcats.
Great job by the Bobcats front line there. Boy, they really got a surge there and opened up that hole on an inside zone look, almost a mid zone. Ran it off a B-gap.
It's a very experienced offensive line with Carson Heidecker, the redshirt senior, started 30 games at Notre Dame College. Davion Weatherspoon is making his first season as a real starter. And then Parker Titsworth, the center, has been a staple. Almost 40 career starts for him. He's an all-MAC member. Christophe Atkinson and Jacob Dennison, the other two on the offensive line right side. 2nd and 5, handoff to Tyus. Wiggles past the 40 and up to the 43-yard line of the Bobcats. 3rd down and 1 for Ohio. Minute into the football game, no score.
Yeah, it was just a split zone with Mason Williams going across and running zone behind it. And with the running quarterback, that's a really nice scheme for Ohio to be running. Look for Navarro to start keeping that a little bit out of that look, because it almost becomes a double option.
Navarro puts his hands in his hand warmer, then jumps back into the pistol from the left hash mark. 3rd down and a long one for Ohio at its own 43-yard line. 3 wide receivers right, one's in motion. Handoff to Tyus in between the hash marks, stumbles forward to the 50-yard line, and it's a first down for the Bobcats on a gain of 7.
Well, what you're seeing, Mick, is you're seeing Ohio just trying to make a statement here coming out of the gate. Hey, we're going to run the ball. We're going to show you everybody that we can run the ball. And what that's going to do is that's going to bring the Ball State offense, our defense, up a little bit and start opening up some other stuff on the outside and the back end.
1st and 10 for Ohio at the 50-yard line. 2 wide receivers right, one's left. Navarro's in shotgun with Tyus to the right. Ball State has 4 ready to rush. They do. Navarro fakes the handoff, heaves it deep down the right seam. One-on-one coverage. It's a catch past Ty Baldwin and scooting into the end zone for the Bobcats. And a touchdown is the trusted wide receiver, Eamon Dennis.
Yeah, Dennis just ran a sail route. He got outside leverage on Ty Baldwin, but then he cut back across the middle on the post route. So it was really confusing for Ty. Ty knows he's got to push that kid outside, or the safety's got to come over if he gets inside leverage. So kind of a miscue by Ty Baldwin, and he was just caught deep.
Check that. That was Coleman Owen, who is questionable to play today. Goes in and scores his 6th touchdown of the season, and he's now over 900 receiving yards. He's been Navarro's favorite target, and he has the first points on the board here. And the extra point is up and through for the Bobcats to our left by Spedick, the sophomore from Ohio. Perfect 34 of 34 in the season on extra points. Well, the Bobcats jump out a big 50-yard pitch and catch from Navarro at quarterback to the wideout. Coleman Owen, who are roommates, they made it look easy there.
Yeah, they did. And what they did is they set it up with run, and then boom, hits the play action post down the middle. It turned out to be a post is what it ended up. But he went outside of Ty there. And when you're a DB and they go outside leverage, you think one thing, oh, he's going deep. He's got the go route down the sideline. And so Ty flipped his hips, and then when he came back across the middle, Ty just couldn't recover.
So it's a 50-yard touchdown pass. The Bobcats scored an explosive play to get this thing going. Fans, be sure to stop by Ashley Home Furnishings to help out your living room, located at 3400 North Morrison Road in Muncie for all of your furniture needs. That's Ashley Home Furnishings. Ohio 7, Ball State 0, 12:18 to go first quarter on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
We often talk about partnerships, and at Indiana American Water, we serve over 50 communities across the state, and each one of those has a special place in our hearts. One of these long partnerships has been with Muncie, the home of Ball State University, currently in its 107th year. At Indiana American Water, we're now in our 138th year, and we want to say, Go Cardinals!
Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Every injury is unique, just like our patients. Our board-certified and fellowship-trained surgeons will create a custom plan to help prevent future injuries. Our Marion Health Sports Medicine and Orthopedic team will guide you through the healing process. You'll feel confident knowing what to expect before and after treatment. We partner with you to make your recovery a success. You don't have to go far for excellent orthopedic care. Get back in the game with Marion Health.
Primark Construction is our Primark Construction Student Athlete of the Week sponsor, and for Primark Construction this week is Alexa Von Holz. She's been named our Athlete of the Week, and she is because she had a victory against Bellarmine as Ball State Swimming defeated Bellarmine. She had a 200 freestyle win and a 100 butterfly win. Von Holz upped her season tally to 5 wins. So congratulations, Alexa, on picking up Primark Construction Student Athlete of the Week awards for Ball State Swimming and Diving. It is a 7-0 lead. Bobcats in front of the Cardinals here from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. 12:18 to go in the first half. Ball State about to get the football for the first time this afternoon. Spedick kicking it right to left for the Bobcats. No Malcolm Gilly today for Ball State. He walked down in sweatpants as a team captain. He's not playing, so Cam Pickett's back to return the punt for the Cards. One of the fastest guys in the field. He grabs it for the hash mark right, turns upfield, but he's buried before the 20-yard line. Back at the 19.
Yeah, you got a kid there. Cam's really fast. He just hasn't done that a whole lot today. He missed a hole on the right side again. Never returned a kick, so it's hard for me to be critical of that. But with a little better vision, he would have hit that.
Ball State's first offensive possession, first down and 10 from its own 19-yard line. Trailing Ohio 7-0, 12:13 to go first quarter. He's Chris Radican, Mick Tidrow with you. Matt Tuttle producing in Ball State football's final game of the 2024 season. Tanner Coes with the motion man left to right. Quick throw from Samanza to the right numbers. Caught by Pickett past the 20 and blasted down at the 24-yard line of Ball State by Tank Pearson, who has 38 tackles on the season as a senior defensive back.
Yeah, Pearson came flying in. He was playing at the safety position. He just came flying in.
Second down and 6 for Ball State. It's a direct snap to Braden Sloan. He picks up a yard at the 25-yard line. It's 3rd down and 4 for Ball State.
Okay. Braden probably needs to hit that a little bit harder. But then again, the Ohio D-line just pinched everybody inside and took away any concept of an inside run.
3rd down and 4. Ball State has it. Samanza takes a shotgun snap for the right hash, throws it to Cam Pickett, who catches hash mark left and barrels toward the 40 and picks up a Reeds Plumbing first down. Cards the 15-yard pickup.
Great throw by Caden. Great job by Cam getting inside leverage on that DB.
Ball State's going no huddle. 3 wide receivers in between the hash marks. Samanza takes a snap, quickly throws it left side again. Pickett grabs it, numbers left, jolts forward, and he's inside the Ohio 40 down to the 36 on a big-time pickup for the Cards.
Same exact play, Cam. Play action to Cam on the slant.
Gain of 24. Ball State has 1st and 10 at the 37 of Ohio. Shotgun snap. Samanza hands it off, and Sloan swallowed up after a couple of yards down to the 34 of Ohio. 3-yard gain, 2nd down and 7.
Good job Braden falling forward as he was getting tackled, so he ended up picking up about another 4 or 5 feet. I think Coach Elliott has a feeling about Cam Pickett's matchup with Dustin Johnson. It's Dustin Johnson. I think he has a feeling about that matchup.
2nd down and 7 for the Cards at the 34 of Ohio. Samanza's in shotgun. Hands in the hand warmer from the left hash mark. Pemberton to his left. It's a fake handoff to Pemberton. Caden Samanza climbs the pocket, and he's dropped down behind the line of scrimmage back to the original spot at the 37. 3-yard loss, 3rd down and 10. And really it is that defensive line for the Bobcats that has about 4 or 5 guys that make plays, this time led by C.J. Doggett.
Yeah, and that was a 6-man pressure with a twist on the left side. And, with some younger offensive and more inexperienced offensive linemen, they're going to struggle with some of those things, the cues that they see to pick those up.
Ball State backed up 3rd down and 10 from the 37 of Ohio, trailing 7-0, under 10 to go first quarter. Sabanza in shotgun left hash. Peden Stadium makes some noise. Sabanza racing around. Here comes the rush again. He releases into his own bench. Far side left, incomplete pass. Cam Pickett. And it's 4th and 10 for Ball State at the Ohio 37. No man's land for the Cards, but they are going to stay on the field with the offense. A punt picks up maybe a few yards.
Yeah, there's no reason to punt here.
You're in a situation where you're 3-8, 2-5 in the conference.
Yep.
And down 7-0, have a chance to try and crack the scoreboard. And it's windy as all get out, so
yeah,
what's a punter or field going to do? And instead, Sabanza is going to actually pooch punt this on 4th and 10. Hits the 10, slowly rolling. Can Magwood get there in time? No. He was chasing after it, but it's a touchback.
I thought he was going to get there.
The ball just kept moving.
Yeah.
Just spun off to 5 and down inside of the goal. It's a touchback, and Ball State gives it back. The Bobcats 1st and 10 at the 20, so a net of 17 yards. With 9:17 to go first quarter, Ball State trails Ohio 7-0 on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
Behind every strong hip and knee. Behind every strong shoulder. Good catch. Behind every strong team is our highly skilled team of experts in orthopedics. IU Health is the official healthcare and sports medicine provider of Ball State Athletics, and we're here to keep you moving. From acute injuries to chronic pain and conditions, go where the athletes go. Walk-in appointments for new injuries are available Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can always schedule a same-day or next-day appointment and wait from the comfort of your home. Visit iuhealth.org/MuncieOrtho to learn more.
Maybe the game takes you on the road. Check into the Courtyard Muncie and Rising Convention Center. You'll find everything you need to transform your visit into a relaxing getaway. Book online today at Marriott.com. Ball State trails Ohio 7-0, 9:17 to play in the first quarter. With Chris Radican, Mick Tidrow on hand. Matt Tuttle's producing for Ball State football's last game of the season. Chris, Ohio went down the field, scored on a 50-yard touchdown pass from Parker Navarro at quarterback to wide receiver Coleman Owen. How do you see Ball State trying to respond defensively?
Well, defensively, they're going to have to play a little bit of a more cover 4 shell or some combo coverages, or, yeah, you know, what you're telling Ty Baldwin, some of those guys, listen, stay back, keep everything in front of you, let's make a tackle, no more big plays, that's key. And then he's telling the front, hey, let's get some pressure on this cat, let's get some pressure on this dude, and stay in your lanes,
Well, afternoon against a really good quarterback in Parker Navarro, who really hasn't used his legs yet after one possession. Didn't need to necessarily because of the handoff to Tyus and then the deep throw. See what Navarro does here on 1st and 10 for the Bobcats at their own 20-yard line, leading 7-0. Almost 6 minutes into the game here from Athens.
It's interesting. Ohio showed their formation and personnel right away. They didn't hold back.
Yeah. They go 2 wide receivers right. Tyus behind Navarro's, who's in the pistol. From the hash mark left, Navarro looks left, claps the hands, takes the snap, runs to the right side. Navarro, a quarterback, keeping it, running himself to the numbers right, blasted down at the 25-yard line. That was Keontae Newsom playing with some force. They actually marked it at the 24, so a 4-yard pickup.
They ran a speed option look, but Navarro was never pitching that. He was running all the way. You could see it in his head where he's looking. He was looking all the way. He's calling the plays at the line. I do believe that he's given a choice of plays to run, and he's calling them himself, his options.
That coach Tim Albin has the ultimate trust in Navarro. 2nd down at 6 for the Bobcats at their own 24-yard line. Navarro takes the shotgun snap for the right hash, gives it to Tyus, who breaks through the hole outside the numbers right to the 40. Udo's chasing after him and slings him out of bounds past midfield and to the 41 of Ball State. Another big play, and the Cardinals have let the Bobcats back into plus territory.
Yeah, that was a backside zone. It was a little bit of just a little pause to the catch inside zone, and Ball State over pursued on the side that they thought the ball was going, and he hit the backside really well.
It's a 34-yard pickup for Anthony Tyus III.
They're saying he went out at the 41.
It went out of the 41, so it was possibly a bigger gain, but 34 is all it'll be as long as 46 this year. Either way, Ohio has first down and 10 at Ball State's 41-yard line. 8 minutes to play first quarter. Cats up 7-0. Navarro takes the snap, quickly throws it. Coleman Owen, who has 1 touchdown today, runs on a slant route, and he is headed home again. Touchdown Ohio, near side end zone left end, and it is a 41-yard toss from Navarro to Owen, who did the rest after about a 10-yard slant route.
Yeah, it was just a shallow dig is all it was. He squared it off and came right across. The Cards were playing a deep coverage, and they ran everybody off, and there was nobody there. The safety was gone. Backside corner was getting blocked downfield. So, nifty little move by him after the catch.
He's been one of the best in the conference. He's closing in on 1,000 receiving yards as Coleman Owen. He had 5 touchdowns entering today. He has 2 more in this one. Spedek to kick it from right to left into the left uprights and sends it through. Ohio takes a 14-0 lead with 7 minutes and 48 seconds to go in the first quarter. Let's take a look at that drive. And this was a very efficient drive with, it was a, 3 plays, 80 yards in a minute and a half. You had the run from Navarro, the 34-yard scamper from Tyus.
Yeah.
And now the touchdown pass of 41 yards from Navarro to Owen.
Yeah, they ran the speed option look with Navarro, and then Tyus on the inside zone where he hit it on the backside, and then the deep drive route.
So Ohio 2 possessions in, 158 total yards, 103 through the air, 55 rushing yards. Ball State 42 passing yards, 2 rushing yards in 1 possession. So Cards have some work to do, down 14-0, 7 minutes and 48 seconds to play in quarter number 1. Quick reminder from our friends over at Sam Pierce Chevrolet. Thank you to Terry Schweer at Sam Pierce in Daleville for his support of Ball State Athletics. Visit SamPierceChevy.com. That's SamPierceChevy.com. Thank you, Terry Schweer and crew at Sam Pierce Chevy. We'll have the first quarter continuing next on the Gainbridge Radio Network for Learfield.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, pay-per-go toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Hey, visit over at our friends at 4-Day Ray. Just opened in Yorktown, Indiana. 4-Day Ray's brewed for communities, and you can have a great experience for dine-in or carry-out. Check out 4dayray.com for their full menu options. That's 4dayray.com. Ohio 14, Ball State 0, 7:48 to play first quarter. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow on hand. Matt Tittle producing in Ball State football's final game of the season. Here's Spedek to kick it right to left. A line drive kick. Cam Pickett's waiting for it. It bounces into the end zone. And a touchback. Wise move from Pickett there to let it take that hop.
Very smart. Time for the Cards to answer. They're going to get the ball. It is time to put together a good 7, 8, 9 play drive. Take them all the way down the field. They need 7. 3 is not going to help you here. 3 points is not going to help you in this drive right now at this point in the game.
Ohio's on a mission. A win and they're in the MAC championship.
They're not. I said it in the pregame. They are not going to take the Cards lightly today, and that has shown in the first 2 drives. His quarterback rating is 603.
Yeah, Navarro's.
By the way. That's not made up.
Ball State trails 14-0, 7:48 to go first quarter. It's the second offensive drive for Ball State. Caden Samanza takes the 1st and 10 snap for the 25, slings it to the left end to TJ Horton, and he is slammed down 6 yards backwards to the 19, and that was a whale of a play from Shea Taylor.
Well, and Keon Magwood just got blasted. He was supposed to be blocking the outside, the corner, and just got pushed all the way back into TJ Horton. So our receivers have to be better in the blocking phase. If you're Jared Elliott, you got to block. You're telling your receivers you got to block. No block, no rock.
That's the 9th tackle for loss for Shea Taylor, the season redshirt junior from Mount Perry, Ohio.
Pressure.
Second down at 16 for Ball State at the 19-yard line. Samanza takes the snap from the left side, flips it to Koziel, who catches and spins outside the numbers left. At a one tackler and closer to the original line of scrimmage. And Koziel lands out of bounds at the 23 of Ball State. So a 4-yard pickup. 3rd down and 12. Koziel's now 5 catches away from breaking the all-time receptions record for a tight end in a career. Yeah, he still has 1 year of eligibility left, too.
Yeah, he does. Good job by Nick Presley on the outside. He was giving some effort on that block.
So no Malcolm Gilly, no Justin Bowick. We'll see more Nick Presley today. 3rd down and 12 for Ball State at the 23. Samanza takes the snap, throws it right. Presley catches 27-yard line. He's blown up and hit down by 2 defenders. First one there was Roman Parodi, and cleaned up with Adonis Williams Jr. It's 4th down on a Ball State 3 and out, as he only got to the 29-yard line on a pickup of 7.
Good job by Caden getting out of the pocket, moving around, moving that, and giving them options right there. Great defense by the Bobcats. Wonderful job in the back end right there. All 3 of those plays.
4th down and 6 for Ball State, back at its own 29-yard line, trailing Ohio 14-0. 6 minutes to play in the first quarter. Brian Cooey's back to punt. Heels at his own 15-yard line for the right hash. Takes the snap from Tucker Dunn, lets one loose. Ball spins around and hits Owen at the 40-yard line. Hash mark left. Already has 2 touchdowns receiving and planted down at the Bobcats 46. Nope, they're saying 45-yard line. And that's where Ohio's 3rd offensive possession starts.
Good job by Keontae. Broke down, shuffled his feet, buzzed his feet and as he saw the returner coming at him, made the play.
Well, Keontae Newsom's moving his hand in a circle motion, said, "Let's go, guys." Yeah. You could see this is his last game. Saw him posting on social media on Instagram this morning of last one, want to go out there on the right note. So Keontae Newsom trying to hype up his teammates and get them ready for the 3rd defensive drive after 2 straight touchdown drives for the Bobcats. And both teams were on the field thinking that, hey, we're going to go play, but CBS Sports Network's televising, and
guy in the red hat
here
says
comes
otherwise.
The red hat. Yep. So it is a TV timeout.
His twirling needs to get better. I'm just going to say it right now.
Wow.
I'm going to critique him. Yeah, his twirling of the clock. There he goes. There he goes. He's moving it now.
Okay.
So apparently he can't talk and twirl at the same time because they were talking to him.
Now he's double covered by the officials.
Yeah.
Hey, check out A1 Graphics, a valued printing partner of Ball State Athletics. Visit a-1graphics.com. Well, the Bobcats get it for the 3rd time. They lead 14-0, just under 6 to go, first quarter on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey Cardinals fans, this is cornerback Ty Baldwin. You're listening to Ball State Football on the Cardinals Gamebridge Audio Network from Learfield.
Hey, thanks, Ty Baldwin, for welcoming us back from break. It's 14-0. The Bobcats of Ohio lead the Cardinals of Ball State with 5:47 to go in the first quarter. He's Chris Raddick and Mick Tudrow on hand, and Matt Tuttle's producing here today. Thank you to Jeff Jackson at Awards Plus in downtown Muncie. He makes all the plaques for the Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week Awards and for our Chirpy Student Athlete Awards. See Jeff for all of your awards needs. That's theawardsplus.com, theawardsplus.com.
You were talking about Keontae and it being his final game. He wants to go out with great effort. Yeah, the sense of finality is seeping in amongst a lot of these guys, knowing that's going to be their last game. They're going to play hard, and they really kind of need to come together here and start showing what they're all about.
Ohio 1st and 10 from its own 45-yard line after the Cooey punt, leading 14-0. A few seconds under 6 minutes to go in the first half. It's Navarro in shotgun for the left hash. He mentioned his QB rating is about 600 right now. He's 3 of 3, 100 yards, passing 2 touchdowns. He fakes the handoff and then spins out a one-tackler and ankle tackle from Keontae Newson to the 48 of Ohio. It's a 3-yard pickup, 2nd down and 7.
That's a pretty good job by the defense. They funneled everything back inside. Stemler stayed home, made sure that he wasn't going to break anything loose. That's a nice little adjustment by Coach Knowles, making sure you're doing that. I'm telling you, they're giving him like 2 or 3 plays, and he's calling it at the line.
2nd down and 7 for Navarro in the offense. In between the hash marks at the 48-yard line for the Bobcats, leading 14-0. Navarro has 4 wide receivers, 1 running back in, Ricky Hunt Jr. to the left. Navarro's taken a long time. Clock gets down to 3, takes the snap, races toward the hash mark left, keeps it himself, and pulled down by DJ Fields at the Ball State 45-yard line, right at the sticks. And they say 3rd down and inches.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. It looks like, if you're just watching it at home, you're seeing, that looks like a speed option. He is not pitching that ball. That guy on the outside is straight up a decoy.
Yeah,
that's
he's taking it to put his head down and going.
He's taking that outside linebacker and taking him out of the play entirely.
3rd down and inches. Navarro's back in the pistol, left hash, takes the snap. Handoff to Ricky Hunt Jr., knifes through the defense, climbs the 45, and hits the hash mark right for a 1st down to Ball State's 43, and a 1st down for the Bobcats.
Nice job by Hunt. He's very patient, kind of shuffled his feet as he hit the line. As soon as he saw something, he just ran right through there.
Hunt's kind of the lost man in the rotation because Tyus at starting running backs
Right.
almost at 900 yards. Navarro has 750 as the quarterback. Hunt had 5 touchdowns last year in the Myrtle Beach Bowl, which tied a record in the country.
Yeah, and he's got almost 400 yards today, so he's an effective back.
He is. Navarro's back in the pistol. Hunt's behind him. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and 4 down linemen for Ball State on a 1st and 10, 43 for the Bobcats. Navarro takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's 3 of 3 today, make it 4 for 4. And another catch for Coleman Owen, this time outside the numbers left to Ball State's 30-yard line. Picks up 13 and a 1st down.
Okay, yeah. DJ Fields was on the coverage, and DJ, gave him a little bit of respect, gave him a little bit of a cushion, and did a good job rallying, making the tackle, held on for dear life there.
Owen has 3 catches for 104 and 2 touchdowns in this game, and we still have 3:20 to play in the first quarter. Ohio 14, Ball State 0. Navarro with a pistol from the hash mark left. 2 wide receivers right, 2 tight ends, 1 on each side. Hunt's behind Navarro. Play clock just slowly trickling down to 7. Navarro takes the snap, fakes the run right. Ball State hits him down behind the line of scrimmage. It's at the 34, and there was Johnson there to smack him to the turf.
Nice job, yeah. So they've shown that outside zone run by the quarterback several times. He pulled up, and Caden did a great job of staying home, making the play.
That was a good play design, but Johnson read it very well. Stuck home, and it's now 2nd down and 14 on Johnson's first sack of the year.
They needed that. They really needed that. Let's get another one.
Navarro's back in the pistol, 2nd and 14 at Ball State's 34-yard line. 4 down linemen, but Ball State has 7 in the box. 2 wide receivers left in one-on-one coverage. Motioning from left to right is Chase Hendricks. Navarro takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's throwing it deep to Hendricks. Baldwin's there. It's intercepted by Ty Baldwin in between the hash marks, and Ball State has it at the 3-yard line.
So not a great throw by Navarro. Kind of overthrew him. Also, Ty Baldwin read that perfectly, played it perfectly on the outside, and read it perfectly and went up and high pointed that ball. He became the receiver, Ty Baldwin, and that's how you have to act sometimes as a DB. You got to play the receiver. Go up and get that ball. Don't wait for it to come down and knock it out. Go high point it and get it out.
You mentioned it. Ball State needed something like that. They get a sack and then a pick on back-to-back plays, and Ty Baldwin's first interception of his Ball State career comes in his last game as a Ball State Cardinal because he celebrated Senior Day last week.
Correct. Now watch for pressure here. Watch for a 6 or maybe even 7-man pressure here because they know it's a run down.
Cardinals have 97 yards in which to work with. 1st and 10 for Ball State at its own 3-yard line. Handoff to Pemberton, won't go down. Turns the legs to the 5-yard line. Pickup of 2, 2nd down and 8 to give Ball State a tad of breathing room.
He is incredibly strong, Mick. He is in strong like bull, as they say.
He had a receiving touchdown last week.
Sure
It's
did.
now 2nd down and 8 from the 5. Samanza takes the snap, heaves one left side. Koziel outside the numbers left, can't catch up to it. It's incomplete. In on the coverage was Roman Parodi, and it's 3rd down and 8 for Ball State at its own 5. $1:49 to go first quarter. Cards down 14-0.
They had Tanner on a little mini wheel route, and Ohio, to their credit, is playing him really tight. They're not going to give him a lot of room to run around.
Eden Stadium crowd making some noise here on 3rd down and 8 with 1:49 to go in the first quarter. First 5-yard line for Ball State. It's Samanza for the shotgun, 4 wide receivers set. Samanza takes the snap, handoff to Pemberton. He's swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. First man there was Bradley Weaver along with C.J. Doggett, and that defensive line's getting after it again. It's a 3 and out for Ball State after the Ty Baldwin interception.
Vaughn is really upset. He's being very vocal out there after the play. He needs to understand something. They had 5 O-linemen to block. Ohio had 7 guys in the box, so you just can't account for all those guys. If you don't have enough guys to block everybody, it's not going to end well. So Vaughn needs to understand that what just happened was not the worst thing in the world. They stopped a touchdown, took some time off the clock.
Because Ohio's offense up until those last 2 plays was humming.
Infallible.
4th down and 7 at Ball State's 5-yard line. Cooey sends the punt. It's caught by Owen on a fair catch. And this one lands at the 44-yard line, so a net punt of 38 yards for Cooey.
A lot of wind up there, kid.
Yeah, it's just not a day for kickers and punters. Like any statistic that you get from a kicker or punter today, don't take as gospel, right? This is going to be a tough one.
It is a tough one.
I don't know. I figured maybe teams will start going for 2, but then I realized, it's not NFL extra point kicks. It's from the 2-yard line, 3-yard line, so probably won't see that.
No.
14-0, Ohio football, 44-yard line of Ball State leading 14-0, a minute to go in the opening frame. Navarro's in shotgun for the right hash mark. To his left is Tyus. 2 wide receivers split out wide left, one of them Owen in the slot. Navarro hands it off to Tyus, breaks 1 tackle at the line of scrimmage, stiff arms another, carries a few defenders with him, and then Riley Tolsma sinks him to the turf at the 42 for a pickup of 2, 2nd down and 8.
Boy, Reichert had him in the backfield and missed, and Tyus was able to squeak out there to the outside, picked up a couple. Hate to be greedy, but let's get that guy in the end. Let's get that guy in the backfield. Start bringing him down in the backfield. He's a big, strong back, though, Mick. He's
5 yards per carry.
He's not going to go down easy.
6'1", 226 for a running back.
That's large.
That is. He's bigger than Navarro, a quarterback who's 6', 205. Navarro takes the snap, hands off to Tyus, dances around, breaks 2 tacklers, surges to the 40. Hash mark left for a gain of 2. It's 3rd down and 6 for the Bobcats. 13 seconds to go in the first quarter, so presumably Ohio will let this bleed to go to the second quarter.
Tyus did a great job because he ran into a big wall there and said, okay, that's fine, and he just planted his left foot and got what he could get, and he ended up getting about 4.
Hey, Cards fans, it's time to level up your living as the first quarter expires here from Athens, Ohio. Check out University Village, and they have you covered with spacious 2, 3, and 4 bedroom furnished or even unfurnished floor plans available for fall 2025. Best part, it's just a mile away from Ball State. If you're bringing your crew or looking for a roommate, come to our UV and see why it's Muncie's top best valued off-campus housing. Text CHIRP, C-H-I-R-P, to 51378. That's 51378 for your spot of fall 2025 today. It'll be here before you know it, Chris. This is the last football game. We're almost in December. The fall will be here before you know it, so get your roommates set for 2025 and check out University Village.
Absolutely.
Second quarter, your way next. Cards down 14 on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Hey, Cardinal fans, it's women's head basketball coach Brady Sally here to talk about my friends at Gill Brothers Furniture. Let Richard Gill and his staff make your house a home, just like he's done mine. He's a proud sponsor of Ball State Athletics. Gill Brothers makes great living affordable. 2 convenient locations in Muncie and Anderson, and visit them online at gillbros.com. Ask about the Ball State discount.
Hey, check out DeVoe Chevrolet. Such a special thank you to Spencer DeVoe at DeVoe Chevrolet in Alexandria for support of Ball State Athletics. Visit DeVoeChevy.com. That's DEVOE Chevy.com. DeVoe Chevy, a proud partner of Ball State Athletics. Cardinals trail at 14-0 here from Athens, Ohio. Start the second quarter. It's 3rd down and 6 for the Bobcats at Ball State's 40-yard line. Chris, they just threw a pick last drive. Ohio did. And now Ball State has them in a 3rd and 6 situation. What do you expect from the defense?
Big run, quarterback run right here. I expect Ohio to run the football here. I believe they're in 4-down territory. I expect them to run. What you need from Ball State, stay in your lane, gap sound, pursuit of the ball. When you make contact, drive, run your feet, lift, and get that guy down to the ground. And what I mean by lift, get those arms up in the scoop motion, get your chest on him and the barrel of your core, and run your feet. Get that guy down quickly, because Ohio has really broken a lot of tackles already in this game. Only in the first quarter, they've gotten several plays where they've gotten yards after contact, and we've got to put a stop to that.
Well, it's a big spot, because if you force Ohio to punt at the 40 of Ball State, you are again, when Ohio had it in plus territory, forcing a turnover or a punt.
Yeah, I doubt they're going to punt. They're going to go.
You think they'll go?
It's 4 down. Yeah.
Okay.
With the wind, how it is, that right now, that's a long field goal. That's as it stands, it's a 57-yarder.
3rd down and 6 to start off the second quarter for Ohio, leading Ball State 14-0. They have it at Ball State's 40-yard line, and Parker DeFaro back into the shotgun for the left hash mark. 2 wide receivers left, 2 right with 4 down linemen for the Cards, and they're showing pressure off the edge. Navarro looks left, looks right.
Yep.
Here's the snap. Navarro runs right, and he just has to heave it into his bench. Ball State stayed gap sound, and there to be the defensive pressure was Darren Conley.
Great job by Darren. He got right through there, and I think Ball State knew they were going to run that play. The way they came to that side, they knew they were going to run to that side.
Whoa, here we go, Tim Albin.
Yeah.
It looks like a punt, though.
That
Special
is a punt.
teams unit coming out. It's a punt.
I don't know. This is a tough field goal from here. They have to punt.
57 yards with the wind blowing in every direction possible.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, their offense hasn't failed a whole lot today other than the pick. I'm not sure you don't go for it here.
Yep, instead it's Jack Wilson to punt. This is 52nd punt of the year, averages 41 per punt. And this ball spins around, pinballs, and lands at the 15 of Ball State. Miles Norwood hit the deck because he was close to touching the ball as it was just spinning side to side. And Norwood just hit the turf, and he was close to touching it, but nobody touched it.
He didn't know where the ball was. You have to know where the ball was. And that's the problem with going down the middle like that on one of those type of kicks. It wasn't a squib kick. It was just he was just punching it. He was trying to keep it out of the wind, right? So he kicked it low, end over end. And Miles just didn't know where it was. It almost hit him. That would have been devastating.
The 25-yard punt. So Ball State gets the benefit of it not hitting Norwood, and then also not being backed up in the end zone, because that ball could have turned and done some wonky things. The way that thing was spinning.
Yeah, it was going end over end and turning sideways. It was weird. They got
there's an injured Bobcat. Yeah, that is Jack Wilson down. That's our IUF Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury timeout for Jack Wilson, the Ohio Bobcats punter. 14-0, Cats lead the Cards.
Tell you what kind of guy Colin Johnson.
That's the long snapper, Colby Garfield.
Oh, okay. Colin Johnson walked out to see if their player was okay. Like, that's the kind of guy you're dealing with right there with Colin Johnson. He
A+ human being.
Has zero interest in the benefit of their players, and he walks out to see how their kids doing. That's the kind of guy Colin is.
Best of the best, interim head coach Colin Johnson.
Yep. So here we go. Ball State's going to need to start protecting those 2 tackles a little bit. with some attached tight end looks. That'll help protect their tight ends a little bit. And they've got two right here. So
yes, they do. Ball State has first down and 10, trailing 14-0, 15 seconds into the second quarter. Cards working it right to left on the third offensive possession. Samanza takes the snap, throws it left, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage. That's Blake Leak on his second pass breakup of the season.
Same thing. The recipe is out. Ohio brought 7 there. Brought everybody. They had only guys back with a corner and the 2 safeties.
And you can tell Ball State's trying to get the ball out quickly.
Yeah.
To try and use the athletes like Cam Pickett to go do things with speed.
Yep. And that's about the 12th batted down ball that Caden's had this year. That's one of the things he's going to have to work on, is how do I find throwing lanes a little bit better.
Samanza in shotgun by himself, 5 wide receivers on second down and 10 from the 15-yard line. Throws it to Keon Magwood. It bounces off his hands and hits the turf incomplete. Shea Taylor in on the coverage. And the 2 linebackers, Leak and Taylor, who have been their leaders and heartbeat of that linebacking core, have made both plays here on this drive.
Yeah. And I felt like that hit him right in the chest. Oh, I just missed the replay.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's got to put his hands up. Now, he had really tight coverage. Here's the thing, Mick. If he would have caught it, he would have gained maybe 2 or 3. It wasn't going to be a big gain. Doesn't change the outlook of what they're going to call here.
Third down and 10 for the Cards at their own 15-yard line. 14.5 to go in the second quarter. Samanza takes the snap, 5-step drop, surveys, throws it over the middle of the field. It's caught by Patel. Outside the numbers right for a Ball State first down at the 34-yard line. A Reed's Plumbing first down. Dia Patel with his 6th catch of the season.
He's shown a lot of promise in the last few games, Mick.
He was used early in the season as a run blocker. Last couple weeks with some injuries, he's played more as a receiver, making some plays. First and 10, Ball State at the 34. Samanza throws it, caught by Cam Pickett,
Great
numbers
tackle.
left side. And that tackle made by Tank Pearson at the Ball State 39. It's a pickup of 5, second down and 5 for the Cards.
I'll tell you, he didn't get hands on him, he's gone. He's gone. He would have taken that to the crib.
Yeah, Tank Pearson was a JUCO All-American and led the country at the JUCO level in interceptions in 2022, so we know he can play ball.
Yeah.
He's made a couple of nice plays today. Second and 5 for Ball State at the 39-yard line of the Cardinals, trailing 14-0. Just over a minute gone by here in the second quarter. Samanza's in the shotgun, hash mark left, 2 wide receivers right, 2 running backs in with him. Magwood's to his left, and he motions out right side. Samanza takes the snap, hands it off to Braden Sloan. Samanza about to set a block. Sloan follows him at the 45-yard line. Pickup of 6, and a Reed's Plumbing first down.
He was going to go Baker Mayfield on that one.
He was
trying
about
to. Get downfield and make a block. I think he thought he had second thoughts as he got to the block. He's like, well,
he did, because Sloan went inside and
Yeah.
Samanza went outside. He's like, I don't need to lay a block here.
Yeah. You're talking about a foreign world for quarterbacks. You're asking them to block. That is. Yeah.
I feel like they want to a lot of times, so they want to lay a block. Some of them do. You get
some
like
of
Jordan
them.
Love, who gets out there and
He
runs, and
will.
he's trying to
He
like
will.
hit somebody. Either way, it's a Ball State first down and 10 at the 45-yard line, trailing Ohio 14-0. 13 to go, second quarter. Samanza takes the snap, handoff. Christian Davis races toward the hash mark right, and his pile drive down to the turf at the 46, a 1-yard pickup, and it's Lake again there for the tackle.
Good job by Christian. There was not a lot to work with there. He got what he could get with the way the front was coming up. Oof, man, good penetration by the OU defense. Ohio gets to the ball really well. They're swarming. They almost remind me a little bit of BG last week.
Right. They are 11th in the country in rush defense and 11th in the country in total yards allowed per game. It's second down and 9 for Ball State at the 46. Samanza takes a deep drop, looks left, throws it left. Davis jumps up, and it's incomplete. At the 30 hash mark right, hash mark left, he was wide open. Samanza tried to roll out of the pocket and touch pass it to him, just past him.
So Caden had a little bit of momentum moving forward. It's hard. That's such a touch pass. You got to really feel that. And he definitely wanted to get it out of the reach of the OU defender, but with his forward momentum, he probably just put a little bit too much juice on it. Another foot of air under that ball, and it would have gone right in, and Christian would have gone.
There's nobody behind him.
There was nobody behind him.
Ball State has third down and 9 at their own 46-yard line. 12:08 to go, second quarter, 14-0 Bobcats lead. Samanza in the shotgun takes a snap between the hash marks. Sidewinding throw to Tanner Koziel, catches it to 50 and popped down by Shea Taylor. Minimal gain of 4. It's fourth down and 5 for Ball State. Koziel is now 4 catches away from breaking that all-time receptions mark by a Ball State tight end, but the Cards are going to punt here.
There was some hesitation there. I thought they were thinking about it.
Right at midfield.
Yeah, I kind of thought, oh, they're thinking about this. And Coach Connolly was eyeballing Coach Johnson. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? You know what's great, though? He had all his guys ready. He had all his guys staged and ready to go just in case.
Either way, going for it or kicking it away.
That dude is always prepared.
He is. Now, Ball State has 4 guys off the line to the left side. Cooey takes the snap, kicks it. This one wobbling to the 30-yard line, bounces inside there, and lands out of bounds on Ball State's sideline far end. And this one actually makes it to the 20-yard line, Chris.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
30-yard punt.
Obviously, we would want it to be down around the 3, but we'll take what we can take, right?
So Ball State forced to punt it away with 11:16 to play in the second quarter, 14-0. Ohio is in front of Ball State here in the final game of the year for the Cards. Hey, check out West Fork Whiskey, newly partnered with Ball State Athletics. Visit them in person in Westfield, Indiana, or online at westforkwhiskey.com. That's westforkwhiskey.com. As the Bobcats have 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line, leading by 2 scores in the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, Ball State. This is Voice of the Cardinals, Mick Tidrow. Ball State Financial is your hometown credit union. It's the only place to get a free Dancing Charlie Cardinal-themed debit card. I opened up an account last year and absolutely love it. New customers also get free Ball State gear when they open up an account. Visit fcfcu.com/chirp for more info. That's fcfcu.com/chirp. Go Cards.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptoninn.com. At munciesweets.hamptoninn.com.
Thank you to Jason Shively at Victory Honda of Muncie for support of Ball State Athletics. Visit victorymuncie.com. That's victorymuncie.com. Cardinals and Cats facing off in the final game of the year, 14-0. Ohio in front. Second quarter, 11:16 to play in the first half. Chris Radican, Mick Tidrow, Matt Tuttle producing here this afternoon. All right, Chris, another defensive opportunity for the Cardinals. They've held Ohio in check the last 2 possessions after explosive plays led to the Bobcats' first 2 scores.
Yeah, they've absolutely responded in the past couple drives, and that's something to hang your hat on. Now let's improve a little bit. Let's get this ball. Let's get a takeaway and get a quick 3 and out, and let's let that offense get rolling again.
Yeah, offense hasn't been able to move the ball much after that first possession where they went 46 yards, but had to punt it in plus territory.
No excuses. They've got a couple receivers out that normally help them, give them other weapons, and So and with new O-linemen, they're going to struggle to manufacture yards and points today.
Here's Navarro, takes the 1st and 10 snap for Ohio, hands it off at the 20-yard line to the running back Tyus, who drives down to the 3-yard line at the right hash mark, pickup of 3. Second down and 7 at the 23.
If you're watching this and you're listening on the radio, you saw no one accounting for Parker Navarro on the backside keep. So if he decides to keep that, Ball State better have somebody on the backside to handle him, because he would have taken off. They had nobody to account for him. And
him rushing today, just 4 carries for 10 yards. So Ball State's held him in check at 2.5 yards per carry. But you're right, if he decided to take that one, it could have been a different story. Second down and 7. Navarro does take it. He fakes the handoff and races up the right hash mark and finds his way to the 29-yard line, gain of 6. 3rd down and a long one for the Bobcats.
They had a Navarro sandwich there. I mean, they had 2 guys just absolutely crushed him. He is a tough kid. Gets right up, ready to go, ready to call the next play.
Yeah, Navarro spent 2 years at UCF, 3 rushing touchdowns in 2021. 22 didn't really play a whole lot, transferred, played minimally last year for Ohio, and now here's a whistle.
You got cheaters
with
everywhere.
Some flags coming out. And the reason that Navarro didn't play last year is because Rourke, another Rourke brother, was dominating the MAC.
He's dominating the Big Ten now.
Ball start. Offense for 77. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Jacob Dennison, the right tackle, has 23 appearances on his career. Commits the penalty there.
And not a big penalty team either.
No, this team is 37th in fewest penalties per game in the country, just 5.5. But 3rd and 6 for Ohio at their own 23-yard line. Navarro's in shotgun in between the hash marks, 4 wideouts. Tyus to his left. Navarro takes the snap,
Brandon
keeps it himself. Berger almost got home, but Navarro finds a hole, sees it, left sideline. He's running, hits the 50-yard line, and hit down from behind. Eventually knocked by A.J. Taylor to Ball State's 44.
God, Jake Bruno was mauling McLean down the field. And, I mean, 30 yards downfield, he was.
Right.
What a great block. I'm sorry, that was Keontae. He was getting Keontae the best of him.
That's a 32-yard pickup. Now Navarro takes the snap, throws it again. It's caught by Owen. Hash marks right, dives to the outside, and the numbers right, and hit out at the Frank Solich Field riding at the 15-yard line near side for another big play.
That's very heady by the offensive coordinator to call a quick big play after another big play. Go ahead.
29 yards.
Yeah, you're one. Yeah, you know, defense is reeling, trying to get themselves collected and gathered up, and it's a great opportunity to make a big play.
Ohio 14, Ball State 0. 9 minutes to play in the first half, and it's 1st and 10 for the Bobcats at Ball State's 15-yard line. Here's Navarro and shotgun for the right hash mark. 2 wide receivers right, 1 left, and Tyus in the backfield left, and they're moving.
Yep.
Here come flags.
So Ohio has a interesting
false start. Offense, number 57.
Interesting system.
5-yard penalty.
For making their O-line calls. They raise their hands and they pat and they move their hands outside. They're making their O-line calls, and often it's hard for a big kid like that to start waving his arm one way and not move a foot or a hand, your down hand or anything like that.
That was Heideldecker, the left tackle. 1st and 15 for the Bobcats at Ball State's 20. Still in the red zone. Motion man from right to left is Hendricks. Navarro fakes the handoff to Hendricks, takes it himself, runs up the middle to the right seam, and then races into the end zone for a touchdown near side right. Navarro found all the space, and he takes it in home for his 12th rushing touchdown of the season.
Again, hard to account for a running quarterback, and especially a kid like him, when he does that, he is impossible to stop. And he's so shifty, and he's got great vision. He knew exactly where to go and how quick to go.
20-0, Ohio in front of Ball State with 8:25 remaining in the first half. Spedix in for the extra point. Kicking it to the end zone to our right. Sophomore from Ohio's 35 for 35 on extra points this year. And Spedix kick is up and through for the extra point.
Frustrating part about that, Brandon Berger had a chance at Navarro at the 45-yard line, or at the 40-yard line on the backside. Just couldn't get home, and Navarro ended up taking it about 29 yards.
Yeah, that was the drive of Parker Navarro. He had 10 total rushing yards entering that drive, had 58 by himself. That possession highlighted by a 32-yard run and then a 20-yard touchdown finish. 21-0. Bobcats in front of the Cardinals. 8:25 to play into the second quarter from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. Hey, the holidays are basically here. We just had Thanksgiving yesterday. And to get you ready for the Christmas and holiday season, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where you'll find early Black Friday deals that have been happening, and then now Black Friday deals that are taking place today. Families come first at Kohl's. Check out Kohl's.com. You woke up really early this morning to come and pick me up. Did you do some Black Friday shopping before you picked me up?
No, but I'm related to a woman that did.
Oh, okay. So she was up at the same time as you?
Yeah, she did a lot of it last night. I think those Black Friday deals now really kind of start on Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday. I mean, I know she's on that little Google machine she got, and she's always constantly surfing for those deals. And I think she bought a bunch. I know from the packages we've gotten over the past couple of weeks, I can't imagine they're – oh, he hit that.
Oh, wow. Field goal from the 15. So
from the package we've got, I can't imagine there's much more shopping to do.
Ready to go for the holiday season. And speaking of Black Friday deals that run through December 2nd, Ball State basketball tickets, both men's and women's, there's a Black Friday sale happening for the rest of this week through December 2nd. So make sure to check out ballstatesports.com for men's and women's basketball tickets.
Get up there and check out some hoops.
Absolutely. First half continues when we come back. Cards down 21-0 on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Take care of you. From our big selection of quality new and used vehicles that include the Greg Hubler Promise to our quick lane and quick wash locations that make sure your vehicle runs and looks new. Plus, we have free vehicle delivery anywhere in Indiana. Visit PromiseKept.com today. Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Hubler.
Behind every strong hip and knee. Behind every strong shoulder.
Good catch.
Behind every strong team is our highly skilled team of experts in orthopedics. IU Health is the official healthcare and sports medicine provider of Ball State Athletics, and we're here to keep you moving. From acute injuries to chronic pain and conditions, go where the athletes go. Walk-in appointments for new injuries are available Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can always schedule a same-day.
Ohio 21-0, 8 minutes and 18 seconds to play in the first half.
And here's the shocking development: Tank Johnson on the tackle again, or Tank Pearson rather. He was everywhere.
He is the special teams defensive back. Tank Pearson is been the guy today for Ohio's defense. Ball State has 1st and 10 at the 20 to hand off to T.J. Horton, and he is ankle tackled by Blake Leak, a graduate student from Culpeper, Virginia, second on the team in tackles. Drags him down after a 3-yard gain to the 33, 2nd and 7.
Good patience by T.J. there to wait for the hole to open. What's crazy, Mick, they had 7 guys right at the line of scrimmage, ready. They knew it was going to run, and Ball State still managed to pick up about 3.
Inside 8 minutes to go before halftime. 21-0, Bobcats in front. 2nd and 7 for Ball State at the 33. Samonda points with his right index finger. T.J. Horton stands to the left hash mark. Samonda's in shotgun, handoff to Horton. Swallowed up again. It's Blake Leak once more. No gain, 3rd and 7.
Generous spot there, by the way. Arkell's limping a little bit.
And that's the last thing that Ball State needs, another offensive lineman limping, because Arkell and Newgum starting at left tackle for this offensive line that's revamped.
And I'll speculate he got stepped on. The way he's
he's kind of stepping around and trying to shake out his leg.
Yeah, he got stepped on.
It doesn't feel good in 30-degree weather.
It doesn't feel good in 90-degree weather.
3rd down and 7 at the 33 of Ball State. 2 running backs in, 2 wide receivers right, 1 left, as Samonza now sends Pemberton right behind the left guard. Samonza takes the snap, 3-step drop, looks toward the left, chucks it down the field for Cam Pickett. He catches it in plus territory, tiptoes the sideline. It's incomplete, though. They say he's out of bounds. They say he's out of bounds.
Really, really
and
close.
And Tim Pickett's feet tapped, and we'll see if they call it in or out. And Pickett catches at the head. Right foot's down, but did he have possession?
They take a look at that.
Left foot got in, but it also hit the line at the last moment.
One foot only.
Did Pickett have full possession right there?
He's got it.
As he goes down. I think that's a catch, Chris.
They're going to take a look at it.
Yeah, that's
here they come.
Ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. That ruling is under further review.
Of course, just need 1 foot down in college football. Pickett got that in. I think the referee was thinking that Pickett didn't have full possession.
He had it.
But it looked like he had it at the right shoulder.
His forearm was wedged against the ball, which tells me he had control. If the hand is on the tip of it, right there, he's got hand on the tip, and it's wedged against his forearm. That is control.
And the right foot looks down to me.
It is. There's plenty of green there. The thing that tells – I think that one of the things they're concerned about is the DB, the left hand for the defender, Roman Parody, got on the ball for a second, so it caused it, but it's still in his possession.
Right, it's in his possession, and he's rocking back right there, and the heel does not touch the white. So that looks like a catch from Cam Pickett. What an excellent throw and catch.
And the guy that called it, now both guys called it, but the guy with the closest view was the guy behind him. He could not see if that ball was secure or not. The other guy who came in and signaled it wasn't a catch was down here at probably the 32-yard line, so he was 35 yards away. I think when they take a look at that, I do believe this will get overturned. I think there's enough evidence. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think this is really
and I am biased, by
contest.
The way. I want it to be a catch, but I am biased.
While they're looking at it, let's pause 10 seconds for station ID on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
92.5 FM, 1340 AM, and on Alexa, say play WMUN, a Whoop Boom station. This is the new
So they're still reviewing this here. If it was a catch from Cam Pickett as Ball State trails Ohio 21-0, 6:51 to play second quarter. This is the difference between being in plus territory and a first down catch or having to punt again on 4th down at 7. It's a big call in the game, and the officials are taking a long time, but now one of the officials has picked up the football from the 33 and is running all the way down to the opposite side of the field, and they're going to place this down at Ohio's 36. It's a Ball State first down and a pickup of 33 yards.
The receiver had his right foot inbounds, secured possession of the football, and maintained it throughout the complete process of the catch. Therefore, it is a catch at the 36-yard line, first down.
Beautiful ball from Samanza.
Yeah, great ball. Great catch. Wonderful catch by Cam Pickett.
Snow flurry starting to slowly drop back down here at Peden Stadium. We saw that pregame, and now they're flurrying down the day after Thanksgiving.
It's 72 in here, I know that.
Yeah, it feels great up here. First down and 10 at the 36 of Ohio. Cardinals trail the Bobcats 21-0. Clock at 6:45 here in the second quarter. Samanza to the pistol from the left hash mark. 2 tight ends, 1 running back. It's Braden Sloan who receives the handoff, rolls forward past the 35 and down to the 33 of Ohio. 3-yard pickup, second down and 7. Ball State goes no huddle. Puts 3 wide receivers left, including tight end Tanner Koziel. Samanza takes the snap, looks left, 3-step drop, slings it to Koziel, catches, drops, incomplete at the 20-yard line, numbers left.
That's a rare thing. You don't see that a whole lot. A ball overthrown to Tanner, as tall as long as he is.
Looked like he had a chance to catch it.
It was just.
But it was a little high, and he
jumped too late.
Yep.
He jumped too late.
So third down and 7 for Ball State at the 33 of Ohio. Down 21-0 with 6:20 to go. Chris, you think maybe this is 4-down territory?
100%. Absolutely. There is no reason to punt this ball away. Although there's not a lot of wind right now. A little bit. It's going left to right, but I don't think there's any reason to punt it.
3 wide receivers right, 1 left. It's Sloan in the backfield. Samanza takes a snap, quickly drops, throws it. Open man. Daya Patel reaches up, snags it, dumps into the end zone. Ball State touchdown. Daya Patel's first career receiving touchdown, and the Cardinals are on the board 21-6 here in Athens.
A great job by Daya there. Kid from Lawrenceburg. Inside move to outside move. Just basically, well, for lack of a better phrase, he broke that kid's ankles, went outside. The DB wasn't anywhere close. Great ball by Caden, by the way. And also, lastly, great protection by the O-line. Had Caden all day to throw the ball.
That is the 23rd touchdown pass for Caden Samanza this year, most since Drew Plitt threw for 24 back in 2019. And the Cardinals cracked the scoreboard, 21-6 ball game with 6:13 to go second quarter. And out for the kick to our left is Jackson Corville. He swings the right leg up and sends it home.
That was so necessary. They needed that so badly.
And now the Cardinals just down 2 scores. Hey, you get a stop and a score right before halftime. Ball State gets the ball to start the second half.
Now it's a ball game.
Could flip this thing back on its head real fast with a couple of defensive stops.
Yep.
That is a Gamebridge scoring drive for Ball State to cut this to a 14-point ball game. Let's take a look at how that drive went for the Cards. They go 6 plays, 70 yards, 2 minutes and 5 seconds for the first score on the day for Ball State. 21-7, 6:13 to play in the first half on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
There are Black Friday deals, and then there are Kohl's Black Friday deals. Where else can you get 40% off Levi's, up to 50% off Sephora fragrances, and home favorites for under $10, all in the same place? And it gets better. You can score extra Kohl's Cash with $15 earned for every $50 spent. Get 15% off some of your finds, and save even more with limited time doorbusters like 50% off toys. Select styles. Offers end November 29th. Coupons do not apply to Levi's and toys. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Welcome back to Peyton Stadium in Athens, Ohio, 21-7. Bobcats lead the Cardinals 6 minutes and 13 seconds to play in the second quarter. He's Chris Radican. I'm Mick Tidrow with you. Matt Tittle producing here this afternoon on a snow flurry Friday afternoon from Athens, Ohio, in Ball State's last game of the season. Big touchdown for Daya Patel. First career touchdown reception. And it cuts the deficit to 14.
So a little bit of wind up there. It's going left to right as the kicker looks at the end zone. It's going to have to, ideally put this through the end zone with that wind up there. I would keep it low. Oh wait, we have a new kicker, don't we?
No, Carson Holmer's the kickoff man.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah.
He's been kicking off this year.
I thought that said 90. I thought it said 96.
You thought Jackson was out there?
Yeah, I did. I'm like, he doesn't kick off.
So you have Homer staying out there, kicking it right to left for Ball State. Ricky Hunt Jr. back to return it, left side. As Chris counts out his special teams unit to make sure both teams have 11. And now here's an onside kick. Carson Homer sends it up. It's bobbled and then caught by Cam Johnson. Ball State has it at the 45-yard line. How about that from Ball State? Colin Johnson says, I got this. Corey Conley's group executes. A fist bump from Carson Homer, and Ball State has it after just scoring a touchdown. It's a Ball State possession in a very short field.
I saw they worked at it. They worked at 7 or 8 reps on Wednesday at practice. I am very happy about that. I almost said something. I had a feeling like, why wouldn't you try to onside kick and get it back real quick? So good job. Nice job. Great execution by Corey Connolly and his crew. There was some sort of timeout on the
previous
field.
play was under further review.
So it hit. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to see this. I thought it hit the OU receiving team first.
Well, I thought it hit him in the hands.
Which negates a 10-yard rule.
Right, it doesn't have to go 10 yards if Ohio's the first to touch it.
And I think he touched it about 7 or 8.
Right.
So
it looked pretty clear.
Yeah. Be interesting
they're
to see
double
what
check
happens
this
here. They're not showing it. Here we go.
So Homer kicks it from the 35-yard line. Slow dribbler to the right side. It goes past the 45 anyway, but they're looking to see, Chris. They're looking to see if Ball State had a player touch it before Ohio did. I can see where they're looking at this now because Holt raced in and jumped near the football. And did he graze that before the Ohio player touched it? Because he would have been 9 yards where the kick was if he touched it first. That's what they're looking at.
You can't see that from that view.
From that angle, you can't tell.
It didn't appear that he did.
So you can't tell if Holt touched it, but
here we go.
You can see why they're looking at this.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
The Ohio guy's the first guy to touch the ball.
Yeah, Holt was not.
Jack Beebe was right there, and
Holt was not pushed into it either. No. So I think Ball State's safe there.
Yeah, I think we're good. So that's a huge call. What that is that's Coach Johnson saying to Corey Connolly and his special teams, go get the ball back. Let's get another score. Let's make this happen. Yep, we're getting it. It's ours.
Yeah, Ball State's walking back on the field offensively
on the
here.
field is that all blocks by the kicking team were illegal. Ball State is in legal possession of the ball. It'll be first down. Please reset the game clock to 6:10. 6-1-0. Thank you.
They were looking at if Ball State took, because you have to allow OU the opportunity to receive it. You can't just knock those guys out.
Right, you can't just block them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So then, it looked good to me. So what do I know?
After the onside kick, Ball State has possession, first down and 10 from its own 44-yard line, trailing Ohio 21-7 with 6:10 to go in the first half. Ball State just scored, gets the onside kick, and now trying to make this a one-possession ball game. Savans is in the shotgun right hash mark. 2 wide receivers left, takes the snap, hands it off to Pemberton, who's obliterated at the line of scrimmage and pushed down by Lake. Lake is having himself a night.
He's really good. And there's nowhere to go. These guys, they're slanting to what the O-line is doing. So they're reading the O-line. The defensive front is reading the offensive line, and they're slanting the direction. We got a defender down.
Yeah, this is Casey Seagars, redshirt junior from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Timeout. Injured player on defense.
He's in midfield on his backside. So this is an IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury timeout with 5:49 to play in the first half. Ball State trails Ohio 21-7. Cards have second down and 8 from the 46. When we come back, IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Injury Timeout from Peden Stadium on the Gainbridge Radio Network from Learfield.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
Hey, Ball State. This is Voice of the Cardinals, Mick Tidrow. Ball State Financial is your hometown credit union. It's the only place to get a free Dancing Charlie Cardinal-themed debit card. I opened up an account last year and absolutely love it. New customers also get free Ball State gear when they open up an account. Visit fcfcu.com/chirp for more info. That's fcfcu.com/chirp. Go Cards. After the injury timeout, Ball State has second down and 8 at the 46-yard line. Samanza takes a snap, throws it to Cozio, crossing route, catches at the 50, breaks one tackle, numbers left, spinning out of another, breaks a second, and down to the 40-yard line of Ohio. That was all Tanner Cozio making a play into plus territory. It is a gain of 14 and a Reeds-Plumbing Ball State first down.
Tanner did not want to go down easy on that. He was gonna pick up extra yards. Very good job by Tanner Cozio.
Ball State working no huddle here with Samanza in the shotgun, hash mark left. 3 wide receivers right. Samanza down one-on-one to Cam Pickett. He heaves, he catches, he jumps in for the reception inside the 10. And what a play from Cam Pickett. There's a flag thrown as well, but Ball State has it at the Ohio 9 for a moment, but people are walking backwards. We'll see what the call is, and now the crowd cheers.
Yeah. Cam got a little bit too handsy when he went up to catch. Here we go.
Pass interference. Offense, number 7. 15-yard penalty. Repeat. First down.
That's a good call. So when Cam went up to catch it, he pushed the defender away. Might get rid of that on Sundays. I don't like the band taunting Cam back there. I'm not happy about that.
Is that what they were doing? Was the band taunting?
Yeah, they're yelling at him. You committed him. He knows he committed a penalty, so we don't need some.
Were
guy
you just
playing
about
the
to say felony?
Yeah,
it was a penalty.
Yeah, we don't need some guy playing the trombone to tell us it's a penalty. We know it's a penalty.
21-7, Ohio leads Ball State. First down at 25. Now Ball State's backed up to the 45-yard line of their own territory instead of being down inside the 10. Samanza's a shotgun left hash mark, takes the snap, looks right, throws it back to Pickett, jumping catch at the 50 numbers, breaks one tackle, and thrown out of bounds far sideline into Ball State's bench. It is down to the Ohio 44.
Cam does such a good job with yard after the catch, getting loose, getting free, and getting yards after the catch. I believe it looked like they grabbed his head turned really quickly. They didn't call that.
It's 11-yard pickup, so it's second down for Ball State and 14 yards to go at the Ohio 44. Approaching 4 minutes to play in the first half. Cards down 14. Samanza for the shotgun right hash mark. 2 wide receivers right. Pemberton motions out of the backfield. Samanza climbing the pocket. Here comes the pressure, and an ankle tackle brings him down at the 44. So it is qualified as a sack, but no lost yardage by Marcel Walker-Burgess. His 5th sack of the season.
Guy down. Ohio defender down.
Timeout. Infringer player on defense.
This is another Bobcat injury. And trying to see who it is down there at midfield. He's kind of blocked by the training staff. We'll check on that here in a moment. 21-7, Ohio leads Ball State. 3 minutes and 48 seconds to go. Ball State has third down and 14 at the Ohio 44-yard line. On this IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine Injury Timeout. Look.
Caden Schmitz. Is it 19?
It is 19, Caden Schmitz. Good call.
Yeah, he's got a club on his hand. That's what we talked to Marty about that before the game.
Yeah. A couple of guys playing through some injuries for Ohio, and a few of them having surgery at the conclusion of the year, but playing through the pain with the clubs.
Well, it's an important game. They need to win.
Yeah.
So everybody, all hands on deck.
They realize what's at stake.
Yep.
If Ohio wins, they're going to the MAC championship game in Detroit. And then he'll have 3 straight 9-win years, which should be the first time ever in Bobcats history. So you're looking at a potential big stretch for Ohio here.
Big play here.
3rd down and 14 for Ball State at the Ohio 44-yard line. 21-7, Cards down with 3:30 and ticking second quarter. In between the hash marks, Samanza takes a snap, 7-man rush. He slings it left sideline. Pickett reaches up, but it's batted down.
They're going to call it.
Roman
They're going to call it.
Parodi, and there is a flag thrown out at the 18-yard line.
Yeah, Parodi had his hand on him the whole time. He was tugging on the right side of Cam's jersey as they went up for the ball. That's a good call.
Defense, number 4. 15-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
So Roman Parodi's charged with the penalty, and that gives Ball State a clean 15 yards. And the ball now spotted at the 29-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Ball State offense.
Yep.
3:27 to play in the half, down 21-7.
I mean, he had a hold of his jersey the entire time. So how can you not call that? The side judge didn't call it. The back judge was the one that called it. He was 50 yards away.
So Ball State breaks the huddle. Fresh set of downs brought to you in part by Reed's Plumbing. Samanza's in the pistol formation now. Everybody motions out of the backfield. Sloan spits out wide right. 2 wide receivers left. Cofield in the slot right. Samanza takes the snap. 1st and 10, throws the slant route, caught by Keon Magwood and popped down at the 20-yard line. It's a gain of 9 yards. Ball is free and on the deck. Now the officials are coming in to see if it's actually a catch. Magwood did end up with the football. And now one official's coming in late and saying incomplete pass.
Incomplete pass. 2nd down.
Magwood caught that thing, and then immediately Ohio's defenders were saying incomplete. Well, look at this replay. Magwood, wouldn't qualify as a football move. Didn't have that extra step. So it's 2nd down and 10 at the 29 of Ohio.
Hey, heads up. Great job by Arkell on the outside, picking up that outside pressure. Did a great job. Washed his guy down, let Mooch pick up that guy, and he kick-stepped out and picked up the outside linebacker blitzing on the edge. A little bit of growth by those young O-linemen.
21-7, Ball State down to Ohio. 2nd down and 10 at the 29. It's a handoff to Braden Sloan. He's suffocated behind the line of scrimmage. Loss of 1 to the 30.
Cody Smith's got his hands full there.
Yeah, it's a tough defensive line to go up with.
He just beat him on. He beat him on the inside. There was nowhere for Braden to go. Like this tempo.
They're going no huddle. 3rd down and 11. Samanza takes a snap, throws it left side. Cam Pickett with another catch up the seam. He has 7 catches. This one to the 20-yard line. It's a gain of 10, so 4th down and 1. Ball State's keeping the offense on the field, down by 2 possessions. Cam Pickett has a receiving today. He has a career high in reception yards. He's up to 100, and he's 1 catch shy of tying his career high in receptions.
And to no one's surprise, Vaughn Pemberton coming in. Look for no play, or something inside with Vaughn Pemberton.
Ohio's defense is all over the place.
Yeah,
They've
they're
got
going to have to call
12
timeout.
men on the field, so they call a timeout.
30-second charge timeout.
Yeah, they don't have 12. They got 14.
Yeah.
I'm watching
Enough for a penalty.
12's a penalty. You don't get an extra penalty, by the way, for 14.
Right.
So it's still 5 yards.
12 and 20 are the same in defensive terms here with penalties. So a timeout for the Bobcats real fast before this 4th down and 1 for Ball State at the 20 of Ohio, down 21-7, 2 minutes and 20 seconds before half. Ohio still has 2 timeouts. Ball State with all 3 of its timeouts.
Yeah, and boy, this is a throwback. They got MC Hammer playing out there. Can't touch this. You don't know anything about that, do you, Nick?
I've heard this song plenty of times. Yeah, what are you talking about?
This is a good song right
Throwing
here.
me under the bus?
Yeah. I don't know.
I have my wife Gabby's very musically inclined, so she gets me ready for these things. 4th down and 1 for Ball State at the 20-yard line. They need a yard. Samanza's under center. Everybody's packed into the line of scrimmage. Samanza takes the handoff, gives to Pemberton. He's ankle tackled right at the line of scrimmage. He's going nowhere. It's a turnover on downs. There were 2 Ohio defenders in the backfield, and that sends Ball State to give it back. Dustin Johnson was right there.
And we've got
an injured Ball State offensive lineman.
That looks like Christian Abney. I didn't think he was playing.
Or is that Abney?
That's 87. They don't have a 67. If that's Abney, that's his first play of the game.
Yeah, that is Abney down.
Because I know he had the bum ankle from last week. They weren't sure if he was going to go.
Right, so he's playing and he's injured. This will be an IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury timeout with 2:15 to play in the first half. Ohio gets the football back, leading Ball State 21-7 after the turnover on downs.
Caden fumbled that snap.
Yep.
And that cost him a little bit of timing. He pulled out just a little bit too early, and then the hesitation. And Cody Smith absolutely got bamboozled on his inside shoulder. That guy went right by him. Not to throw Cody under the bus. He's trying. He's playing. He's going to be a great player here. He's got to step inside. It's wedge blocking rules, right? Everybody steps inside, get just a semblance of a surge. And but the one thing you can't get beat inside. It breaks my heart for Christian because I know how hard he's worked to get to this point in his career. And last week, him going out early and then trying to come back this week. Obviously, he wants to play as bad as anybody. And he gets hurt on the first play back in. That's no bueno.
Yep, so Coach Johnson's out there with the training staff to make sure that Christian Abney's okay, heavily favoring that right leg as he puts his arms around the staff and walking off the field.
Yeah. The elevation of Christian Abney's tight end performances over the last couple of years have been astounding. He was a high school quarterback at Zionsville, and he grew up slinging the ball around, and now they had to teach him how to block, teach him how to catch, teach him how to make run routes, things like that. It's been awesome to watch his growth, and it's a shame that we have to watch him get hurt. He'll be fine though. He'll come back. Tape it up, rub some dirt on it, let's roll.
That's what those tight ends and offensive linemen have to do.
That's right, yep.
They don't have another choice. So Ohio has the football after the turnover on downs. Ahead 21-7, 2:15 first half, 1st and 10. Bobcats at their own 21-yard line. Parker Navarro's back in shotgun for the right hash mark. It's Tyus to his right. 2 wide receivers left, 1 right. Navarro takes the snap, hands it off to Tyus, who secures, sprints forward, breaks through a hole to the 40-yard line, numbers right, and Udo tracks him down at the 47 of Ohio. It's a 26-yard gain and a Bobcats first down to send us the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Cardinals down 21-7 on the Game Radio Network from Learfield.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Hello, I'm Shane Nichols, and I'm in charge of sponsorship for Ball State Athletics, and I can help your business profit from the Ball State community, the largest economic force in the region, a community you should target if you want to grow your business. We can do this better than any other type of advertising. I guarantee we can make it work, measurably. To learn more, take the Ball State Biz Quiz. Just visit ballstatesports.com/quiz. That's ballstatesports.com/quiz.
We'll have the Ball State Financial halftime show coming up at the conclusion of this first quarter, another first half. Until then, it's 21-7. Ohio leads Ball State, and the Bobcats about to get the football right back. This is the final game of the year for Ball State football. 3-8 record, trying to round out the season with a win and a third MAC victory, while Ohio's 8-3, 6-1 in the conference, and fighting for a MAC championship berth. We'll take a look at what's to come across the Mid-American Conference today, and some score updates here on this day after Thanksgiving football. Thanks for joining us. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow and Matt Tuttle producing here today.
Yep. We get the ball in the second half, right?
Cards get the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of things I like right now. I'm seeing a little bit of life with the Ball State Cardinal football team. I'm seeing a little bit of juice. I like it. What's happening is they're getting beat at the point of attack sometimes, especially up front on both sides of the ball, defensive line, or defensive front and the offensive line. They're going to have to shore some of those things up. But the kids are playing hard. They're playing with a lot of pride and a lot of passion right now, and that shows. That's really showing. putting themselves in a position to make this a ball game against amounts to a better team than them.
We'll also take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. There's a weird score going on in Bowling Green. Won't say it yet. We'll save it for the Ball State Financial halftime show.
Wow.
Which is 2 minutes away, but just weird things happening
Got a teaser.
in Bowling Green. 21-7, Ohio leads with the football. First down and 10 at at their own 47-yard line. Navarro's back in shotgun right hash mark, hands it off to Tyus, bounces out left, gets by one defender, breaks a second, outside the numbers left, and takes a host of defenders with him. Clock continues to roll, but this one marked out at Ball State's 48-yard line. Whether 44-yard line.
He's just too much of a load for those guys outside. He's just too big and strong.
It's a 9-yard pickup, second down and 1 for Navarro's offense. And Ohio has 4 wide receivers, 2 on either side. Tyus stays in left. Navarro takes the snap, 3-step drop, and there's flags before the snap.
Yep. There was a lot of they were moving on the outside. They were switching positions, switching alignments. They just weren't set. Navarro's got to realize that and just hold off. There was plenty of time on the play clock. He could have held off for a couple more seconds. But I know what he was doing. He was trying to take advantage of some confusion by the Ball State defense and get a play off before they got set.
Instead, second and 1 becomes a little bit more. They're moving the football back to the 49.
Need a takeaway, Mick. Takeaway's huge right now.
Since the official call is here, haven't got an explanation yet.
Ball start, offense, number 11. 5-yard penalty, still second down. Foul occurred with the clock running, and therefore a 10-second runoff applies. We'll adjust the clock to 1:32 and take 10 seconds off to 1:22, and we'll start on my signal.
That is a lot of configuration right there.
And he handled that perfectly.
He did. There was no doubt in what he was talking about.
David Siegel just ripping it through.
Yep.
Excellent work, David.
He's owning that right now.
So second down and 6 for Ohio at its own, rather at the Ball State 49-yard line. Clock hits 1:17 now as it restarts. For Navarro in shotgun from the left hash mark, takes the snap, looks right, here comes Ball State's pressure. Navarro dumps it to Tyus, but he drops it in between the hash marks and stares at his hands like, why didn't you catch the ball?
I think the official was in the way.
Was he? The umpire was right there?
The umpire, I believe, was right kind of in the way. If we watch on the replay.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
He was there. He was in frame, but it looked like Tyus was looking at him to the right of him.
Yeah, he was worried about running. Don't worry about it. Run the official over.
Third down and 6 at Ball State's 49 for Ohio. Leading by 14, 1:08 left to go in the first half. Navarro's in shotgun for the left hash. It's 4 wideouts again. Tyus to the right. Navarro takes the snap. 3-step drop. Chucks it left sideline. It's incomplete by a mile. And Ball State had one-on-one with Jordan Coleman taking care of Coleman Owen.
My previous comment, run the official over. Official will tell you the same thing. If I'm in the way, run me over.
Yeah.
Don't let me get in the way of the game. They don't want to be part of the game.
So a punt upcoming for Ohio.
Interesting.
And that's big for Ball State on an American Pest Pros defensive stand. Check out the American Pest Pros at AmericanPestPros.com and ask for the Ball State discount. Back to return is Keon Magwood.
Send everybody.
This was second and 1 at the 44, Chris.
Yep.
And Ohio is staring at more points, but instead it's a punt.
Send to everybody here.
And Ball State is outside of 3 players. Everybody's coming after Jack Wilson, the punter, who catches it, races out right, spins one, a spiral down to the 15, hits the 10, and sinks to the 7-yard line. Beautiful punt from Wilson, descended 42 yards, and Ball State officially gets the ball at the 8-yard line.
The message here is 51. I thought it was 51. 50, regardless. 50 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time. They've got 2 timeouts left. Let's take the ball down the field and get some sort of points here, preferably 7. 3 will be fine.
Ethan Crow said in the pregame show when we talked to him, I just asked him, what does Caden Samanza say in huddles? And Ethan Crow said, I love it when it's 2 minutes or less, and he says, all right, guys, we've been here before, let's go do it.
I love it.
And they've scored more often than not inside 2 minutes. They have another chance to do that here with 50 seconds left, trailing by 14, going 93 yards. Samanza takes a snap. He's hit in the end zone, but throws it to Patel out of bounds, right sideline. Samanza took a lick, and there were 3 defenders there to hit him. Bradley Weaver was the first one.
Backside pressure on Arkell, and he just got inside of him and got leverage on Arkell and got the lick on Caden.
So
I like how they're moving the pocket, by the way. I've talked about that all year. I've talked about that all year. Do that.
So it's second down. It's 10 for Ball State at its own 8-yard line. Down 21-7, 45 seconds to go. Simonza in shotgun for the left hash mark. 3 wide receivers out wide right. Simonza takes the snap, hands it off to Sloan, who runs in between the hashes and gets to the 11-yard line before Ohio flings him down to the ground. 3 more defenders there, led by Braylon Henderson and Bradley Weaver.
Okay, I kind of thought Ohio might call a timeout here, but they're not.
They had 2 timeouts left. Ball State has all 3, but the Cardinals, the 24 seconds and ticking down.
Is Matt Eberflus coaching down there?
Or are they just going to let this thing drop down to 0?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Eberflus got fired today.
He did.
About 30 minutes ago.
Yep.
So Ball State's just huddled up there on the left hash mark, and Ohio's team is starting to make its way into the locker room.
Halftime.
That's halftime. 21-7 is our score after one half of football. Ball State Financial halftime show is coming up next on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Hello, I'm Shane Nichols, and I'm in charge of sponsorship for Ball State Athletics, and I can help your business profit from the Ball State community, the largest economic force in the region, a community you should target if you want to grow your business. We can do this better than any other type of advertising. I guarantee we can make it work, measurably. To learn more, take the Ball State Biz Quiz. Just visit ballstatesports.com/quiz. That's ballstatesports.com/quiz.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Huber.
When it comes to vehicles, the Greg Huber Auto Group will take care of you. From our big selection of quality new and used vehicles that include the Greg Huber Promise to our quick lane and quick wash locations that make sure your vehicle runs and looks new. Plus, we have free vehicle delivery anywhere in Indiana. Visit promisekept.com today.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Huber.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least one Mammoth from Mancino's.
On the Cambridge Ball State Cardinals Sports Network from Learfield, this is Ball State Cardinals football. Welcome to halftime. Presented by Ball State Financial, the only place to get your Charlie Cardinal debit card. 1, 2, 3. Now, here's the voice of the Cardinals, Mick Tidrow.
Welcome into the Ball State Financial halftime show. Cardinals trail the Bobcats of Ohio 21-7 through the first 2 quarters of football at Peden Stadium from Athens, Ohio. This is the final game of the season for the Ball State Cardinals, and down 14 points through one half of football. Let's go ahead and take a look at our drive summary here for the first half. It all started off with a couple of quick offensive possessions for the Ohio Bobcats. They started the game with a few touchdowns. First drive of the game, they went a total of 7 plays, 44 for Ball State, and then Ohio got the football, went 4 plays, scored a touchdown, 2 touchdown receptions from Owen at wide receiver for the Bobcats. It started off with a 50-yard touchdown reception. At first drive for Ohio, 5 plays, 78 yards, 2:37 off the clock. And then the next possession for Ohio, 3 plays, 80 yards, 1:30 off the clock. Ty Baldwin with his first interception this season on the next drive. For Ohio, the Bobcats then punted, scored a touchdown the next drive, and punted there to end the first half. Ball State had to punt the first 4 possessions, scored a touchdown on the next one with a Caden Simonza pass to Dia Patel, his first receiving touchdown of his career. Ball State then turned it over after 8 plays, 35 yards, and then halftime just hit for Ball State's offensive drive chart. It's 21-7, halftime score here from Peden Stadium. Ball State trails Ohio in the regular season finale. We'll have Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell join us next on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Standards. High standards. That's what sets teams apart. It's also what sets us apart at Pridemark Construction. We're not alone in holding our standards high. Ball State University is among those who do. That's why we're proud to sponsor the Ball State Athlete of the Week. High standards in everyday performance is everything in sport, as well as business. Join us in our pursuit of excellence. Join Pridemark Construction for your next building project and in our support of Ball State University's Athlete of the Week.
We often talk about partnerships, and at Indiana American Water, we serve over 50 communities across the state, and each one of those has a special place in our hearts. One of these long partnerships has been with Muncie, the home of Ball State University, currently in its 107th year. At Indiana American Water, we're now in our 138th year, and we want to say,
Go Cardinals! Destination Muncie is our local visitor center whose mission is to both encourage locals to connect to our vibrant city and make visitors feel at home. By visiting destinationmuncie.org, you can do everything from learning about our great events, businesses, and attractions to planning a corporate or group event, sports tournament, or even a wedding. Destination Muncie is a proud partner of Ball State Sports. Chirp, chirp. DestinationMuncie.org.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Ball State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Back inside the Ball State Financial Halftime Show, 21-7, our score here from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. Final game of the year for the Ball State Cardinals football team. And we're joined by Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell here to chat all things Ball State. Jeff, you texted me this morning and said, I won the coin toss. I've elected to defer to halftime. I laughed out loud about that, so that was really good. That was a good way of saying that you won't join us pregame. You'll come at half.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, Mick. Thanks for having me.
Of course, of course. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was great. Got to spend some time with the family. My parents came in town. My sister was in town, so we had a lovely Thanksgiving meal and got to hang out as a family. It was awesome.
How many times has your family come up to Muncie from Mississippi, right?
My parents are in Mississippi. Yeah, they've come up a handful of times.
Okay.
They've enjoyed the trip. My sister, for the longest time, had been living in Louisville, Kentucky, and now actually lives in Indianapolis. So they have a greater incentive now to come see both of us on a trip up. So that's pretty cool.
You're shortchanging yourself here, as if your family wasn't enough to come up by itself.
Well, it's I'm grateful that my folks have the opportunity to come visit us, and it's a lot of fun. They're big Ball State fans, so they try to time the visits around as many games as they can see.
That's
so
fair.
They've been here for a while. They saw a football game last weekend and a couple basketball games. They've got the women's basketball game on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
They're excited about that. So I'm pleased that they're here, and there's no greater fan in the state of Mississippi than my parents are.
Favorite Thanksgiving food? What was the biggest thing on the plate yesterday?
Well, I tell you, I'm going to give a shout out to my wife April, who made her mom's cornbread dressing, which was fantastic.
Sounds great to me.
That's usually a staple for her mom, my mother-in-law, but she made it yesterday. It was fantastic. So kudos to her. She is not going to believe that I talked about it on air. So I'm going to tell her downstairs when I get back.
We can clip the audio, too. We can send a tape if you want.
That's right.
Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell joining us here on the Ball State Financial Halftime Show, talking a little bit of Thanksgiving fun and family here. 21-7 Ball State trails Ohio after the first half of football. Jeff, what's the last week been like for you since you and I talked last on the air?
Well, it's been really exciting in the sense that I've spent just about every waking minute on our football search. These things are really interesting. There's a lot of twists and turns associated with the search, a lot of phone conversations, a lot of virtual interviews, opportunities to meet some people in person. So that's the search is going well, and I'm looking forward to not putting a time frame on it just yet, but looking forward to announcing our new head football coach. And I do want to continue to commend the efforts of our football team and the leadership of Colin Johnson going through these last couple of weeks. Really appreciate him and appreciate our staff. One of the hallmarks of the Ball State football program is the professionalism of the people that are associated with it. And so I'm really grateful and appreciative for all that our coaches and support staff have done over the last couple of weeks, and grateful for our players too. And love the way they're playing today, playing with a lot of heart. We're banged up a little bit, but look, for a lot of these guys, it's the last time they'll play football, and they're flying all over the place. So I hope for the best for us here in the second half.
Yeah, first career INT for Ty Baldwin, first career touchdown reception for Daya Patel. Saw an onside kick recovery for the first time since 2019 against North Carolina State. So they're not leaving anything to be desired.
No,
they're going out there and making sure that they're taking care of business.
Absolutely,
the way they can.
That's exactly what you want to do, and so it's fun to watch.
Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell joining us here on the Ball State Financial Halftime Show. Cards down 21-7 here from Athens, Ohio in the regular season finale. Jeff, what else is happening in your world with Ball State Athletics? I know that the coaching search has kind of consumed what you've been doing the last couple of weeks, but what else have you had on your radar?
Well, I went to support our women's volleyball team in the MAC championships, played last Sunday, and didn't go the way of the Cardinals, but really proud of that team for the year that they've had. The whole idea was, hey, we're going to compete for a conference championship, and they did exactly that. So a credit to Kelly Miller-Phillips, her staff, that team, and they're just going to continue to get better and better and better. I'm really high on what that program is doing. Watching a lot of basketball, too. This is a great time of year, right, where you got a lot of football going on. You've got some crossover with the end of volleyball season, then, of course, basketball, and got to watch the Cardinals play a little bit on the trip to Florida. It's you're everywhere, by the way. Mick Tidrow, you're on. Yeah, every time I turn on the radio, you are on the air, and you're calling games from Florida or Ohio or Indiana. And here you are in the flesh.
We're in the flesh from Peden Stadium, I think,
yes.
In Athens, Ohio, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I appreciate you tuning in.
Well, you got it, and it was fun to watch those games. Fun to tune in, watch the women played in the Bahamas, and are playing really good basketball. That field was phenomenal down in the Battle for Atlantis. I think I mentioned this, but we were the first Mid-American Conference team, per my understanding, on the women's side to be invited to the Battle for Atlantis. So that is a testament to what we're doing, and a great win against Texas A&M. A couple of tough losses, one to North Carolina and one to a very good Columbia team, which on that third day, with fatigue setting in, you just never know what you're going to get. But
and Columbia is one of the top 5 mid-major teams in the country, too.
Correct.
It's a really good team.
And speaking of which, we play another top 5 major team in South Dakota on Sunday. So it's credit our scheduling and what we've done to prepare our team to make a run in the Mid-American Conference. So we are playing an exciting brand of basketball on the women's side, and the men got their feet under them a little bit, I think, in Florida, winning 2 out of 3, and so looking forward to getting them back. They're going to have a lot of practice time coming up in December because there's not a lot of games. The schedule is kind of front-loaded where you play a lot early in the month of November, just as basketball season starts earlier and earlier now. So there's just time to practice. I think Coach Lewis is really looking forward to having that quality time with them because I think he saw some things over the course of those 3 days in Florida, because we got to get ready as conference season comes, and we've got a few more big non-conference matches coming up here in December as we flip the calendar. So looking forward to that too, and basketball is coming, and then of course we'll get ready for men's volleyball, which starts in January as well. So
gymnastics right around the corner too in January.
It just keeps coming, and that's why it's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. 4 gymnastics meets, by the way, at home this year.
That's right.
Regular season meets.
That's right.
Great opportunity there. Check out the schedules on ballstatesports.com. There's also a sale going on through December 2nd for Ball State men's and women's basketball tickets. Check that out on ballstatesports.com. A great opportunity there. Well, Jeff, appreciate you as always. Thank you for joining us and joining this last football game of the season.
Mick, thank you so much. Go Cards.
That's Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell hopping on the Ball State Financial Halftime Show. 21-7. Bobcats lead the Cardinals on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed, or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptoninn.com. At munciesweets.hamptoninn.com.
Behind every strong hip and knee. Behind every strong shoulder.
Good catch.
Behind every strong team is our highly skilled team of experts in orthopedics. IU Health is the official healthcare and sports medicine provider of Ball State Athletics, and we're here to keep you moving. From acute injuries to chronic pain and conditions, go where the athletes go. Walk-in appointments for new injuries are available Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can always schedule a same-day or next-day appointment and wait from the comfort of your home. Visit iuhealth.org/MuncieOrtho to learn more.
When it's time for pizza, Greek's Pizzeria delivers every time.
Experience our hand-tossed pizzas and fresh salads made to perfection.
Enjoy our gourmet handmade fresh salads made to order. Every bite is delicious.
Order online, pick it up, or have it delivered at www.greekspizzeria.com.
It's our taste.
21-7 here on the Ball State Financial Halftime Scoreboard. Let's look at our check of stats presented by MITS, Muncie Indiana Transit System. No car, no problem. MITS is reliable, safe, and free for students and veterans. Download the MITS Bus app and ride with MITS today. 21-7, Bobcats lead the Cards. Rushing yards, 163 for Ohio, just 20 for Ball State. Cardinals have more passing yards, though, with 174 to 145. And Ball State's won the time of possession, 16-42 to 13-18. Ball State's punted 4 times, Ohio twice. Cardinals have 1 interception and a sack as well. And for the Bobcats, they are 3 for 5 on third downs. Ball State's 4 for 9 in the first half. Cam Pickett, 100 receiving yards, a new career best. He has 7 catches as well to highlight Ball State. Tyus has 92 rushing yards for Ohio and 9 carries. Navarro has 72 rushing yards as well, and 145 through the air on just 5 completions. He has thrown the deep ball well today. Coleman Owen has 4 catches, 133 through the air for the Bobcats. That's our check of stats by MITS. Second half next on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Hubler.
comes to vehicles, Greg Hubler Auto Group will take care of you. From our big selection of quality new and used vehicles that include the Greg Hubler Promise to our quick lane and quick wash locations that make sure your vehicle runs and looks new. Plus, we have free vehicle delivery anywhere in Indiana. Visit PromiseKept.com today.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Hubler.
Behind every strong hip and knee. Behind every strong shoulder.
Good catch.
Behind every strong team is our highly skilled team of experts in orthopedics. IU Health is the official healthcare and sports medicine provider of Ball State Athletics, and we're here to keep you moving. From acute injuries to chronic pain and conditions, go where the athletes go. Walk-in appointments for new injuries are available Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can always schedule a same-day or next-day appointment and wait from the comfort of your home. Visit iuhealth.org/MuncieOrtho to learn more.
Ball State Financial halftime show here from Peden Stadium, 21-7. Ball State trails Ohio. When the Cards win, you win. 50% off regular price any size pizza. Any toppings at Papa John's. Offer valid until end of business on the day of a win in Marion, Muncie, and Anderson locations only. You can check out fcfcu.com/chirp. That's fcfcu.com/chirp for Ball State Financial to get your free Dancing Charlie debit card and get free Ball State gear when you open up an account. Second half about to start here from Peden Stadium. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidra with you. Matt Tuttle's producing back in our network studios. Ball State about to return from left to right as the snow flurry slowly dropping down from Athens, Ohio. Ball State was down 14-0, but made a push a little bit, 21-0 even too, and then that touchdown from Daya Patel got him on the scoreboard.
The Cards have had chances in the first half, and they're going to have to take advantage of some of those opportunities that they were given in the first half and put some points on the board. I stand by my statement from earlier. 3 points aren't going to help you a whole lot. Touchdowns are what's going to be needed to win this ball game.
Ohio kicking it from right to left. It's Spedick, the kicker, ready to send it to Cam Pickett, who's already had 100 receiving yards after one half of football. Pickett's tracking the ball, catches heels at the 5-yard line, numbers right, turns upfield, heads toward the left, and springs in between the hash marks. Pickett knocked down past the 30. And he is up to the Ball State 34-yard line. A return of 29 yards, and Ball State sets up shop in great field position.
Yeah, goes without saying. Another Coach Connolly specialty. Great blocking, great setup, and wonderful return by Cam Pickett.
Well, Malcolm Gilly was first in the country in kick return yards total with 589 entering today. Gilly didn't dress, so they put Cam Pickett out there, and he's doing the same thing.
He's no slouch. I'm just going to tell you that. He can run.
So fast. First possession of half number 2 for Ball State, trailing 21-7 here against the Bobcats, just underway in the second half. Sabanza takes a snap in between the hash marks, and he fumbles the football. It's nearly picked up by Taylor, and then he does grab it at the 20-yard line for the Bobcats. He's rumbling forward, and Ohio forces a turnover on the very first play of the second half at Ball State's 16-yard line.
I'll just say it. Caden's got to learn how to get rid of the football when he gets in trouble. He's got to learn how to get rid of the football.
Yeah, Caden was trying to make a play, and from behind, here comes, of course, Bradley Weaver tracking him down. Weaver hits him, and Taylor was right there to scoop it up. And Ohio forces.
Caden's a really nice quarterback. He's not athletic enough to make those kind of plays. He's got to get rid of the football. You and I talked about that on the way over here about some NFL quarterbacks. They learn how to throw the ball away. Sometimes that's a good play.
Second half brought to you by Gamebridge. Check out Gamebridge.io. That's Gamebridge.io. Navarro's now in shotgun for the left hash for Ohio, leading by 2 scores 20 seconds into the second half. Navarro takes the snap, hands it off to Tyus, shows patience, and then jets forward to the 15. Hash mark left. It's only a gain of 1. Second down and 9 for the Bobcats.
Just a delayed backside zone, and Ball State read it perfectly.
Ohio's probably not going to be afraid to try and burn some clock here in the second half. Up 14 points.
They want to get out of here. They want to move on down the road. They got a big, presumably they got a big game next week.
Well,
as it stands now.
I promised the halftime scores. We didn't get to it because of our conversation with
Looked
Jeff.
like an American League game.
It does. It's a fake handoff to Tyus from Navarro. Throws it outside. It's caught by the tight end. And racing toward the end zone for a touchdown is Jake Bruno. His first touchdown of the season, 3rd catch on the year. And Ohio's up 3 scores, 27-7.
And Coleman Owen set that up with a great block on the perimeter. He was absolutely mauling Norwood on the outside. And when I say mauling, he wasn't holding, he wasn't cheating. He was being as physical as a receiver can be on a DB.
Check that. That was Mason Williams, the other tight end, his first touchdown of the season for Ohio. So 27-7. That score, by the way, Miami, Ohio 14, Bowling Green 5 at halftime. Winner of that game automatically going to Detroit. Spedick for the extra point, up and through to the left side, and right after the Ball State turnover, a couple plays later, it's a Bobcats touchdown. 28-7, 1 minute into the second half from Peden Stadium.
Not an ideal start for the Cardinals in the second half. That's not what they were looking for.
Indeed, it's not. Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week brought to you in part by Pride Mark Construction. Excellence in the highest standard of quality are the focus of Pride Mark Construction, helping Ball State and the supporters of Muncie community members. For a role in helping Ball State women's swimming to a program win against Bellarmine last Saturday, sophomore Alexa Von Holst has been named the Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week. She picked up 2 wins herself in the 200 freestyle and 100 butterfly. Congratulations, Alexa, on winning the Pride Mark Construction Student Athlete of the Week. Cards down 28-7, 1 minute into the second half on the Gainbridge Radio Network from Learfield.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner of Ball State Athletics. We protect your home or business and guarantee year-round protection from insects and pests. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. Our pest control program is the safest and most effective in the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Every injury is unique, just like our patients. Our board-certified and fellowship-trained surgeons will create a custom plan to help prevent future injuries. Our Marion Health Sports Medicine and Orthopedic team will guide you through the healing process. You'll feel confident knowing what to expect before and after treatment. We partner with you to make your recovery a success. You don't have to go far for excellent orthopedic care. Get back in the game with Marion Health.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. Ball State trails Ohio 28-7 on the Cardinals Gainbridge Radio Network from Learfield.
92.5 FM, 1340 AM, and on Alexa, say play WMUN, a whoop boom station. This is the new WMUN Muncie.
He's Chris Raddick and I'm Mick Tidrow. Matt Tuttle's producing here today. We just heard Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You blaring here in the stadium. It's starting to snow. It's been flurrying kind of all day. Yeah. It's the day after Thanksgiving. Are you Christmas music at this point now?
100%.
Thank you.
But not until today.
Really?
Decorations
okay.
and music, not till today. That's a hard and fast rule. Now, I'm the only one in my house that believes that sort of thing. So
right, so it sounds like Krista and the family they were willing to wait until today to start, right?
Yeah.
Or was there Christmas music sprinkled in there?
My wife leans more towards me. Let's do it the day after Thanksgiving. Both my daughters would be like, they would decorate in September if they could.
That's fair. Spedick kicking it right to left for Ohio. Cam Pickett grabs it, then drops it, picks it up at the 18, hash marks right, and flies out of bounds, sideline near, and Ohio's bench to the 30, so he made a lot there after the fumble to the 30-yard line. So good starting field position for Ball State.
Lemonades out of lemons. Nick Presley got away with a penalty there. He totally blocked in the back on the backside. So we'll take it, though.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Ohio 28, Ball State 7. 13:52 to go here in the third quarter. Ball State's second offensive possession of the second half. Sabanz is back in a shotgun for the right hash mark after fumbling last drive that just led to a 7-point possession for Ohio. 2 wide receivers right. Sabanza takes the snap, throws it right, caught by McDougal. Outside the numbers right, shimmies forward and driven down at the 38. It's a gain of 8. Second down and 2.
Great job by Tanner on the outside blocking. Got right up to the second level, locked up, moving his feet, hands inside. Textbook at perimeter block for the tight end.
We always talk about Tanner receiving, but as a tight end blocker, he has improved year after year.
Better every year.
Second down and 2 at the Ball State 38. Sabanza takes the snap, hurls it toward the left. It's in out of the hands of Pickett. Numbers at the 40, and it's third down and 2 at Ball State's 38.
Not sure what happened there. Cam looked to be open, and the ball looked to go maybe just right through his hands. He didn't close. When the ball came in, you got to see the ball in. Yep, just didn't close.
Pickett's been Simons' favorite target so far today, Chris. Has 100 receiving yards already, which is a career best, and 7 receptions, 1 reception shy of his career high. He's been targeted 11 times in this game.
Has he really? Yeah, wow.
3rd down and 2 for Simons and company at Ball State's 38-yard line, trailing by 21. Sun is not anywhere to be seen. Snow flurries down here at Peden Stadium. Simons takes the snap, throws it right side. Koziel catches it, spinning around at the 49 of Ball State. A Reed Splumbing first down on a gain of 11. Tanner Koziel is now 2 catches away from having the most receptions by a Ball State tight end in a career.
That was one of his best catches I've seen him make.
He was spinning around midair to make that play, and Ball State runs no huddle, 1st and 10 at their own 49-yard line. Simonza takes the snap, hands off Sloan. In between the hash marks, he's tackled at midfield and brought down by Shea Taylor, who just recovered the fumble last possession for Ohio.
Ohio is not respecting the quarterback run at all. They're chasing down from the backside almost every time. At some point, Coach Elliott might want to take a look at, or Caden, they're going to have to run him just a little bit to keep those defenders honest, make them stay home.
We saw Simonza have a 52-yard run at Buffalo a couple weeks ago.
Yep, on one of those plays.
Yep. 2nd down and 9 for Ball State, right at midfield, trailing 28-7, 12:20 to play in the 3rd quarter. Simonza's in shotgun between the hash marks. 3 wide receivers left. Simonza takes the snap, chucks it toward Koziel, catches it at the hash marks left at the 45, 5-yard pickup. 3rd down and 4, and Ball State's Tanner Koziel has tied the all-time record for most receptions in a career by a tight end. He's back at the slot left. 3rd down and 4 for Ball State at the 45-yard line. Simonza takes the snap, throws it right. Magwood drops it at the 40 numbers, and it's incomplete. 4th down and 4 at the Ohio 45-yard line. 11:55 to go in the 3rd.
No reason to punt here.
Down 28-7. Ball State can't play in a bowl game. They can't go to the MAC championship. Ohio can go to the MAC championship with a win, but interim head coach Colin Johnson elects to punt for Ball State.
That went right through Keon's hands. I just watched the replay. It was a little bit behind him, but he had a chance. You got to make what I call a sight adjustment. Move your body to where the ball's going to be. Get your hands on the football. He's getting the business right now.
Any chance we see a fake punt here? We already saw a fake or onside kick for Ball State.
They ran one in practice on Wednesday.
Cooey takes the snap. No punt, no fake here. He sends an end-over-end punt, and it's caught by Eli Holt, and then he drops it. It rolls into the end zone. He had it at the 2-yard line, and he catches it, drops it, and it spins into the end zone for a touchback.
That is that's symbolic of how their day and their season's going right now. They set it up perfectly, and the execution, Eli just drops it.
Timeout on the field.
28-7. Ohio leads, gets the football back with 11:45 to play in the 3rd quarter. Here from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. Cardinals down in the last game of the regular season. If the game takes you on the road, we're there. Check into the Courtyard Muncie at Horizon Convention Center. You'll find everything you need to transform your visit to a relaxing getaway. Book online today at Marriott.com. That's Marriott.com. Ohio possession upon our return on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Papergo toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Huber.
When it comes to vehicles, Greg Huber Auto Group will take care of you. From our big selection of quality new and used vehicles that include the Greg Huber Promise to our quick lane and quick wash locations that make sure your vehicle runs and looks new. Plus, we have free vehicle delivery anywhere in Indiana. Visit PromiseKept.com today.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Huber.
Fans, be sure to stop by Ashley Home Furnishings, located at 3400 North Morrison Road in Muncie for all of your furniture needs. North Morrison Road in Muncie for Ashley Home Furnishings, located at 3400 North Morrison Road. Ball State down 28-7 here mid-3rd quarter, 11:45 to play in the frame. Ohio gets the football back, 1st down and 10 from its own 20-yard line. Ball State had a good drive rolling, Chris, but then forced to punt at the 45 of Ohio, so gain of 25 yards on the punt.
Yeah, so again, you know, they put themselves in a position to make some plays today, and then mistakes and drop balls and things like that have cost them drives. At some point, they're going to have to fix those as they put a cap on this season. At some point, they're just going to have to start righting those wrongs and figure out a way to make some plays in ball games.
Snow's starting to come down a little bit heavier too.
My estimation is that Ohio will continue to lean on Tyus a little bit to kind of bring this home, put the hay in the barn, so to speak, because he's got 10.5 yards a carry or something.
9.5 yards, yeah. 10 carries for 93 yards today.
And you know, there's no reason to run Navarro a whole lot at this point, and with Tyus being as effective as he is.
Well, both those guys have over 9 yards per carry right now.
Yeah.
Navarro, seven runs, 68 yards and a touchdown. Tyus 10 for 93, no touchdowns. Navarro takes the 1st and 10 snap at the 20-yard line and hands it off to Tyus, who's just wiggling free. Went left, went back to the center, then went right back to the left side, and somehow found 4 yards within all of that to the 24, 2nd down and 6.
He just refused to go down. He was dead to rights at the line of scrimmage and just kept the head moving and the feet moving, trying to find that little alley.
He's a transfer from Northwestern. Had 500 career rushing yards there in 3 seasons, 2 touchdowns. Was a top 30 player in the state of Michigan. And is 6'1". He was basically just tapping guys and saying, I'm going to go this way now. Oops, I'm going to go there.
Get out of my way.
Didn't mean to go that way.
Yeah, get out of my way is what he was saying.
Yep, 2nd down and 7 at the 23 officially. It's a fake handoff to Tyus. Navarro takes it himself on the keeper to the 40. Numbers right, breaks to the 50, and sidesteps out of bounds in Ball State territory down to the 49.
Once again, I was wrong. They were going to run Navarro no matter what. And, you know, Navarro's a great runner. It's the blocking on the perimeter that are getting him those yards, because the Ball State's defenders are getting absolutely worked over on the outside, and he's just running free down the field.
It's a 28-yard run for Navarro. He's up to 96 rushing yards in this one. 10.5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Cards down 28-7. Navarro's in shotgun from the right hash mark. Hands it off to Tyus. Lowers the shoulder, keeps the legs moving, taking half the defense with him, picks up 12 to the 37 for a 1st down. Tyus is over 100 yards here today.
When he runs at an angle that is so hard to bring down. He's leaning forward at almost like a 35-degree angle.
Yep.
And it's just impossible, and his feet are constantly moving.
That's his 4th game of 100 or more rushing yards this season.
They're going to try to shorten this game a little bit, Mick.
Yeah, presumably they're definitely going to try and run this clock down. Navarro's back in shotgun, rather pistol. 2 wide receivers left, 1 right, tight end to the right as well. And now Tyus stands left of Navarro. Play clock's down to 5. Navarro takes the snap, 3-step drop. Here comes pressure. He gets out of it somehow, finding a way through defenders and up to the 30-yard line at the hash mark left. Coleman cuts him down after a 9-yard pickup, but he was way back in the pocket and found a way to get through everybody.
Jeff Knowles brought Cole Earlywine in on a safety blitz, who's subbing in, and Cole almost got there. He almost got home. And Navarro just finds a way to get yards.
And Navarro's back in the pistol. 3rd down, or the 2nd down, and they say 2 yards. They got to the 30, so it's an 8-yard pickup. And now here's a flag.
That's Kai Montgomery, I believe.
Offside with contact. Defense number 88. A 5-yard penalty will result in a 1st down.
So that is on Montgomery. And for Ball State today, let's see, how many penalties is that? That's just the 2nd penalty for 20 total yards on the cards, but that does move the sticks. So 1st and 10 for the Bobcats at Ball State's 25-yard line, leading 28-7. 9 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Navarro's in between the hash marks and shotgun. Tyus to his right. Ball State shows 5 defenders on the line. Ohio has every offensive lineman throw their hand up. Navarro takes the snap, pitches it to Tyus on the option left. Conley obliterated Navarro, and Tyus picks up 1 yard at the 29-yard line. Conley, wow.
Yeah, that's the speed option they were given the look of earlier. They actually ran the speed option there where he pitches it if he figures out he can't run it. So, and Darian got on him right away.
Navarro's in the pistol from the left hash. 2nd down and 9 after a 1-yard pickup from Tyus. He now has 13 carries, 109 yards. Navarro has 103 yards rushing. 2 rushers with 100 yards. Navarro takes the snap. Quick slant route caught by Coleman Owen. And it's down to the Ball State 15-yard line. That was the line to gain. And they moved the sticks again on the 10-yard pickup.
I think he's the only receiver that Navarro targets other than their tight ends.
Right. Navarro today has thrown now 5 balls to 6 to Owen for 143 yards, 2 touchdowns. Williams has a catch, and then the running back Tyus. So a tight end and a running back have the other 2 catches.
Yeah, he's the only guy they're throwing to.
And Owen's now over 1,000 yards receiving on the season with that catch. 7 touchdowns, 2 of those today. 1st and 10 Bobcats at Ball State's 15-yard line. Clock at 7.5 to go, 3rd quarter. Navarro throws it, middle of the field. Udo bats it down, but Owen was hit to the turf, and there's a flag back there at the 3-yard line. 28-7, Bobcats lead. 7.5 to play, 3rd quarter.
They made contact with Owen right as he made his cut. So I believe this is going to be a little bit of PI.
Owen cut back in, and Udo kind of grabbed his left hip. But Owen did slip, and the officials are deliberating to see if the slip was caused by, or the fall of the turf was a slip, or if it was the hand. He did grab his hip.
I think they're deciding,
It didn't look egregious, though.
He just grabbed it, his outside hand, or the opposite arm, too.
That contact happens every play, right?
Yeah, every play.
There are 2 fouls in the play, both against the defense. Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense number 93, that penalty is declined. Pass interference, defense number 10. That penalty places the ball at the spot of the foul and an automatic 1st down.
Okay, so Scott Hudson is
got to be smarter than that.
Charged with roughing the passer.
Tyus is getting the ball here. Calling it now.
6'1", 226 running back. In the pistol right behind Navarro. 3 wide receivers set. 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. Bobcats up 21, and now here is offensive penalties as a flag's thrown.
False start. Offense. Number 7. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
You get a penalty. You get a penalty.
Yeah, it's Chase Hendricks. He just moved. He probably flinched. Outside receivers have to watch the ball. They're taught to watch the ball like a defensive lineman because they can't hear, especially in a loud stadium. So he just wasn't watching the ball. He thought he heard it count.
So it's back to the 7-yard line. 1st and goal remains, though, for the Bobcats. Back to the pistol.
Doesn't change play.
Tyus right behind Navarro. Navarro fakes the handoff to Tyus. Navarro keeps it, runs up the hash mark right, and is crunched down by Eric McLean, the freshman DB, at the 4, so a 3-yard pickup, 2nd down and goal.
He pulls that ball so quickly, and he takes off.
Well, he puts it right in the gut of Tyus.
He rides it.
It takes like 2 steps, and then's like, nope. And for a running back, that's so tough to not just grab it out of the quarterback's hands.
They're taught to ride it until they can't ride it anymore, and then if the ball's gone, then let it go.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reps. There's a lot of practice in that.
2nd down and goal for the 4 for Navarro, who's running this clock inside 10 seconds of the play clock. 6:50 to play in the 3rd quarter. Bobcats up 21 points. Navarro takes the snap, running it left of the option. He's taking it himself up the seam left and scores his 2nd touchdown of the day. Parker Navarro has 13 rushing touchdowns, and Ohio takes a 34-7 lead. 6:40 remains in the 3rd quarter from a snowy Peden Stadium.
It's almost impossible to stop when he does that because they got everybody going one way. And who are you gonna take? Who are you gonna guard? It's almost like a fast break, a 3-on-2 fast break or whatever. So that's tough to stop. Where's that cannon, Nick?
It's in the left corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right above that big Ohio, painted on the grass right there behind the end zone left side.
I feel like that thing's gone off a million times today.
A couple of military personnel there manning that cannon as Spedek sends the extra point in. 35-7. Ohio leads by 28, 6 minutes and 40 seconds in the 3rd quarter. Thank you, Terry Schmier at Sam Pierce Chevrolet in Daleville for his support of Ball State Athletics. Visit sampiercechevy.com. That's sampiercechevy.com. 3rd quarter continues when we return on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
It's the final call for free AC at Peterman Brothers. When you install a qualifying heating and cooling system with Peterman this September, the AC is free. It will install next day or give you $500. We loved bringing this one-of-a-kind value to you, so take advantage while you still can. Visit PetermanHVAC.com to schedule your free AC installation today.
Peterman Brothers, where great service runs in the family.
When you share your food, you share your heart. So what's on your table this holiday season? Save on your festive feast at Kroger with delicious deals on all the holiday classics. Or wow the crowd with something new, like a quinoa stuffed butternut squash. It's sure to add a pop of color to your spread. How about a sweet potato casserole with a crunchy oat streusel topping, made with care for the sweet tooth and the savory tooth? With Kroger, fill your table with love and watch as your guests' hearts get as full as their bellies. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Thank you to Jeff Jackson at Awards Plus in downtown Muncie. He makes all the plaques for Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week. And for our Chirpy Student Athlete Awards, see Jeff for all of your award needs. Visit theawardsplus.com. That's theawardsplus.com. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow with you. Matt Tuttle's producing the final Ball State football game of the 2024 season. Snow here from Athens, Ohio. Asked you earlier if you liked Christmas music at this time, the day after Thanksgiving. Do you have a go-to Christmas song?
All of them.
Holiday song?
All of them. So there's Sirius has a couple channels now that are just dedicated to Christmas songs.
Oh, yeah?
Those are great. The one they played earlier, I love the Mariah Carey one.
Yeah,
it's
hard to beat.
Favorites.
All I Want for Christmas, yeah.
Silent Night's great, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I love the Adam Sandler one too. I know it's not Christmas. It's the Hanukkah song. I love that one as well.
Okay, yeah, it's a good one.
It's a great song.
It's a good choice.
Yeah.
A lot of good holiday music out there.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm with you. I'm here for it.
Yep. I'm all about that. That Jimmy Fallon has one. I don't know if we're supposed to promote other stations or what, but I figure you guys aren't firing me on the last day. So Jimmy Fallon has one on Sirius. It's pretty good. It's pretty.
Well, we
good.
are on Sirius XM right now.
That's
so
true.
You're good.
Yeah. So
you're
I don't know the number, but it's Fallon.
990.
Fallon's.
Oh, ours is 990
yeah.
today. But
and he's got some good stuff on there too. It's some originals. He does a lot of originals.
Okay, I didn't know that. 35-7, Ohio leads Ball State. Third quarter, 6:40 to play here from Athens, Ohio Peterson Stadium. Spedick about to kick it away from right to left for the Bobcats after another touchdown drive and a Navarro touchdown. Cam Pickett receives it at the 5-yard line. Hash mark right. Turns on the Jets. Scampers toward the 30, outside of the numbers and into the sideline, near end, into Ohio's bench, past the 45. They'll actually say he stepped out right there at the 45. Great field position and another great return from Cam Pickett.
Two things. Great return by Cam. Great blocking. Great. Coach Connolly has really got those guys dialed in on the return, their blocking schemes. So picking up guys, that's what it's all about. Blocking and tackling, Mick.
35-7, Ohio leads Ball State. 6:33 to play in the third quarter. Ball State has Caden Simmons, a redshirt freshman quarterback, with his hands in his hand warmer. The snow trickles down here from Athens, Ohio. Ohio had a couple guys jump offside, but they got back quickly before the snap. No flag throws. Simmons a 1st and 10 for the 45. Right hash mark, hands it off to Sloan, who races through the whole left guard to the 50, and a 5-yard pickup on the first play of the drive.
Hey, I know that I'm very aware that Tank Pearson is a wonderful DB, but him matched up on Tanner on the outside is a severe mismatch. I'm taking Tanner on that one every day of the week.
And he's been guarding one-on-one with Tanner Koziel a couple of times. Koziel 7 targets today, 5 receptions for 38 yards. He's 1 away from breaking the all-time receptions record for a tight end in his junior campaign. Koziel split out wide left. It's 2nd down and 5 at the 50 for Ball State, trailing by 28. 6 to go, third quarter. Sabanza takes the snap, looks right, throws it to Pickett, who goes to his knees, hauls it in, down at the 46 of Ohio. 4-yard pickup, and Ball State has 3rd down and 1. Cam Pickett now has a career-high 8 receptions.
Okay, you need to convert this.
3rd down and inches for Ball State at the 46 of Ohio. Right hash mark, handoff to Sloan, and he surges forward, lowers the head, and dives down to the Ohio 43-yard line for a gain of 3 and a Reeds Plumbing 1st down.
Ethan Crow did a great job. Needs to get out of the way, though.
Veteran center just standing right there for Sloan to run behind.
Yep.
First and 10, Ball State at the 43 of Ohio. 3 wide receivers for the Cards out wide left. 3 down linemen for the Bobcats, and a man coming off the edge, Marcel Walker-Burgess standing up. Samanza takes a snap. Here comes pressure. Hangs in the pocket. Slings it to Koziel. Up over everybody at the 30. Brings it in at the numbers left. And
record.
Tanner Koziel has the most receptions ever by a Ball State tight end in a career in a Cardinal and white uniform.
Great job by Tanner. Great ball by Caden. Great catch. Great focus on the ball by Tanner. That's what he does.
No tight end has ever caught 90 receptions in a single season. Tanner Koziel just did it. Samanza first and 10, throws it intended for Cam Pickett. Outside the numbers left, it's incomplete. Coverage there by Pearson, and it's second down at 10 at the Ohio 26-yard line. Ball State trails at 35-7 with 4.5 minutes to go third quarter.
Think he knows he just broke a school record?
You know, I probably would like to think that he's thinking he knows what that number looks like, right?
Yeah. Pretty neat.
Koziel has 159 receptions in a career, 90 receptions this season. He has both the single season receptions record and now the all-time record for a tight end. The record was 158 by Darius Hill from 05 to 08. Samanza on second down at 10 for the 26 of Ohio. Throws it across to Nick Munson, who catches numbers left at the 20. Buries his head down, 15-yard line. Dances the sideline, then dives out of bounds at the 11. It's a gain of 15 and a Reed's Plumbing Ball State first down.
Great catch by the East Noble grad, who, by the way, that team's getting ready to kick off in the 4A state finals here in about 10 minutes.
How about that?
Yeah. Apropos, man. That kid, he is again, he's one of those that, on the team that he's punching above his weight. When you stand next to him, you're like, that's a Division I football player. Yeah, he is a Division I football player.
First down at 10 for Ball State at the Ohio 11-yard line, down 35-7. 4 minutes to play third quarter. Samanza takes a snap, looks left, throws a Koziel, jumps up, touchdown. Far side left end zone, and Ball State is on the board. Tanner Koziel's 8th touchdown of the season, and Caden Samanza has 24 passing touchdowns this year.
Wonderful throw, wonderful catch. The total mismatch on the back end with Tanner Koziel. Again, anytime you got a DB guarding him, it's going to be a struggle. Great.
Tanner Koziel just broke the record for most receptions in a Ball State career by a tight end, and he has the most touchdowns by a tight end in FBS since the 2022 season. That's now 18 in the last 3 years.
And they're on the Chai Run on there. They're announcing it. It's a new school record.
So Koziel breaking records, scoring touchdowns, and now Jackson Corville on for the extra point to the right end zone and sends it through, 35-14. Ball State's on the board for the first time in the second half with 3:54 to play the third quarter. Final game of the season for Ball State. They have no postseason, playing for pride, and Tanner Koziel continues to impress.
Yep. Great job. That was a good drive by Caden. Great call. Great call by Coach Elliott. Did a wonderful job getting that ball downfield, taking advantage of what was given to them in the back end. Basically, they got a couple decent runs, but you know the passing game was wide open on that. Caden did a great job of executing.
Koziel today now 7 catches, 66 yards. Samanza 21 for 32, 245 through the air, 2 touchdowns, and a 66% completion percentage in this one. 35-14. That's a Gamebridge scoring drive to cut the deficit to 21. And that drive in total for Ball State, 7 plays, 55 yards, 2:39 off the clock.
You got a shorts alert down there.
We do. You said we'd see one, and there it is.
I told you.
There it is on a snowy day from Athens, Ohio.
It's not just snowing; it's cold.
It is chilly. It is chilly.
The snow seems to be picking up. It's not sticking anywhere, but it seems to be picking up a little bit. I'm anxious to see what Ohio will do. I don't think much changes. It's going to be a big mixture of Tyus and Navarro and the occasional Owen pass. So
that's probably the plan. Cards down 35-14, 3:54 third quarter on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
Hey, Ball State. This is Voice of the Cardinals, Mick Tidrow. Ball State Financial is your hometown credit union. It's the only place to get a free Dancing Charlie Cardinal-themed debit card. I opened up an account last year and absolutely love it. New customers also get free Ball State gear when they open up an account. Visit fcfcu.com/chirp for more info. That's fcfcu.com/chirp. Go Cards.
Hey, Cardinal fan, this is wide receiver Malcolm Gilly. Listen to Ball State Football on the Cardinal Game Bridge Audio Network from Lanford.
Ball State trails 35-14, third quarter, 3 minutes and 54 seconds to go in the frame, and Ball State is kicking it away left to right with Carson Homer. He sends one high toward the 15-yard line. It's a fair catch from Ohio's Hendricks, and it's 1st and 10 for the Bobcats at their own 25-yard line.
I kind of like that, the fair catch. I did. Smart. It's very smart.
Yeah, with the wind whipping like that, call fair catch, don't let anything happen, and take your 1st and 10. Well, Ohio's making a quarterback substitution. Nick Paulus is checking in for Parker Navarro, who exits with a really good day in his back pocket. 7 of 11 passing, 169 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. 11 rushes for 110 yards and 2 more touchdowns.
It's smart.
And up 21 with 18-plus minutes to go in the game. Ohio's changing quarterbacks. Paulus takes the snap, hands it off. It's Ricky Hunt Jr., backup running back. Wiggles in between the hash marks and is knocked down at the 28-yard line.
He's a terrific running back. This is not a step down. He's a really good running back.
Yeah, gain of 3, second down at 7. I mean, Hunt had 350 yards entering today. Had 5 touchdowns in the Myrtle Beach Bowl last year, tying an NCAA record for most touchdowns in a bowl game. So we know that Hunt can really run the football. 2nd down at 7 for Ohio at the 28-yard line. Paulus takes the snap, fakes the handoff, heaving it deep down the right sideline. A diving attempt at a catch, and it's incomplete for tight end Mason Williams. 3rd down at 7 at the Ohio 28.
Interesting. And slinging around a little bit. I think they're just doing that to open up the defense again. It's going to be a Hunt run again right here, I would imagine. Like Paulus, if he wasn't, he's just because he's a backup, he's backed up to a pretty good quarterback. So
yeah, Parker Navarro's been waiting his time to be a true number 1 option.
I mean, they didn't just get him off the couch. He knows what he's doing.
Paulus in shotgun in between the hash marks, 3rd and 7 from the Ohio 28-yard line. Wind swirling, snow falling. Paulus throws it left side. It's incomplete. It was intended for the wide receiver slanting toward the right side with Ian Poe, the redshirt sophomore from Oak Park, Illinois. It's incomplete. And Ball State gets an American Pest Pros defensive stand. Check out the Ball State discount at AmericanPestPros.com. 4th and 7 at the 28 for Ohio, leading Ball State 35-14. 3:12 third quarter, and the Cardinals about to get the football right back.
Same thing. I'm sending everybody. Some kind of twist. I'm getting somebody through there.
Back to return is Nick Munson at the 35-yard line. Jack Wilson, the punter, right-footed, sends it back. Munson calls fair catch inside the 30, officially marked down at the 29 of Ball State.
Very smart.
So the Cardinals down 21 points, can cut this to a 2-possession game. Down 35-14 with 3:05 in the third quarter. Plenty of time to try and make something happen here, right? 18 minutes in the game, and offense is starting to click a little bit.
It's an eternity.
I guess we shouldn't say that it's starting to click. Ball State's offense has moved the ball quite a bit during this game. It's just been, like you said earlier, about finishing drives.
Yep, finishing drives and not making mistakes when those little windows open up. Drop balls and penalties and things like that.
Ohio 35, Ball State 14 in the Cardinals season finale. 3:05 third quarter. Ball State has 1st and 10 from its own 29-yard line. Sabanza takes a shotgun snap, climbs the pocket. Nobody's open. He decides to dive down at the 30-yard line. It's a 1-yard pickup, 2nd down and 9.
Incredibly smart move by Caden right there. He was going nowhere. Get down. Don't be a hero.
I think he learned from that fumble earlier in the second half.
100%. He's got to realize that sometimes no play is a play. Just get down, throw it away, whatever. That's sufficient.
So 2nd down and 9 for Ball State back at its own 30. Samanza shotgun snap, hands it off. It's Christian Davis running to the right hash mark and nowhere to go. Hole closes up fast, courtesy of Bradley Weaver on the defensive line again.
Tough road to hoe right here, running up the middle against this front, especially again that personnel group and formation. 8 guys in the box. That means you have to win some one-on-one matchups up front. That's not something the Cards are capable of doing right now.
Ball State faces a 3rd down and 7 from its own 32-yard line, trailing by 21 points. Inside 2 minutes to play, 3rd quarter from Athens, Ohio. Samanza's in shotgun by himself. 5 wide receivers, takes the snap over the middle. It's caught by Koziel, twirling around at the sticks. 1st down to the 40, 8-yard pickup. Wow.
How did he get that ball in there?
How did Tanner catch that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That ball, that was a little window.
Taylor was draped all over him and threw his arm up. Koziel caught that, protected it, spun around, and had an 8-yard pickup. 1st and 10 on a Reed's Plumbing 1st down.
That shows you the strength that Tanner has.
And the precision that Caden has, too.
Yeah, that too.
Down 21, 1 minute and 7 seconds, 3rd quarter. Samanza fakes the handoff to Sloan, looks left. There's Koziel to catch it at the 40, numbers left, and busts out of bounds at the Ball State 47. Gain of 7 more yards, 2nd down and 3. Today, Koziel 10 catches, 81 yards. Already broke the single season reception record, has the all-time record by a tight end for receptions, and he's closing in on 100 yards today.
Tanner's getting in a rhythm, so is Caden.
2nd and 3 for the Ball State 47. Samanza fakes the handoff, throws over the middle for Pickett. It's incomplete, left hash mark, and there was Taylor all over Pickett. 3rd down and 3.
They were kind of mugging each other. I know Ball State wants a penalty on that, but they were mugging each other. They were pushing and shoving the whole route. All right, big down. You want a conversion here, right? And I'm not so sure you don't. Again, I've said it all day. You're just going for it on 4th down.
Yeah, from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about 1 play left. You're going to get a free timeout to talk about a 4th down if they don't get it, because this is going to be the last play of the quarter. You got it.
And it's a quick run from Braden Sloan on 3rd and 3 up to Ohio's 47-yard line. Picks up 7 yards. Reed's Plumbing 1st down for Ball State.
Yeah, I would run a play here. Definitely get another play in before the quarter.
That's what Samanza's trying to do right now. 1st and 10 at the 47 of Ohio. 10 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Samanza throws it 30-yard line. It's incomplete, intended for Koziel. Closest there was the defensive back, Adonis Williams Jr. And it's 2nd and 10 at the Ohio 47. 9 seconds, 3rd quarter. Ball State down 35-14.
I think he thought Tanner would break that route off inside more.
Yeah.
And Tanner wasn't there.
DJ Horton checks in, stands to the right of Samanza. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, 4 down linemen for Ohio. On the 2nd and 10 at the 47. Quick snap, throw to TJ Horton outside right. Scampers by his defender and then hits the 40-yard line for a healthy gain of 7. 3rd down and 3 upcoming, but that's the end of the 3rd quarter.
This is the end.
Again, great block by Keon Magwood on the outside. Kind of sprung TJ loose so he could pick up some yards.
1 quarter of Ball State football left here in 2024 as the Cardinals trail 35-14, but moving the football. 3rd down and 3 at the Ohio 40 when we come back. Cardinals, time to level up your living. University Village has you covered with spacious 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, furnished or unfurnished, for fall 2025 today. Just a mile out from Ball State's campus. Text CHIRP to 51378. That's CHIRP to 51378. 35-14. 3 quarters in the books. Cards trail the Bobcats. Last quarter of the season upcoming on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. But we don't expect you to take our word for it, so we're putting it to the test. Starting with me. My mouth is watering already, so I think we can skip the drum roll and get right to the main event. Cue the fireworks. We have an official best Zero Sugar ever. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Trust me. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
There are Black Friday deals, and then there are Kohl's Black Friday deals. Where else can you get 40% off Levi's, up to 50% off Sephora fragrances, and home favorites for under $10, all in the same place? And it gets better. You can score extra Kohl's cash with $15 earned for every $50 spent. Get 15% off some of your finds, and save even more with limited time doorbusters, like 50% off toys. Select styles. Offers end November 29th. Coupons do not apply to Levi's and toys. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Some restrictions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Thank you, Spencer DeVoe at DeVoe Chevrolet in Alexandria for support of Ball State Athletics. Visit DeVoeChevy.com. That's DeVoeChevy.com. DeVoe Chevy, proud partner of Ball State Athletics. Final quarter of the Ball State football season, 35-14. Bobcats lead the Cardinals as the sun starts to try and poke out for the first time this afternoon. The lights are on, the snow is stopped, and it just feels brighter in Peden Stadium to start the fourth quarter. Maybe it's because they turned the lights on, Chris, but I think if we look down the left toward the bushes, that's the sun.
You can see the shadows.
Oh.
Yeah, it's showing on the concrete and on the concourse down there.
On the final quarter of Ball State's football season, here comes the sun.
It's indicative of what's to come. Let's hope, right?
Right, down 21, but moving the football 3rd and 3 at the Bobcats' 40-yard line. You said it was 14-12, Miami leading Bowling Green.
Yep.
Third quarter up there.
Yep.
Well, that's decides to see who goes to the MAC championship game between those two teams and Ohio. All three of those teams are 6-1 in the conference.
Oh, fourth quarter.
It's fourth quarter now?
10:35 to go.
So it's still 14-12? No, 21-12.
Oh,
Miami just scored.
Yeah.
Miami just scored a touchdown to go up 9 points.
That's at BG, too.
It's at BG. So
is that Dwight Perry Stadium? Thank you.
And, this is getting interesting. If Ohio wins, they're in, and the winner of the other game winning in, too. Miami's just going on a run right now. They're one of the hottest teams in the conference. Mm-hmm. All right, final quarter of Ball State football for 2024 has the Cardinals at 3rd and 3 at the 40-yard line of Ohio, trailing 35-14. First play of the final frame, Samanza moves slow to the right side, hash mark right. 4 wide receivers. Samanza takes the snap, quick throw over to Pickett left. Hashmark catches it and springs forward inside the 30 and flung down by Pearson to the 25. It's a gain of 15, and Ball State had to reach Plumbing first down.
That's the third time we run that play today. Every time it's been complete.
And Cam Pickett now has a career high 10 receptions for a career best 120 through the air. Samanza takes the first down and 10 snap at the 25 of Ohio and just chucks it toward his own sideline far end. Incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Well, you said it, if there's not an open throw, just chuck it out of bounds.
Throw it out of bounds.
Throw it out of bounds.
It's not the worst thing in the world. The protection's been okay. Now that time Ohio only brought 4, so it helps a little bit. But the protection's getting a little bit better.
2nd and 10 for Ball State at the 25-yard line. Samanza takes a snap, Sloan in motion right to left. Samanza climbing the pocket, throws it, intended for Pickett over the middle. It's incomplete as Taylor hit Pickett as that ball was released. 3rd down and 10.
I don't know if they hit him or they ran into each other.
Yeah.
Regardless, it wasn't going to be a completion. If it was only going to be about 2 yards. Caden's good. You can see it in his face. He's good. Let's make a play. Let's just make a play. Just like you talked about earlier with him and with the Ethan Crow interview. He's good. He's got all the confidence in the world.
Believes he can make any throw out there on the football field. 3rd down and 10 at Ohio's 25, 35-14. Ball State trails, 30 seconds off the 4th quarter clock. Throw to Pickett, catches, drops it at the knees, and it's incomplete at the numbers left. 3rd down becomes 4th and 10 at the 25.
And I see Jackson Corville and Tucker Dunn kind of staging over there, but I'd be surprised if they kick a field goal here. The field goal.
You got to have touchdowns, right?
Touchdowns.
Down 21 points with 14 and a half minutes in your season.
There's not a lot of benefit in getting 3 points here. It's still that still leaves you down, 18, which is almost 3 scores.
Well, Coach Johnson apparently agrees with you because the offense is staying on the field.
Well, it's because he's an O-lineman and he's smart.
Yeah, there's the telepathy between O-linemen. Coaching staff for Ohio telling everybody to get loud here at Peden Stadium. 21-point deficit for the Cards, 4th and 10 at the Ohio 25. Sabanza takes the snap, runs around, throws it deep toward the right side, but it's batted down and incomplete. Falls harmlessly to the turf, and it is a 4th down turnover for Ball State. Ohio has 1st and 10 at its own 25.
Nick, he had Cam Pickett wide open at about the 2-yard line, coming across the middle, and it just got batted down.
Yep, up front, batted around and to the turf.
That's hard to do, get a ball batted down on the outside when you're running like that. So the charge is Ohio comes out. Are they going to bring Paulus back in? Do they put Navarro back in for one more? Or are they content with this 21-point lead?
We'll see what the Bobcats do, leading 35-14, 40 seconds in to the 4th quarter. And thank you to Jason Shively at Victory Honda of Muncie for his support of Ball State Athletics. Visit victorymuncie.com. That's victorymuncie.com for Jason Shively and Victory Honda of Muncie. Ohio possession coming up on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
It's the final call for free AC at Peterman Brothers. When you install a qualifying heating and cooling system with Peterman this September, the AC is free. It will install next day or give you $500. We love bringing this one-of-a-kind value to you, so take advantage while you still can. Visit PetermanHVAC.com to schedule your free AC installation today.
Peterman Brothers, where great service runs in the family.
Did you know that your dental exam can reveal many other health issues? Poor sleep, headaches, anxiety, and acid reflux are just a few issues that can be recognized in a dental exam. All health care can be made easier when caught early, so prevention is the key. Our team at University Avenue Dental prides itself in being on the cutting edge as part of your medical team. With thorough testing, imaging, and examination, Dr. Greg Powell will work with you on a personal level to ensure you receive the very best care. If preventative care is what you're looking for, please call Dr. Pyle at 765-288-6121 or online at drgregpyle.com.
Holidays are right around the corner. Check out Kohl's and Kohl's.com where you'll find everything you need for the holiday season. Kohl's, where families come first, especially around this time of year. 35-14, Ohio leads Ball State. 14:20 to play in Ball State's season. It's Ohio football. Moving it left to right after Ball State turns it over on downs. And Paulus stays in at quarterback after entering as the backup last drive for Parker Navarro. Bobcats electing to not send out Parker Navarro, their star quarterback, who's over 100 rushing yards today for the 5th time this season. So Paulus in the pistol formation in between the hash marks. 1st and 10 for the Bobcats at their own 25-yard line. Williams, the motion man, right to left. Paulus turns around and hands it off to the back. Nolan McCormick, redshirt junior from Mason, Ohio. That's just his 13th carry on the season. And he picks up a few to the 29 of Ohio for a 4-yard gain, 2nd and 6.
Look for a lot of the same, Mick, going forward. Bleed the clock down. Just kind of get this thing, like I said earlier, shorten the game a little bit.
Bobcats have been able to do that throughout the course of any given game because they're 18th in the country in time of possession at 32 minutes. They're grinding out the clock here. Paulus in the pistol formation. Max Rodarte in motion right to left, and there is some pre-snap penalty movement.
Ball start. Offense, number 60. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
If you're Coach Albin right now, you're losing your mind. And I know people at home are like, why is he losing mind? They're up 35-14. Because you don't want to see those kind of mistakes from a football team. Be disciplined, be focused, be dialed in until the end of the game. Not 3 quarters, 4 quarters.
There's also a Trent Allen, who's a backup lineman, just getting extra snaps, too. I think these are big snaps in case he's got to go in the rest of the season. Fake handoff, a throw to Mason Williams. Outside the numbers right, trucking forward, decked out by Eric McLean.
That was close.
And it is a 1st down to the ball, rather to the 40-yard line of Ohio. 16-yard pickup on 2nd and 11, moves the sticks
Tough to stop. Just a little play action, Y flat, and there's just nothing you can do. You're running everybody off, and the tight end's going to be wide open out there in the flat.
They give him an extra yard to the 41. First down and 10 for the Bobcats, up 35-14. 2 minutes shaved off the fourth quarter. It's much less of a crowd now than there was at kickoff, as the Cold take it over here from Peden Stadium at Frank Solich Field. Paulus from the shotgun right, 3 wide receivers left, 4 down linemen. Paulus takes the snap, keeps it himself on the fake handoff, runs to the 45, and is hit hard by Jack Beebe and D.D. Snyder.
D.D. Snyder got him good.
So a gain of 4, 2nd and 6 at the 45.
I'm surprised they're running the quarterback a little bit. I get it. You want the kid to get hit. You want him to get some game experience.
He played against Kentucky, went 8 of 9 for 110 passing yards. Didn't run a whole lot there, but this season has 130 rushing yards as the backup quarterback. 2nd and 6 at the 45 of Ohio. Paulus waiting until 3 seconds of the play clock. Hands it off to McCormick, who bounces forward to the 49 of Ohio. 4-yard pickup, 3rd down and 2 upcoming.
A little bit of John going on out there. Keontae really hammered him there. He got a great tackle from the backside.
Yep.
Keontae's playing till the end, Mick. He ain't going to quit.
There's no quitting Keontae Newsom, trying to go out on his terms here from his football career. He has 11 minutes and 34 seconds left in that career. Team's leading tackler of the last 2 seasons. And a crouch at the linebacker position, 3rd down and 2 for Ohio at their own 49-yard line. It's a handoff to McCormick. He spins around Beebe and Udo for a 1st down and a gain of 3 to Ball State's 48.
They're doing exactly what they want to do right here. Just kind of bleed the clock down, keep the ball on the ground a little bit. And the one pass they did throw was almost a sure thing. So it's kind of what their plan is going forward. Heavy personnel. Tight formation.
1st and 10 for the Bobcats at the 48 of Ball State. Inside of 11 minutes to go, 35-14, Ohio leads Ball State. Paulus in the pistol, 7 on the play clock, takes the snap, hands it off to McCormick, extends his right arm. Jack Beebe doesn't care. D.D. Snyder cleans it up. It's a no-gainer, 2nd down and 10.
Great job by Jack Beebe, getting in there and making a play.
Seen Beebe all over the place on this drive.
Yep, he's been banged up a little bit here and there, so nice to see him getting in and making some plays.
Second down, and they give him a yard, so 9 yards to go at the 47 of Ball State. Clock approaching 10 minutes to go. Paulus to the shotgun from the left hash mark. 3 wide receivers right, 1 left. Paulus claps the hands, takes the snap, fakes the handoff to McCormick. He fumbles the ball. It's out at the 50. Ball State recovers.
Riley Tolsma.
Right there, Riley Tolsma at the Cats midfield logo. And the Cardinals have their 2nd takeaway today.
It was just a botched mesh by the quarterback and the running back. They had a pulling guard. They were just going to run a power zone, a power read with the quarterback. And I think Paulus just kind of pulled the ball or tried to give the ball. It was just a messed up mesh point. And Ball State takes advantage, jumps on the ball.
Cards have the football midfield, down 35-14. 9 minutes and 56 seconds to go on the season on the Cards Gainbridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey Cardinal fans, it's women's head basketball coach Brady Sally here to talk about my friends at Gill Brothers Furniture. Let Richard Gill and his staff make your house a home, just like he's done mine. He's a proud sponsor of Ball State Athletics. Gill Brothers makes great living affordable. 2 convenient locations in Muncie and Anderson, and visit them online at gilbros.com. Ask about the Ball State discount.
The Hampton Inn of Muncie is the official partner of Ball State Athletics. Ask about our Ball State special, available to all Cardinal fans. The Hampton Inn is one of Muncie's finest hotels. Come enjoy our free breakfast, free Wi-Fi, and fresh Hampton beds waiting for you. Less than a mile away from Ball State campus. Don't forget to ask about our Ball State special. Search Hampton Inn of Muncie online at munciesweets.hamptonin.com. At munciesweets.hamptonin.com.
The Snow Flurries have returned to Peden Stadium at Frank Solich Field in Athens, Ohio. Final game of the season for Ball State football, trailing 35-14. 9:56 to play, but the Cards get the football back, 1st and 10. Smack dab at midfield after Riley Tolsma recovers a fumble. This snow is now coming down in flakes. It's not just flurries, it is flakes.
Yeah, it's really, and it's blowing too. It's just looks like a snow globe.
It really does, because in front of us it's going left, and then you look out toward the right uprights and it's swirling right.
Yeah, it's going both directions and swirling around. It looks like a snow globe. So very pretty, and not excited about the drive home in this, but we'll make it. We'll get there. So
you've done it once or twice.
Once or twice in my life.
You're a
yes,
seasoned
sir.
veteran.
Seasoned veteran. Take a shot here.
Yeah, just recovered a fumble.
Yeah, it's a free possession.
Down 21 points, inside 10 to go. Ball State football at midfield.
By the way, I have to say something. The Red Hat has to fix the twirl game next year. There needs to be a meeting. There needs to be a clinic for him to go to.
Samanza's under center right at midfield. Takes a snap, hands it off to Pickett on the jet sweep. Breaks one tackle. Here goes Cam Pickett. Breaks a second and is dropped down at the 23-yard line of Ohio. It's a 27-yard rush for Cam Pickett. He had one man to beat for a touchdown.
They almost broke it. They love that play. They've really kind of leaned on that in the last few weeks. And they went quick, too.
Reed's Plumbing first down as the Cardinals at 1st and 10 at the Ohio 23-yard line. 9.5 minutes to play, down 21. We'll see how many more times teams throw the football with this wind just whipping back and forth. Sabanza's in shotgun. Fakes the handoff to Sloan, runs off left.
Oh, no.
He's sacked. The ball's punched out by Taylor. The offensive line trying to grab it. It's Ohio who picks up the football, racing left to right, and they have it at Ball State's 38-yard line. It was recovered by Dustin Johnson, the safety, and he just sprung forward all the way to Ball State's 39 officially.
Cody Smith jumped on it, and it, in true 2024,
right?
As this year's gone, it just squirted out. He had it, and it squirted out, and Ohio was able to pick it up and try to get the scoop and score. Great job by Ethan Crow to get there and stop the touchdown.
Timeout on the field.
Fitting in some timeouts now.
Yes, they are. CBS Sports Network going to work here. 35-14, Ball State turns it over. It's 1st and 10 for Ohio at the Ball State 39-yard line. 9:09 left on the season on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Correction.
Behind every strong hip and knee. Behind every strong shoulder. Good catch. Behind every strong team is our highly skilled team of experts in orthopedics. IU Health is the official healthcare and sports medicine provider of Ball State Athletics, and we're here to keep you moving. From acute injuries to chronic pain and conditions, go where the athletes go. Walk-in appointments for new injuries are available Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can always schedule a same-day or next-day appointment and wait from the comfort of your home. Visit iuhealth.org/MuncieOrtho to learn more.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Hubler.
When it comes to vehicles, Greg Hubler Auto Group will take care of you. From our big selection of quality new and used vehicles that include the Greg Hubler Promise to our quick lane and quick wash locations that make sure your vehicle runs and looks new. Plus, we have free vehicle delivery anywhere in Indiana. Visit PromiseKept.com today.
Find out why people prefer to buy from Greg Hubler.
So they faked us. There was an immediate timeout. They came on the intercom right when we went to break and said, oh, yeah, not immediate timeout, by the way. So they ran one play. Riley Tolsma a tackle for loss, and now it's a handoff to Hunt Jr. He's at the right hash mark. Brandon Berger finds him and plants him at the 38. Gain of 2, 3rd down and 9 for Ohio. With 8:15 to play in the game, Bobcats 35, Cardinals 14.
Cards are playing hard right to the end. I like it on defense especially. Boy, it's tough to see the field a little bit. It's really blowing.
It is.
I ain't mad about it. It's kind of cool. Look how fast it's going
so
to your right. The way it's whipping across the field. It is pretty cool.
Beautiful sight here from Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio. It's 3rd down and 9 for Paulus and this Ohio offense. 3 seconds on the play clock. Paulus takes the snap, fakes the handoff, runs out right, hits the numbers at the 40. Jukes breaks one tackle. Udo ankles tackles him down at the Ball State 25-yard line. A gain of 13 on third down. Moves the sticks.
Eric McLean had him, and he ducked his head on the tackle, and Polish just made him miss.
And now as we approach 7 minutes to go, the Bobcats up 7, trying to milk some more clock here.
They're going to try to put one in here.
Snow is now sticking to the turf here at Frank Solich Field. As Paulus for the pistol formation right hash mark. Looks to the left, play clock hits 7, clap of the hands. A give to Hunt, straight up the middle run. Berger chases him from behind. Reichert yanks him down as well. 1 yard pick up to the 23. Second down and 9.
Ball State's doing a nice job at the point of attack, getting to the ball, getting him down. Not a lot of extra yards for those inside and mid-zone runs that Ohio was really good at earlier in the game. .21 seconds on the play clock. They're going to I think they'll just continue to milk this down. I'd be surprised if he snapped it anytime soon.
Yep, clock approaching 10 now on the play clock. Game clock at 6:20. Bobcats by 21 points. Paulus looks to the right and left again, surveys around, hands it off to Hunt, who breaks 2 tackles, spins out of a third, hits the 20-yard line. Riley Tolsma, who missed the first tackle, races up to help charge with Udo to finish the play at the 20. Gain of 3, third down and 6 for the Bobcats. 6 minutes to go, 21-point Ball State deficit.
Yeah, George Udo did a great job of standing him up, getting the ball stopped so everybody could have come in and help out. A little bit of gang tackle, I like it. Again, they're going to take this all the way down. Third down. They're going to take this down to 5:30 by the time they snap it.
It's that same pistol formation with a tight end to the right side. Running back Hunt behind him and 3 wide receivers set. This has been like 50% of their snaps. Paulus fakes the handoff, heaves it toward the end zone. Beautiful throw, corner right side touchdown. Max Rodarte with the catch. And Ohio extends its lead 41-14. And Rodarte has his first Division I touchdown reception, his 5th catch of the year.
That was really nice. Little play action by Paulus. Little half boot outside. Just tossed it up, and he beat McLean over the top.
Paulus with his 2nd touchdown throw of the season. Redshirt junior from Granite Bay, California. Makes it 41-14. And on for the extra point. To the right side is Spedick, who's not missed an extra point all season. This is his 6th extra point of the day. The sleeveless kicker knocks it straight through, and it's 42-14. Bobcats in front with 5:25 remaining on Ball State's season. This time, it's immediate timeout. We roll with them on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
It's the final call for free AC at Peterman Brothers. When you install a qualifying heating and cooling system with Peterman this September, the AC is free. It will install next day or give you $500. We loved bringing this one-of-a-kind value to you, so take advantage while you still can. Visit PetermanHVAC.com to schedule your free AC installation today.
Peterman Brothers, where great service runs in the family.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Ohio 42, Ball State 14, 5 minutes, 25 seconds from Peden Stadium at Frank Solich Field. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow, Matt Tuttle's producing here today. Let's send it back to Matt for stations to identify themselves on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Frank Solich Field at Peden Stadium, named after 2 of the most iconic folks in Ohio Bobcats football history. Frank Solich Field, after Frank Solich, who had 16 seasons and the winningest coach in the Mid-American Conference with 75 conference victories. The stadium was named after legendary head coach Don Peden as the head coach from 1924 to 46. Chris, he was 121, 46 and 11 in his career.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll
that's
play.
a lot. That's a good percent, a good winning percentage. You do that, you can stay around for 26 years.
Yeah,
So-
and this program started playing football in 1894.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Don Peden and Frank Solich are two of the most legendary coaches in this program's history.
Frank Solich was a great football coach.
Mm-hmm.
He really knew how to do things. And that article I read out in the hallway about him, wow, that was really neat.
And Tim Albin was his understudy for
Uh-huh.
so long.
Yep, at Nebraska, then
yeah,
here.
20 years that Albin's been a part of the Bobcats program, and he learned under Solich. And when Solich decided to retire, it seemed like there was only one choice, right, to name the next head coach,
Yeah, it
Tim
was a
Albin.
Natural progression.
Line drive kick from Spedick. It twirls down to the 19-yard line. Picked up by Vaughn Pemberton. He skates forward, dancing around, charging forward, breaks a tackle, barrels down to the 50, and there comes a flag at the Ball State 39-yard line. It would have been a heck of a return of 31 yards, but there is laundry on the field.
It'll get negated, I believe. We had a Ball State player that had a little too much hands going on, I believe.
During the return, holding, receiving team, number 24.
Yeah, it was Christian
10-yard
Davis.
penalty
That's
for
what
the
I
spot
thought.
of the foul. First down.
He basically tackled the guy. Now, the guy was going down anyway. It looked worse than it was, but I knew they were going to call that. All right, here we go. So, Nick Munson's in there.
Yep, Nick Munson had a reception last drive as Ball State trails 42-14, final 5:17 to play on the season. Caden Samanza stays in the game. TJ Horton to the left, Keon Magwood out wide left. Nick Munson to the right side. Magwood in motion from left to right. Samanza claps the hands, takes the snap, gives off to TJ Horton, who scampers up the middle past the 30 to the Ball State 31-yard line. Gain of 5, second down and 5.
He was barreling. He got what he could get. To get 5 there was pretty amazing.
So Ball State today running the football, Chris. It's been tough. 26 attempts for 39 yards.
Incredible.
And 27 of those yards were by Cam Pickett on a jet sweep. They do count sacks as rushing yards, right? So Samanza has minus 34.
Yeah.
So it's a little skewed.
Yeah.
Samanza takes a snap on 2nd and 5 at the 31. Give to Horton. Bounces it back outside. Hits the numbers left. Tries to throw the shoulder out, but Ohio's not having any of that as Michael Mack makes the
Don't do
play at the
that.
34-yard
Don't do
line.
that.
Gain of 3. Third and
Don't
2.
do that. TJ, it's his job to tackle you. It's not your job to push him afterward.
Yeah, no flags called, so.
I get the frustration. I do.
Right.
You've got to be smarter than that, though.
3rd and 2. Samanza sees it, throws it to the left side. Caught by Magwood, but a timeout from Coach Albin. He saw what Caden Samanza saw
They
and
weren't
burns
ready.
the timeout. Did not want that
30 seconds.
first down to be
First
as
down.
easy as it was about to be
Their first of the half.
because the two blockers were about to set up Keon Magwood to take it to the house.
Yeah, they were not ready. And I like that. I like the headiness by Caden to see that, snap it, throw it, and it also to have your receiver on the same page as you. That's pretty good. That tells me something. They
So-
know. Go ahead.
Ball State would have 76 rushing yards, by the way, if they didn't
Yeah.
count sacks.
I am never a fan of that. You've got a bunch of running backs that run for yards. The quarterback gets sacked 3 times, and now those guys, it's almost like it didn't happen. That's not fair to those guys.
But it shouldn't go against passing either. I've always
Agreed,
thought
yeah.
sacks should be a separate category of yards lost.
Yeah, yep.
Not a rush, not a pass.
Right. I agree.
It's one person's opinion.
No, 2. Make
Two.
that 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
2.
Yeah, 2. We can
I
change
think,
the world.
I think
We
Dan
can make some
Wolford, our statistician Dan Wolford, if he were here today, he would agree with us.
Yeah,
You think so?
100%, yeah.
At least he would nod and say
What do you
yes.
think he's doing right now?
Dan is probably eating leftovers from Thanksgiving.
Watching this game and
Yeah,
he's watching.
He's got
this
us tuned
game.
in. Appreciate you, Dan. Thank
Yep,
you.
Thanks, Dan.
Sad we only got to work with him for 5 games this year.
I know.
3rd down and 2 for Ball State at the 34-yard line. Samanza takes a snap, throw to Koziel, catches at the knees, numbers right, picks up the Reeds Plumbing first down to the Ball State 41. Late flag flies after the gain of 7. It was a late flag.
It was a face mask.
Was it?
I believe so.
I'm testing you here.
I believe so.
You've been pretty good this year when I've told you not to guess.
Batting about 93%. I'm pretty sure. It came from way back there, but it did look like it maybe
it was
face
on
mask.
Ball State's sideline on the far end. So.
Personal foul, face mask. Defense, number 2.
He shoots,
15-yard
he
penalty,
scores.
automatic.
Pack it up.
First down.
That's what I do.
4:03 to go. Ball State picks up yardage to the 44 of Ohio now after the penalty flag. It was a first down regardless, but out on the 15 yards. And the Cards have 1st and 10 at the Ohio 44 with 4 minutes to go, down 42-14.
Mismatch on the outside, top of the field.
Yeah, Koziel's working on a smaller defensive back, and Samanza sees it, throws it to Koziel. It's incomplete. Mack get on the coverage on the far side. 2nd down and 10.
He was sort of kind of open, so.
Well, Mack plays the nickel position as a backup. DJ Walker's usually the starter at nickel, but Walker's not playing at this point in the game, up 42-14 with inside 4 minutes to play.
I love that they're still trying to drive. My only thought is that if there are any seniors over there dressed that haven't seen a lot of time, I would love. I know it's not participation, but I would love to see those guys get a few plays.
2nd down and 10 at the Ohio 44. Samanza quickly whips it to Keon Magwood, who catches it, breaks 2 tackles, spins around, and down to the Ohio 39, 5-yard pickup. 3rd down and 5 for Ball State with the last 3:37 of the season. And we'll see if interim head coach Colin Johnson decides to bring some in.
I don't know who's available though.
Well, Aiden Leffler would be one, backup quarterback. Blazik would be one of them.
Yeah.
As a quick throw to McDougal. A younger wide receiver catches it at the hash mark right down to the 27 of Ohio. Pickup of 12 and a Reeds Plumbing 1st down.
That was a good catch and throw by Caden.
Yeah.
Put it right on the money.
Davis and Spiegel will check in for Ball State at running back.
Yeah, Charlie's a 9th-year senior, I think. He's a
redshirt junior, technically by classification.
That's crazy. He played high school football in 2019, 18.
1st and 10 for Ball State at the Ohio 27, 42-14 game. Bobcats in front, 2:45 to play. Samanza takes a snap, throws it deep. McDougal's the target. McDougal gets by everybody and catches it right at the chest for a touchdown. His first career Cardinals score, and he dances in celebration as Samanza dropped it into a bucket for a Ball State touchdown.
If you're, how you feel about that if you're Ohio?
That Samanza just threw another dime of a touchdown, his 3rd of the day?
You're not mad about it.
I mean, you're up 22 as it stands right now with 2:42 to play.
Yeah, I mean, you're not mad about it. You don't want them to lay down, and you don't expect them to. So I know there's people out there, man, just run the ball, get the ball. No, just keep playing.
Right.
Your kid's job is to keep playing.
Right, and you can see Ball State's bench is super excited for McDougal.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's been working his tail off all year to get the moment like that, and Jackson Corville swings the right leg to put the extra point through. 42-21 with 2:42 to play. And McDougal's first receiving touchdown of his career. So we've seen a first career pick for Ty Baldwin, first career touchdown reception, Daya Patel, first career touchdown reception for McDougal. Tanner Koziel broke the all-time receptions record for a tight end today and had his 8th touchdown reception. There have been things that you can celebrate today, even though Ball State's down 21. And it beat a 21-point game with 2:42 left to go here from Athens, Ohio. I'm not trying to spin a positive when you're down 21, but like you said, there were empty possessions. Ball State had it in plus territory a couple of times, turned it over or punted, and you're looking at a 21-point game.
There's a handful, if not more, maybe half dozen to close to 10 opportunities. They had to make plays where mistakes were made, drop balls, fumbles, things like that really cost them. They probably cost them 28 of those 42 points that led directly. And that's what good teams like Ohio do. They take advantage
points
of
off turnovers.
That's
what they just did. Samanza fumbled. They went down and scored. Picked up another touchdown, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Those are the difference makers in the game.
So they have Ball State's got their hands team in. Ohio has their hands team in. We all know it's coming, right?
Ball State's already got one onside kick today. Carson Holmer going to try and make it 2 for 2 in the afternoon. Holmer sends it to the right side. It hits the 47-yard line, and the hands team collects it with Miles Fleming. And Ohio has the football in Ball State territory, leading 42-21, 2 minutes and 42 seconds left. If they pick up a first down or two, this one is done from Frank Solich Field.
Yeah, they're going to run the clock out here. I don't anticipate any passes. Every time I've said that, they've passed. So, but I don't anticipate it. I look for them to run the ball in any way, shape, or form, and just try to move this clock and get this game over with. Let them sing,
right,
and let them start preparing for a trip to Detroit next Saturday.
Yep, Paulison at quarterback still. His third possession for the Bobcats at quarterback. He's in the pistol, hands it off to Hunt, who scampers out toward the right hash mark, and George Udo sends him down to the turf after a 1-yard pickup at the 47 of Ball State. And now Ohio does not have to run the clock or run a play until the clock hits 2 minutes.
Yeah, they'll set
and the 2-minute timeout.
They'll sit on it for a minute, for 20 seconds now, and take it down to that 2-minute timeout. Everybody will gather up. Our clock guy will come out and not twirl his timeout clock, and then they'll run a couple more plays.
He's had a rough day in your eyes today, hasn't he?
Yeah,
That's the 2-minute timeout. 42-21. Ohio leads with the football. Second down and 9 at the Ball State 47. And they'll try to run this thing out here for Peden Stadium. Final minutes of this game coming up on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas has the essential products and services to help businesses provide a clean, safe environment for their employees and customers. With routine restocking of essential cleaning, hygiene, and safety supplies, on-site cleaning, professional uniform laundering, and testing and inspection of fire equipment and systems. Give everyone the confidence they need to start their day. Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Every injury is unique, just like our patients. Our board-certified and fellowship-trained surgeons will create a custom plan to help prevent future injuries. Our Marion Health Sports Medicine and Orthopedic team will guide you through the healing process. You'll feel confident knowing what to expect before and after treatment. We partner with you to make your recovery a success. You don't have to go far for excellent orthopedic care. Get back in the game with Marion Health.
We'll have the Pepsi Post Game Show coming up at the conclusion of the final 2 minutes of the game. 42-21. Ball State trails Ohio at the 2-minute timeout here in the fourth quarter. He's Chris Raddick and I'm Mick Tidrow. And Matt Tuttle's our network producer. Pepsi Post Game Show. Chris, I know with this situation we'll talk about it when we get there, but Cardinals fought here today like they've fought basically all season long. Just a couple of plays and a few turnovers that have changed the complexion of the game. And then Ohio's an elite defense that's really made it tough on Ball State, too. We can't just say Ball State hasn't taken advantage of opportunities. To give credit to Ohio, this is a top 15 ranked scoring defense in the country.
They're really good, and with an inexperienced O-line today, I think this is about as good as we could have hoped. You know, realistically, if you're not a Ball State fan and you're standing outside and you're looking in and you're like,
right,
you know, well, I mean, they're starting 3 guys that, you know, are really kind of just getting their first time action. So against that front, holy cow, they're going to have problems. So, and, you know, you talk about they're fighting till the end, right? They're playing till the end. That's what they do. And the one thing that you want to hang your hat on is that your kids don't quit. As your coach, you're like, okay, my kids didn't quit. They did take a knife to a gunfight a few games. Then we knew that would happen. So, gotta be more opportunistic when the window's open. Are you able to get things done? And they just weren't able to today.
And in the final 2 minutes of the season, Ohio picks up a first down. They can run this clock all the way to zeros and celebrate their trip to the MAC championship game next week against Miami, Ohio. Miami defeated Bowling Green today, so it's going to be Miami and Ohio in the MAC championship. Handoff to Hunt, sprints forward to the Ball State 40, gain of 7, 3rd down and 2 for the Bobcats. The clock hits 1 minute and 47 seconds. Coach Johnson has 3 timeouts if he wanted them for Ball State, but he's not going to take any.
No reason to.
And this clock is going to fall.
Nice job by the HSC Royal. Cole Earlywine coming up there to fill and make the tackle.
Yeah, good tackle. Paulus to the pistol, 1:30 to play. And he's going to draw this all the way down to the 2-second mark of the play clock before he snaps it. Ohio staring at 3 straight 9-win seasons for the first time in program history. It's a handoff to McCormick, sprints up the middle, and picks up an Ohio first down at the 36-yard line. 1 minute and 13 seconds left to go in the game. The clock technically stops because we're inside 2 minutes. But now the ball's placed and the clock begins to roll. Ohio can run one more play, and this is over, and it's going to be victory formation to send them to the MAC championship.
They're in victory now.
They are in victory formation. And how about this with Paulus, who threw a touchdown in the second half as the backup quarterback. Gets to take a knee. 6 seconds of the play clock, 45 seconds left in the game. Paulus is in a deep pistol for the victory formation. Takes a couple of steps forward, drops down to a knee, and that does it on Ball State's football season. The campaign is over. Ball State finishes 3-9 at 2-6 in the Mid-American Conference. Ohio's victorious 42-21, and the Ohio Bobcats are headed to Detroit to play in the MAC championship game against the Miami, Ohio Redhawks. Pepsi postgame show coming up here in a few minutes on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey, Ball State. This is Voice of the Cardinals, Mick Tidrow. Ball State Financial is your hometown credit union. It's the only place to get a free Dancing Charlie Cardinal-themed debit card. I opened up an account last year and absolutely love it. New customers also get free Ball State gear when they open up an account. Visit fcfcu.com/chirp for more info. That's fcfcu.com/chirp. Go Cards.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
On the Gamebridge Ball State Cardinals Sports Network from Learfield, this is Ball State Cardinals football. Welcome to Postgame, brought to you by Pepsi. Let's go back to the stadium.
Pepsi postgame show here from Peden Stadium. Final score, Ohio 42, Ball State 21. And the season comes to a halt for the Ball State Cardinals, while the Ohio Bobcats are going to Detroit to take on Miami in the MAC championship game. Let's go ahead and take a look at how that shook out here today for Ball State and Ohio. The Bobcats win this one 42-21. Chris, let's actually go through the drive chart to see how this started off, because when you look at how the game began, it was all Ohio for the beginning. They forced Ball State to punt after Ohio scored a touchdown. They went 5 plays, 78 yards, 2.5 minutes, and scored a touchdown on a 50-yard pass. Then the next Ohio drive, 3 plays, 80 yards, in a minute and a half to make it a 14-0 game right off the bat. He thought maybe, okay, this one they could pull away early, but then another throw toward the end zone. Ty Baldwin had an interception for Ball State. Cardinals eventually went down to score to make it 14-7, and then a touchdown right after that made it 21-7, and Ohio took that lead and ran with it. A total of 6 touchdowns for the Bobcats here today, and they were able to really control the pace. They scored 21 points in each half, and they scored after a Ball State fumble on the opening possession of the third quarter, after a Ball State punt, went 8 plays, 80 yards in 5 minutes, and then near the end of the game here with 9:09 on the clock, they drove it down, took off 4 minutes, scored a touchdown, 6 plays, 39 yards for that final touchdown. Ball State scored a touchdown with 2:35 left in the game. Sabanza hit McDougal, but then Ohio ran the clock out to finish this one out. So that's kind of the drive chart. Those first 2 drives from Ohio, Chris, were super impressive. They went 8 total plays, 158 yards in 4 minutes within those 2 drives.
Yeah, started off with a bang, and, we talked about that early. Navarro's quarterback rating after 2 drives was 603, which is unheard of.
Yeah,
so,
when do you ever see or hear that?
I mean, he was perfect on his throws. He had runs. He had big plays. I mean, it was pretty impressive. And so, Ohio came out, guns a-blazing, ready to go, hitting on all cylinders. Ball State just wasn't ready for it. And then by the time Ball State started to get back in the game, they had woken Ohio up, and Ohio just never let up again. So
that is true, and that is our drive summary. Drive-by-drive summary here on the Pepsi postgame show. 42-21 final. Ohio defeats Ball State in the season finale for the Cards, falling to 3-9 and 2-6 in Mid-American Conference play. We'll take a break here on the Pepsi postgame show. Come back and continue. We'll look at the check of stats presented by Mitts next on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
American Pest Pros is the official pest control partner. In the industry. Even if you tried a different service and it didn't work, we'll fix your problem, guaranteed or your money back. Visit AmericanPestPros.com. That's AmericanPestPros.com. And don't forget to ask about our Ball State special.
We often talk about partnerships, and at Indiana American Water, we serve over 50 communities across the state, and each one of those has a special place in our hearts. One of these long partnerships has been with Muncie, the home of Ball State University, currently in its 107th year. At Indiana American Water, we're now in our 138th year, and we want to say, Go Cardinals!
Welcome back to the Pepsi postgame show. Make sure to check out Pepsi. It's the go-to game day drink for football watching for the rest of the college football season and also the NFL. Why not? And the rest of the high school slate as well. The playoffs are happening right now, aren't they?
State finals are going on. Adams Central rolled Linton this morning.
Yeah.
At the 11 o'clock game, and now East Snowball's taking on New Pal right now. So.
Yep, and here at Peterson Stadium, a 42-21 finish. Ball State falls to the Ohio Bobcats. So make sure to get Pepsi to watch the rest of the football season. Pepsi, the go-to game day drink, and a proud sponsor of Ball State Athletics. So 21-point loss for Ball State. Let's take a look at those final stats, brought to you in part by Mitts, Muncie Indiana Transit System. No car, no problem. Mitts is reliable, safe, and free for students and veterans. Download the Mitts Bus app and ride with Mitts today. Looking at what the team stats look like in this one, Ohio outgained Ball State 475-375. Caden Simons actually threw for 333 yards in this game, out-throwing Ohio at 205. So Caden Simons' 333 is now the most he's had in a single game in a Ball State career. So he had 331 at Buffalo, surpasses that by 2 yards here today. Finishes 29 of 47, 3 touchdowns, no picks, but did fumble twice, and a 62% completion percentage. And this one for Caden Simonza. Run game, 270 yards for Ohio compared to 42 for Ball State, but again, 34 yards negative for Simonza being sacked, and those counting against the run total for Ball State. 4 penalties, 43 yards for the Cards, 7 for 55 for Ohio. Each team had over 20 first downs. Cardinals were 11 of 18 on third down, but Ohio is 7 of 10 in those situations. Ball State ran 73 total plays compared to 56 for Ohio, but the Bobcats won the time of possession here today. 30-41 to 29-19. Ball State lost 2 fumbles today. Chris, Ball State only had 1 total fumble entering today. They were 1 of 6 in the country with 1 fumble on the season, and they fumbled twice in this one.
And Caden had both of those, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, those are both just kind of get rid of the ball situations. And, you know, as they go forward, as they start the offseason, as they start looking at the film, they'll look at those 2 plays and so, okay, those are 2 things that Caden's going to have to learn from.
Ball State had 1 sack defensively. Ohio put 4 sacks on the board on Caden Simonza. That's a look at the team stats. Individually, we talked about Caden, 333 yards, 3 touchdowns. Sloan, 10 carries, 31 rushing yards. Pickett, 1 carry, 27. Horton, 4 for 11. Pemberton, 4 for 4. Christian Davis, 2 for 3. Tanner Koziel had 10 catches for 88 yards here today. And Koziel with a touchdown, his 8th of the season. Also had his 159th career catch, which broke Darius Hill's all-time record for most receptions in a career for a Ball State tight end. That belongs to Tanner Koziel. He has a single season and single career reception records. in Ball State history for a tight end. Cam Pickett, 9 catches, 119 yards, a career day for him. McDougal, 3 catches, 47 yards, his first career touchdown. Daya Patel, 52 receiving yards, 1 touchdown. That was his first career as well. Horton Munson, Presley, and Magwood each had a catch as well. Navarro passing the ball for Ohio, 7 for 11, 169 through the air, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Paulus was 2 for 4 for 36 yards and a tutty. 205 total passing yards for the Bobcats in this one. Navarro, 110 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns on 11 carries. He had 10 yards per rush. Tyus, 13 carries, 109 yards on the ground, 8.5 yards per rush. McCormick, 6 carries, 23 yards. And Owen, 5 catches, 142 for 2 touchdowns. He had 5 of the 9 receptions and was just one of 2 receivers to actually catch a ball. 2 catches for the tight end Williams and 1 for the running back Tyus. It was basically the Owen, Navarro, and Tyus show in this one. That big 3 really led this offense today.
Like
Chris.
if those 3 wouldn't have showed up, we would have been okay today.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 3 accounted for basically everything that Ohio did for 475 total yards in this one. That's a check of stats presented by MITS, Muncie Indiana Transit System. Check them out. Download the MITS Bus app and ride with MITS today. That is a look at the 42-21 score. Ohio defeats Ball State on the Pepsi postgame show on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
So just how big is the Mammoth Pizza at Mancino's? How about a big 24-inch round pizza loaded with all of your favorite toppings? Made to order just for you when you call 287-1300. The perfect size for the big game, the next game, or any event that demands not only the best, but the biggest pizza you can order. And Mancino's is ready anytime. Call, wait 10 to 15 minutes, then head to Mancino's for pickup. Man, is it good. When a large pizza isn't enough, you need at least 1 Mammoth from Mancino's.
Ball State fans, who needs batteries? Your locally owned Battery Masters have batteries for cars, boats, golf carts, cell phones, watches, key fobs, Papergo toys for kids, and more. Bring your rechargeable batteries back to life for drills, shavers, dustbusters, and more. All Ball State fans receive a free battery checkup. Just mention Charlie Cardinal. Battery Masters is conveniently located on the corner of Walnut and Centennial, next to Mini Trista. Check us out online at batterymasters.com. Go Cards!
Welcome back inside the Pepsi postgame show. Ohio 42, Ball State 21 here for Ball State football's season finale at Peden Stadium from Athens, Ohio. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow hanging out with you to finish this season up. And Matt Tittle producing here today. Let's go ahead and take a look at some out-of-town scores. The biggest one of the day that's not here at Peden Stadium was in Bowling Green in Miami, Ohio. Chris took care of the Bowling Green Falcons 28-12. That sets up the stage for Miami taking on Ohio in the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Miami's looking to go back-to-back years as champions, and they get to do it against a really good Ohio football team that we just saw today here from Athens.
And one thing, Miami consistently over the past few years is they're playing their best football at the end of November. And that's the Chuck Martin way. He's got guys that coach their tails off. He's got kids that play their tails off. They're constantly improving as the season goes on. Coach Martin knows this is a process. It's and it's the journey, and he believes in that process and how they do things. And I know sometimes they may start off just a smidge slow, but he knows they're going to finish the right way. They're going to finish it, and that's exactly they're showing that right now.
Well, look at this. 7 straight wins for Miami. 7 straight wins.
Yeah, it would have been 8
Their only conference loss was at Toledo to start off conference play.
Right.
Then they ripped off 7 straight wins. They beat Eastern Michigan, Ohio, Central Michigan, Ball State, Kent State, NIU, and Bowling Green for 7 in a row, all by double digits except for Ball State. That was the only one-score game they played in conference, 27-21 win for Miami over Ball State.
Yeah, and that's what they do. They're playing their best football at the end of the year, and they just don't make mistakes, and they don't beat themselves at all. And that's the bookmark of a great coach, of a great program. So that's what he does over there in Oxford. It
is. Bowling Green was the other hot team going into this. Harold Fannin did play, by the way, after he was hurt.
Did he?
Against Ball State last week. Only 8 catches for 47 yards. So Miami found a way to limit him and shut down Bowling Green's offense for only 12 points. So you have 2 7-1 teams with Ohio and Miami going to the Mid-American Conference Championship game. Ohio's 5 games in the win column in a row after beating Ball State today. Miami's won 7 straight. I always find this intriguing. Within this conference, you had 3 teams that were 6-1 entering today that had a chance to go to Detroit. Buffalo was 6-2, just waiting in the wings, hoping Ball State won
to happen.
and hoping that the right team won for Miami BG to be able to get in to the MAC championship game. Ultimately, it didn't work out that way, so Ohio and Miami. But what I find very interesting here, Chris, 6-1 teams, 3 of them, they all just – they all had their struggles in non-conference in certain pockets, but then they all figured it out.
They did.
They had run-ins at the beginning of conference that were shaky, but all 3 of those teams, BG, Miami, and Ohio, all ripped off 5-game win streaks entering today or putting a 5th in a row today, because BG had 5 straight wins entering today, lost to Miami, who had 6 and now has 7. Now Ohio has 5. That's hard to do, to have 3 teams play at that type of level for that long at the end of the season.
And knowing those programs like I do and those coaches that I do, being familiar with them rather, they're process guys, right? They believe in the process and how they do things, and they understand that the fruits of the labor will come if they stay true to how they want to do things. They don't change things. They don't alter things. They don't start freaking out and doing things differently because things aren't working. They stay on track, and you're seeing, the Tim Album and the Lefflers and the Martins. They understand we're going to stay in our process, do what we do, and the results will come, because the consistency in that creates a good result. It always does, no matter how you're doing things in life, your job, football, whatever. Consistency is the thing, and that's how they do things. They're very consistent in how they approach the game and how they approach the preparation. And the heart and the lifeblood of every college football is recruiting, but also the secondary to that is your assistant coaches. How are they approaching the daily grind and the weekly preparation towards games? And I know that all 3 of these coaches push their assistants to stay on track and make sure that they're doing what's right for the program. So, and it shows.
Right. It definitely shows. Final score 42-21 here at Peden Stadium. Ohio defeats Ball State, but then Miami taking care of business, beating Bowling Green 28-12. What a week of college football in the MAC, though. Akron in overtime beat Toledo 21-14 on Tuesday. Also
that was crazy.
It was crazy. Also on Tuesday, Buffalo smashed Kent State 43-7 to give Buffalo at least a chance at the MAC championship appearance. Look at this. Eastern Michigan and Western Michigan play on Saturday. They're both 5-6. Both vying to get to bowl eligibility. And make a play for it. Western Michigan just fell off the face of the earth, though, Chris, because they started off conference play 4-0.
They're on fire.
And they have just fallen because of this 3-game losing streak. They're now 4-3 in the conference. It's been a tough stretch for them. Eastern Michigan's 2-5 in MAC play and has lost 4 straight games. So something's got to give there up in Kalamazoo to tomorrow to see who makes a bowl game. NIU hosts Central Michigan today as well. Central Michigan's eliminated from bowl contention at 4-7. NIU 6-5, so they've already clinched. So that's the slate today. And if we look at the standings, of course, just 2 7-1 teams left. Miami and Ohio, 6-2 Buffalo and Bowling Green. Western Michigan's 4-3, Toledo's 4-4. And then you've got NIU at 3-4, Akron 3-5, Eastern Michigan and Central Michigan 2-5, Ball State 2-6, and then Kent State 0-8 in the MAC standings there. So there are no 10-win MAC teams this year.
None.
But there are 2 7-1 conference teams. You mentioned Miami. They had a tough non-conference schedule.
They did.
They got to host Cincinnati.
Every MAC team has a tough non-conference, though.
Right. So when you talk about 8-4, you lost to Northwestern, Notre Dame, in Cincinnati in non-conference. Those were the first 3 games of the season. Beat UMass in overtime, lose at Toledo. So you start Miami's case, they start 1-4.
I mean, look at those scores too, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, chance to win at Northwestern if they could have got their offense going. Cincinnati's a big rivalry game.
That they got to host.
Yeah, but they got to host. But they had beat them last year, so Cincinnati had that marked on their calendar.
Right.
had a chance early in the around the halftime. They were still with Notre Dame at Notre Dame. That was when Notre Dame was still trying to find their identity. They still weren't sure what they were about. So, those are 3 tough games to start off with. And then, the loss to Toledo's their only hiccup since the non-con. So.
It was a 10-point loss.
Yeah.
Against the Rockets. All right, that's where Miami's at. In Ohio, of course, we talked about it. Only losses to Syracuse, Miami, and Kentucky.
Yeah.
So this is a rematch of a game that Ohio's going to want to figure out. Ohio could be the 110-win team in the conference seas this year if they take care of business against Miami, because they are 9-3. 9 wins for 3 straight seasons for the first time in Ohio history after defeating Ball State here 42-21. On the Pepsi Postgame Show, we'll take one more break, come back, recap the entire season, and talk what's next for Ball State football. There's a big coaching hire decision coming down soon. We presume that it'll be fairly soon. Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell joined us at halftime, said, I'm not putting a timetable on it, but things are developing. He's taken calls. He's seen people in person. He's put a lot of mileage on his phone and vehicles over the last couple of weeks, but you and I will chat and see what is next for Ball State football. Coming up on the Pepsi Postgame Show on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.
Did you know that your dental exam can reveal many other health issues? Poor sleep, headaches, anxiety, and acid reflux are just a few issues that can be recognized in a dental exam. All health care can be made easier when caught early, so prevention is the key. Our team at University Avenue Dental prides itself in being on the cutting edge as part of your medical team. With thorough testing, imaging, and examination, Dr. Greg Powell will work with you on a personal level to ensure you receive the very best care. If preventative care is what you're looking for, please call Dr. Pyle at 765-288-6121 or online at drgregpyle.com.
When you share your food, you share your heart. So what's on your table this holiday season? Save on your festive feast at Kroger with delicious deals on all the holiday classics. Or wow the crowd with something new, like a quinoa stuffed butternut squash. It's sure to add a pop of color to your spread. How about a sweet potato casserole with a crunchy oat streusel topping, made with care for the sweet tooth and the savory tooth? With Kroger, fill your table with love and watch as your guests' hearts get as full as their bellies. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Final segment of our Pepsi Postgame Show. In the last game of the Ball State football season, Ohio 42, Ball State 21. Here from Peden Stadium as the Bobcats win it over the Cardinals to end the Ball State season. Chris Raddick and Beck Tidrow on hand with Matt Tuttle producing here this afternoon. All right, Chris, let's go ahead and recap this 2024 football season. It was one of those seasons that was defined by one-score games, played 6 conference one-score games this season, which was a program record in terms of MAC games. Lost the last 2 by double digits, and coaching change with Colin Johnson taking over as the interim head coach the last 2 weeks. Coach Mike New dismissed. A lot to dissect throughout the course of the season, but in your words, how would you sum up the 2024 Ball State football season?
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Let's be frank. It was disappointing. I think they underachieved at times, and I think they overachieved at times. So to go through stages in the season, I believe that, I don't know if there was a lot of, you play those non-conference games, against Miami and JMU and Vandy, and you kind of think, well, I mean, maybe we got a chance, and we did at Miami or at Vanderbilt. We had a little bit of a chance, and then when you go into the conference games, you talk about all the one-score games. Disappointing that they weren't able to close in some of those games, and I know that the coaching staff and the players would love to have him back if they could, but that's not how the world works, and so they weren't able to close the deal in those games when it really counted, and ended up costing them a bunch of games. I think that, while it's disappointing, you have to look at the context of it, and that a lot of times they were taking kids into those situations that weren't necessarily seasoned or ready to be in those situations, and they did the best they could. Excuse me. They weren't trying to not be good. They were trying. They were working. They lifted weights. They practiced. They studied film. They looked at the game plan. They understood it. Sometimes it takes a while to get over that hump when you're first starting to play. And you had a lot of first-year players, especially up front on the defense.
Right.
In the back end on the defense, things like that. And those guys have to learn how to finish games. And sometimes the only way to do that is to get kicked in the mouth a few times while you're doing it. And that's a great way to learn. Unfortunately, it comes with, a downside, and sometimes you lose games because of it. So it was disappointing. That being said, I'll never stop being a fan. I'll never stop following this team or rooting for them and hoping that they be great. But they're going to have to learn from some of these mistakes and learn how to close situations. So
yes. So 3-9 finish.
3-9
2-6 in the MAC.
I think disappointing is a good term for it. It's frustrating at times. You and I sat up here in all these booths and at home, whether it was at the shoe or whether it was on the road, and it was frustrating. It was very frustrating at times. You know that. You know how I react, my body language when some of the stuff went down. Me, I was kind of losing my mind. You can't see it on the radio, but losing my mind, and only because I want the best. And I know that these coaches work just as hard as anybody. Colin Johnson's not working any less hard than Dan Lanning at Oregon or Kalen DeBoer at Alabama or Kurt Signetti at Indiana. He's not working any less hours. He's not doing anything different. He's not getting the results for whatever reason they are. And there's a multitude of reasons for that. And, that's got to get fixed. So, and these coaches know that as well as anybody out there. We don't have to tell them that.
Final here today, 42-21. Ohio defeats Ball State football to end the Cardinal season. 3-9, 2-6 overall in the Mid-American Conference. The one against Missouri State to open up the year, 42-34. Lost at Miami, 62-0. Lost against Central Michigan in a heartbreaker, 37-34. Lost at JMU, 63-7. Dropped to Western Michigan, 45-42. They snapped that 4-game losing streak. 37-35 win over Kent State. Lost by 10 in Nashville at Vanderbilt. Came back on homecoming. Defeated Northern Illinois 25-23, and then lost to Miami, Buffalo, Bowling Green, and Ohio to finish out the season. The Buffalo loss was an overtime 51-48 finish. Miami a 6-point loss. Bowling Green by 25, and then here today 42-21. Wraps up the 100th season of Ball State football on that recap of the schedule. Looking at what's ahead, Chris, this is a very optimistic time for Ball State football right now because you're moving in a different direction. This is an opportunity to land a head coach, make a big splash, recruit, and lay the foundation for what Ball State football is going to be for the next X amount of years. Jeff Mitchell, Director of Athletics, joined us on the halftime show, talked about it. Again, didn't put a timeline on the situation. It's coming soon, and presumably December 10th, that transfer portal open date, that's circled on Jeff's calendar probably 600 times, right?
Right. Everybody knows.
Everybody knows that December 10th date, and December 4th is signing day. You'd like to think that, situations will be developing by at that point.
Yeah, I can't imagine it goes on much longer. And I would never. I don't think it's anybody's place in this world to put Jeff on the spot and ask him when it is. That's his responsibility, and he's one of the smartest people out there. He knows what's going on. None of that is lost on him. So the biggest thing is they're going to have to get somebody in here, get them in sooner rather than later, which means with 8 days to go to that portal, or 10 days to the portal.
See, December 10th, so yeah, just a little over 10 days.
But you want to hit that. You don't want to wait till then. So they want to get somebody in. Like you said. Get the recruiting thing going. Also, re-recruiting. What do I mean by that? You got to get in your building and talk to the kids that are currently in the program that have eligibility left and say, look, I want you back. I need you back. Do not go in the portal. Do not go in the portal. So head that off at the pass, right? Mm-hmm. Get a staff together. Get those guys excited. The enthusiasm's not going to be – there's not going to be a lack of enthusiasm as they hit the ground running.
Oh, no.
I guarantee you that. Whomever Jeff hires – we'll have his staff together. They'll have them in here within days of the hire. Everybody will be in the building.
And they'll be working from the jump as soon as it's
from the jump.
As soon as pen's to paper, they'll be working from afar.
They'll be in high schools. They'll be scouring the other colleges for who's going in the portal already that we know of and who do they want to target. It's going to be a big job. Mm-hmm. There's 24 hours in a day, and they're going to fill most of those, looking for all those guys, the right pieces, the square pegs for square holes, so to speak. And, again, the enthusiasm will be off the charts. You're going to see a whole new level of enthusiasm. Not that Mike didn't have it, not that Coach New didn't have it. It's just, it's a change. and sometimes change is good. Here we go. We got it. We're going to have a big hire here in the next. My guess is if I were a betting man, and I'm not, I would say by Monday afternoon we will know who the next head man is at Ball State.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I can't imagine it goes on much longer. But again, Jeff will probably yell at me in the hallway after this for saying that. But that's just my own opinion. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just a lowly football analyst on a MAC football team.
Hey, your opinion is highly regarded by a lot of people, including me.
Appreciate that.
So we'll see how it all shakes out. 42-21, by the way, the final here in Athens. Ball State football drops to 3-9, 2-6 in the MAC this year to finish up the season. That's what we'll look forward to in the next couple of days and then the coming weeks with the transfer portal and all of that fun to come for Ball State football. That'll do it here for our coverage from Peden Stadium and on the 2024 Ball State football season.
Thanks for listening, everybody. I appreciate it.
Chris, have the floor. I
said it before the game. It was I think it was June. You guys called me and said, "Hey, do you want to do this?" And I had no idea. I think the first thing I told you was, I've never done this before. I have no idea what I'm doing. And you're like, "You'll figure it out. We'll teach you. We got it." And I remember the night before the Missouri State game, I was so nervous. I don't think I slept at all. I was so scared.
You told me that you were not getting any sleep.
I was so nervous, and it turned out to be a lot of fun, and it turned out I was having the time of my life. I remember sending a text to my wife, like the second or third game. I was like, I'm having the time of my life doing this, and I don't know if I'm any good at it or not, but I'm having a lot of fun, and as long as you guys are going to allow me to come back, I'll do it. So, again, I'm humbled and I'm honored to be here. I hope I get to come back next year, and I've had the time of my life with you and getting to know you and get to work alongside you, Mick, this year. It's been the time of my life. I mean it.
I appreciate that, Chris, and it's likewise. You've made this year so much fun on the air, and your infectious personality, your joy for the job, your joy for Ball State, the football program, the university, rubs off on everybody. So I really appreciate what you've done and saying yes to an opportunity that you had no idea what you're getting your feet into. So thank you for the last 13 or so weeks. This has been an absolute blast, and your contract is renewed if you want it. So
the pleasure's all mine. I accept.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, that was easy. Look at this. The negotiation's easy. So, Chris, thank you from the bottom of my heart and from everybody at our Learfield team. Thank you for being a rock star and as a former Ball State football player and a coach in the Indiana area for 28 years, using your expertise, your knowledge to bring it to our listeners. So thank you.
Absolutely. Again, the pleasure was all mine. I'm truly indebted to y'all for bringing me on to do this.
I want to say a special thank you as well to so many different people that have been a part of our broadcasts this year, especially our producer crew at our network studios. Matt Tuttle has been with us basically all season long with football season. So, Matt, back in the studios, thank you for bearing with us from games in Miami where we had 3.5-hour pregame shows because of weather delays to today where you've been a rock star with us, Matt. So thank you, Matt Tuttle. Emily Guffey as well has been producing football and basketball games. So thank you to Emily for all the work that she's done as well, and the entire Wolf Boom operation with WMUN, from Jay Chapman, who's in the ownership seat, to Mark Forrester to helping out with everything, Steve Lindell and Sean Manningly, the technical crew that continues to get us on the air. If there's anything problematic that happens that we need to call, Sean Manningly's always helping us out with the audio board, and Steve with getting us on the air and stuff like that. So thank you to that entire crew. Jay Garrison for helping out with scheduling stuff too. In the mix of everything from our Learfield team with Tom Bowman, Ben Conley. They spent a lot of time helping us out, from whether that's streaming equipment kit from a Learfield standpoint, continuing to throw the contracts at us to have us do this. Appreciate Tom and Ben for what they do on a consistent basis. For our sports properties crew, Shane Nichols, Morgan White, Adam Rouse, those three couldn't do these broadcasts without them, from a sponsorship standpoint to a support standpoint, making sure that we're on the air every week as well. Thank you three for being very meticulous with your jobs and making sure that everything is down to a point. So thank you, Morgan, Shane, and Adam, for always taking care of us and doing a great job with everything behind the scenes. Sports Information Director Kevin Messenger for the countless amount of notes, driving with us on road trips, making sure that we're taken care of on the road. Thank you, Kevin, for everything that you've done. Special shout-out to the content crew as well, with Colin Phillips, Sam Finley, and the entire student pool that has done a great job working with us to use broadcast content with the creative content as well. Thank you to them, and thank you to all the coaches and players who have spent so much time, hours, working with us from interviews to audio and video content throughout the course of the season. A big thank you to you as well, just because we bothered you a lot this year. And not once did anybody turn us down, say no, or do it without a smile on their face. So thank you to the student-athletes, the coaches as well for doing that. Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell, thank you for joining us every pregame and then halftime today. Spent a lot of time with Jeff just having conversations about football, about the athletic department. He's always open and honest with us, and that's super appreciated and doesn't get lost by any of us. Thank you, President Mearns, as well, for joining us almost every single halftime show as the university president. I'm very blessed that President Mearns wants to come join us at halftime for every game that he attends.
We're lucky to have him.
We are so lucky to have President Mearns. Not a lot of presidents will come on every halftime show of a football radio broadcast. So thank you, President Mearns. And Stephanie Arrington as well, who works in the president's office, for always making sure that we're aware that President Mearns is going to be at a game or not. And then I think back to the Miami game where he joined us for pregame and then halftime as well during that long delay. So thank you to the President's office for making all this happen as well. I don't think I'm missing anybody. I sure hope not. Thank you to everybody. Yeah, the fans, you listening, tuning in each and every week, making this a really fun process. And throughout the wins, the losses, the ups, the downs, I had a really blast in my third year back here as well. So we'll sign off on that. Chris?
Hey, thank you for listening. Thanks for having me. And, again, it's been a joy, and I can't wait till next year. We open at
Purdue. We'll see you in the fall 2025 for football. Purdue, Boilermakers, and Ball State Cardinals. In-state football to start off the 2025 football season. And we'll have a new head football coach here in a couple of weeks. We'll have a podcast about it whenever that happens, of course, and content coming your way. So for Chris Radican and Matt Tittle back in our network studios, I'm Mick Tidrow saying so long from Payton Stadium in Athens, Ohio. Cards fall today 42-21, and a great season in the books on the airwaves. Mick Tidrow saying so long. Thanks for joining us all football season on the Ball State Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield.